In a certain classroom, everyone was still bustling around, anxiously preparing for the upcoming devilish exam. What was terrifying was that in the previous exam period, 3 students had been strangled to death in the demon realm. Everyone was filled with dread. The teacher tried to calm everyone down. "Don't worry. Based on what we've learned, you can all handle those demons. In regular schools, exams are about knowledge, but in this school, you face demons. Just hearing about it is scary." In stark contrast to the scene where friends were panicking and afraid, this young man was sleeping as if nothing was happening. In fact, he seemed completely detached, as if hiding from the world. Lin Mo suddenly stood up and shouted, "5 deadly forces!" Naturally, everyone stared at him with expressions of pure confusion. We're about to enter the demon realm, and he still has the mind to play games? Is he completely out of his mind? It seemed like he still didn't understand what was going on. In Lin Mo's memory, he had just completed the 5 deadly forces. Why had he suddenly ended up here when he opened his eyes? This was the world of demon resurgence, where demonic qi reigned and the undead roamed. Cities were constantly being plagued by nightmarish hordes of demons. The space for human survival was rapidly shrinking. To protect humanity's last stronghold, a new profession called the Demon Master had emerged. Much like beast tamers, humans would form contracts to control demons, summoning them to fight alongside people against the out-of-control demons that killed for sport. Therefore, high schools and universities were focusing on training demon masters. Somehow, Lin Mo had crossed over to this world. Although confused, he reminded himself to stay calm and quickly find a way to return. The teacher seemed extremely upset. The Demon Realm exam was just around the corner, and yet you're still sitting there playing games? If you can't even grasp the theoretical knowledge, how do you expect to deal with demons when you face them? As Lin Mo was being scolded, he suddenly received a notification from the system. System notification. Congratulations to the host for traveling across realms. Break the Room system introduces. Break the Room can earn Break the Room points, and these points can increase the demon contract limit. Try making the teacher break through her defense. It may trigger the emotional management system binding. What the hell is this? Lin Mo thought to himself. In Lin Mo's memories, everyone would awaken their contract limit at the age of 5, and it couldn't be changed. Each point would allow them to form a contract with one demon. Ordinary humans had a limit of 0, meaning they couldn't form a contract with any demon. A limit of 2, allowing contracts with 2 demons, was considered the average for a demon master. A limit of 3 was considered genius level. The higher the limit, the rarer the person. Right now, the system could allow Lin Mo to form contracts with countless demons. This also meant that contracting with hundreds of millions of demons was possible. The young man suddenly stood up and boldly responded to the teacher. "If the demon is from the fire element, then of course I'd just record a video of it and post it on TikTok." Goodness, anyone who didn't know would think he'd lost his mind. Who would still be thinking about live streaming at a time like this? His mindset was so absurd, it was almost laughable. The teacher then asked, "What if you encounter an electric-type demon? How would you handle that?" Each of Lin Mo's responses felt like a direct challenge, and there wasn't a hint of fear in his tone. "If you bump into an electric demon system, just capture it and use it as a power bank." Everyone burst into laughter. This guy really knows how to play the game. A new energy source just waiting for him to exploit. The teacher asked again, "Then it's the red-robed female demon." Lin Mo still had that indifferent expression on his face as he answered, "That's respectful, but it still depends on whether she's beautiful or not. If there's no issue, then heh." He was actually imagining countless inappropriate scenes, even with a demon. Honestly, it was beyond words. The teacher couldn't stand it anymore and ordered him to stand at the back of the class until the end of the lesson, having shown 0 respect. Lin Mo smiled foolishly and immediately complied. Got it. The system notification for the Break the Room check appeared. The teacher successfully linked the system Break the Room to manage emotions. Congratulations, you have received a new player gift pack. Received the new player gift pack. gained the Break the Room spell system for demons, achieved a 99% chance of coercing a demon contract, regardless of whether the demon agrees or not. Additionally, the system grants a limit of 2 demon contracts. The young man clapped his hands in excitement. Wow, the system really doesn't disappoint? Originally, his demon contract limit was only 0.5, so he could barely sign a contract with half a demon. Now the system directly gave him 2. He never expected such a twisted spell. Could this be the glow of the main character? The teacher announced to all the students some exciting news. This test will focus on achieving results, and surpassing the A-level demon realm will qualify you for direct admission to the top university, level B to the second top, level C to the third top, and level D for great transmission. However, a reminder, don't choose something beyond your capability. If you pick the level demon realm and fail to complete it, you won't even be eligible for great transmission. It seems that Lin Mo had been standing at the corner of the classroom for a long time, and the teacher had reluctantly spared him from punishment, but not before reminding him that his talent for reasoning was very weak, and that he should only pick a lower-level demon. What was meant to happen would eventually come to pass. Now, all the students had to unlock their screens to choose which demon realm they wanted to conquer. Lin Mo's deskmate eagerly suggested, "Mo bro, how about we pick level D, just choose some weak demon, and then go straight into great transmission?" But for Lin Mo, level D demons were too weak, and he had no interest in them at all. The chubby kid looked at the young man with a disdainful expression. "Stop pretending, all right? With your talent, just getting into great transmission is already a big deal." Without hesitation, Lin Mo selected an A-level trial and activated the teleportation. His deskmate was completely shocked. "Oh my god, this crazy guy!" It was precisely this action of Lin Mo's that sent all the classmates and the teacher into a state of panic. "Lin Mo, with your reasoning and talent being this poor, choosing an A-level demon realm is a one-way ticket to death." But once the choice was made, there was no turning back. After all, the teleportation connection had been successfully established. The teleportation began, and Lin Mo disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had arrived at the demon realm challenge he had chosen. Upon arriving, he met a few classmates. They thought to themselves that in this competition, it seemed there were only 5 people who had chosen this particular demon realm. Just after arriving, a figure that looked like a paper doll, with a grotesque and demon-like face, spoke up. "Welcome to the terrifying hospital. Don't worry, everyone. I will be your exam guide, so let me briefly introduce this place. This used to be the #1 People's Hospital of Shanglan City." At this point, all the students who mistakenly chose the Demon Realm A area were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Isn't Shanglan City the one that was overrun by demons? I've heard that everyone who lived there died. Some elite Demon Master teams have come here before, but they were all wiped out. How could you use such a terrifying place as the exam venue? However, before turning this hospital into an exam site, the Safety Bureau set up a demon prevention formation outside, making it impossible to enter. The task now is to survive one day here. If you sign a contract with a demon, you'll pass the exam. One thing to note for your safety, each of you should take a talisman. If you encounter any danger, recite the incantation. It will bring everyone back to the school safely. Also, if anyone manages to sign a contract with a demon or defeat one, they will receive the MVP. The reward can go up to 100,000 demon pearls. If there are no more questions, the exam will begin now. Just as the exam began, a vortex filled with dark energy appeared. Everyone was filled with fear, except for Lin Mo, who was full of confidence. "Let's go. I wonder if there are any pretty nurse sisters around." The other students also whispered to each other as they moved forward. "Let's go in too. We can't let that useless guy sign a contract with a demon first." Lin Mo was the first to step inside. As soon as the door was opened, a scene of nothing but blood greeted them, filling the air with an incredibly ominous atmosphere. Surely, anyone without enough courage to come here would have fainted before even starting the exam. Lin Mo suddenly stood up straight, and everyone, in a state of confusion, asked him, "What's going on?" The young man shouted loudly, "There are ghosts! More than 50 of them are here. It's bad. They're coming this way. Everyone run!" And so the group of classmates began to scatter in panic. As they went outside, they didn't forget to worry about Lin Mo, who was trapped inside. Everyone thought that the young man must have been torn apart by the ghosts. The sound of a loud laugh made everyone feel even more terrified than before. The young man wearing glasses pointed and introduced, "This girl with purple hair is the genius beauty Li Li, who broke the provincial record at 3 years old, 6 times better than Lin Mo." As they walked out, one of them pinched his friend's arm, scolding him, "How dare you scare us like that? With the pact you made with the ghosts, you won't be the one they target." The kid seemed confident, declaring, "It's better to leave it to the useful ones." Lin Mo didn't care at all. He wasn't concerned with them. His task was to move forward. No need to waste time on these pointless arguments. It seemed that during this time, provoking the students might just earn him quite a few points. The hospital ward's alert system reported a mid-level weeping demon. Lin Mo was overjoyed. It was a fallen ghost. Slowly, he stepped inside, but the young man with glasses stopped him, telling Lin Mo, "Stay right there. Do you think a useless person like you can enter here? Just step aside." If they wanted to go ahead, Lin Mo was more than happy to invite them to move along. As soon as I entered, I saw something bright red on the ceiling, and sure enough, it was no mistake. Fortunately, 3 fools had gone ahead to clear the way, or else I would have suffered a setback. Were they not planning on leaving? Just as I turned around and came back in, I saw Kid Li Li rushing outside. She was holding her mouth and coughing up blood, exclaiming, "The eyes of that demon are as red as blood. It can make you fall into an illusion. If she hadn't bitten her tongue, she probably wouldn't have found a way out." If that's the case, it seems that pain is the key to breaking the illusion. This is truly terrifying. It's definitely a nightmare. My classmates were crying out and blaming me. "It's all your fault for leading us to such a dangerous place." But hey, you all brought this upon yourselves. It's got nothing to do with me, Lin Mo. And that kid kept throwing insults at me every time she opened her mouth. Thank goodness we entered first. If a useless person like you had gone in, we'd probably be dead by now. But now, Lin Mo wouldn't fall for the illusion, because he's not as stupid as the ones who went in first. Leading the way means you're essentially walking into the lion's den, doesn't it? System announcement. Congratulations, host. You have earned 30 points for breaking the room. They decided to look for another place. Lin Mo was on his duty, and they were just a bunch of dogs wagging their tails. That kid definitely didn't want to stay with Lin Mo, or as she called him, a useless piece of trash. Not even one more second. Based on the reactions of those 3, it seemed that as long as you didn't look into its eyes, you wouldn't fall for the illusion. If that's the case, then I've found the solution. Lin Mo opened the door, and the demon, enraged, shouted, "Kid, turn off that fan immediately. Don't you hear me? Turn it off right now." System announcement. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 points for breaking the room. Indeed, it really works. This demon has already broken the room, and it's getting angrier by the minute, still refusing to turn off. If you had a heart, I would kill you. System notification. Demon has broken the room, 88%, 11% remaining, direct contract signing required. Lin Mo was sweating. No way, that demon is about to catch up. How about we make a deal? I'll turn off the fan and you sign my demon contract. How about that? The demon still sounded tough. "You little brat, you dare threaten me? Who do you think you are that I should be afraid of you? Seriously, this is driving me crazy." Lin Mo declared that if it refused, so be it. He liked the fan on anyway, but the progress on the room break stayed at 88%, unchanged. It seemed like he had to find another way. In the end, the demon had been subdued, and it made the terms to sign the contract, so Lin Mo would have to turn off the fan for it. "What a joke of a demon," Lin Mo said to it. "I've turned off the fan, so can we sign the contract now? If not, I'll turn it back on." It gave the excuse. "The wind was too strong earlier, my eyes are dry, and requested Lin Mo to give it some eye drops. After that, I'll sign with you. The young man tossed a bottle of drops to the demon, thinking that was the end of it, but he had actually swapped it with glue. Lin Mo was indeed a true demon. The demon was so pleased, thanking him, but in its heart it thought, "Wait until I recover my strength, then you'll be sorry." After using the eye drops, it screamed in horror, so loudly that even the neighbors could hear. "Oh my God, I can't open my eyes anymore." Lin Mo, still pretending, asked, "You can't open your eyes?" The 2 bottles of eye drops had expired, and despite being a demon, it had been tricked by a kid. Indeed, how foolish. At this point, all it knows is to curse. "You bastard, damn it, I curse you." System notification. Lin Mo has received 50 break the room points, can force the contract signing, and has successfully signed Shui Tongui. Young lady, would you be willing to love only Lin Mo, your master, in this life and the next? It absolutely refused because this demon was male, not female, so it was understandable that it refused. Once forced, there's no right to choose, right? System notification. The female ghost has agreed to sign the contract. At this point, it could only cry its heart out, but finally, the contract was successfully signed and the fusion process began, which was completed smoothly. Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror, feeling that his eyes resembled Kakashi's, looking pretty cool and all. Is this what it's like to sign a contract with a demon? When summoned, demons can directly fight, and the remnants of the demon will merge with the body, increasing attributes that prevent solo combat. Even after merging, the demon was still furious, only knowing to curse Lin Mo as a kiddo in frustration. Lin Mo was very amused. "Ha! From now on, you belong to me. Let's see what your attributes are." The information of the bone was roughly as follows. Shui Tongui, mid-level weeping demon, demon power at 100. The next level up requirement is 3% loyalty, and with 0 loyalty, control will be lost, and the contract holder will face backlash. Its skills have not been activated. Lin Mo had a puzzled look. "Your loyalty is a bit low, huh?" The demon responded, "Of course, I won't be loyal to you. You forced me to sign the contract. Release my freedom, now." Notification system. Shui Tonggui's loyalty has decreased by 2%, now remaining at 1,200 cannon points can be exchanged for a demon skill. Do you want to exchange it? Lin Mo also wanted to see if activating a skill could increase the loyalty slightly. In no time, the skill was successfully exchanged, and he received the skill Blood Prison Illusion Realm Consensus. This meant that when the opponent looked into the Blood Eye, it could cause them to fall into the Blood Hell. The dog-like action was restricted, and the opponent would continuously lose health. The spiritual aura consumed 50, with a 60-second cooldown. Note that the restriction effect applies to humans and demons of equal or lower rank within 30 seconds. For higher-ranked humans or demons, the effect lasts only 10 seconds. "Well, I actually managed to activate that demon's skill," he said excitedly. "Kiddo's not bad. I guess I was just overthinking it." This feeling was amazing. Shui Tonggui's loyalty had increased to 9%, making the total 10%. Lin Mo continued his search, discovering yet another trick. Surprisingly, after merging with Shui Tonggui, his vision had expanded as well. This time, it seemed like he had struck it rich. The group of classmates in another area was still in a state of confusion, with only Kid Li daring to step up and kick the demon in the face twice, exhibiting that persistent nature. "This is really damn annoying. Why do these demons keep following me? There are so many of them, we can't handle it. We might as well use a teleportation talisman before they eat us." Such a bunch of weak-willed kids. The guy with glasses had come up with a plan. "Let's lead these demons to the second floor and have them deal with Lin Mo. That way we can escape. Really nasty. What a mean-spirited idea." The remaining young man expressed disagreement. "That doesn't sound like a great idea. It's almost like we're acting as intermediaries to kill someone." The man with glasses remained incredibly optimistic. "So what? He's already got a teleportation talisman, he won't die. If he can act as a shield for us, then he's contributed something. Lin Mo, while leisurely stepping outside, saw them running frantically towards him. Lin Mo asked Han, "Are you being chased?" The man with glasses chuckled foolishly. "Lin Mo, just accept your death. Make sure to use the teleportation talisman." What on earth were they up to? Behind them were a lot of demons. Lin Mo finally understood the situation. It turned out they wanted him to be a human shield, and it was also a chance for him to test out his new skill. Kid Li was extremely confused. Why isn't he running? Is he planning to charge straight into those demons? Did they scare him so much that he's gone dumb? The demons continued to charge. Lin Mo used the Devil's Eyes Agree on the missing goal, and in no time they were bound by blinding light, collapsing to the ground. The skill worked perfectly. They couldn't move at all. With only 25 seconds left, Lin Mo had enough time to take care of the remaining ones. Kid was in shock, his one eye now red, clearly having made a pact with that brutal demon. Not only that, but he had also obtained that incredible skill. It was infuriating. They had clearly discovered it in front of that demon, the middle-tier weeping demon, and it was incredibly powerful. Based on what could he possibly have tamed it? Everything was finished, and finally the system announced, "Congratulations, the host has received 40 Break the Room points." But where did those points come from? It turned out that it was thanks to those unruly people who brought these demons here. Otherwise, it would have been exhausting for him to hunt these demons on his own. 5 primary-level weeping demon pearls, but if he found out that his classmates had indirectly sabotaged him, Lin Mo would make sure to never forgive them. At this point, Lin Mo casually enjoyed the demon pearls. Truly, they were delicious. The demons were now running in all directions when they saw Lin Mo. It was impossible to tell who was human and who was a demon anymore. Lin Mo confidently asked Devil's Eye, "Did my 5 deadly forces just now look good? Since when did this weeping demon seem so approachable?" Without thinking, it innocently replied, "That's because my skills are strong. If it were those useless leftover demons, you wouldn't be able to handle them." Lin Mo thought to himself, even if the demon's oath was strong, it still needed a good master. Ordinary people wouldn't dare rush in to slash at 5 demons at once. By that time, no matter how powerful the weeping demon's skills were, it would be useless. They might even end up becoming best friends instead of enemies. Right now, it was just like cats and dogs. Seeing the young man so full of himself, it was truly exasperating. But looking at the scattered human bones, it did look quite pleasing to the eye. A quick glance revealed that one of the skeletons was holding a piece of golden jewelry. Wasn't this just too much of a steal? Anyway, they're all dead now, and this money should be better off with QT. It wouldn't be such a waste. Looking up, he could see the hospital's finance office, which probably wasn't lacking in funds. Well, after all, who in this world doesn't love money? Lin Mo had just been coughing and grabbing things when he entered the finance office. As soon as he stepped in, he spotted a safe, thinking he had struck a big find. But who would have guessed, when he opened it, it was completely empty. Likely the security company had cleaned it out. The teacher who was watching them take the exam from outside thought to herself, "This brat doesn't know if he's here to take an exam or rob some money." She'd been a proctor many times, but this was the first time she'd witnessed such a scene. The system notification indicated there was a high-level demon in the operating room ahead. Lin Mo, still stunned with a bag of gold in his hand, opened the door to the operating room and saw a girl with a full figure, looking quite beautiful, her long hair flowing gracefully, sitting calmly on the morgue bed. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Oh my God! Lin Mo couldn't help but notice her chest, which was at least properly supported. The weeping demon seemed equally intrigued, feeling that Lin Mo's analysis was pretty spot on. But of course, the demon had the face of an angel, but her body was all demon through and through. It really was a kindred spirit. Not long after, the loyalty of the demon's blood eye increased by 5%, making the total 15 tit. And just like that, her loyalty went up. This demon was indeed a real pervert. At first glance, it seems harmless, but is it really that terrifying? The weeping demon explained. Of course it is. Do you see what she's holding in her hands? There are inscriptions all over it. If I'm not mistaken, she's using sound frequencies to kill people. If a bit of fear creeps in, the young man might drag it into the front lines, and if she gets trapped in the forbidden spell, it would be okay. But the problem is, she's blind to the cursed vow of the dead, so there's no place for martial arts this time. The demon with the big chest is actually a high-level weeping demon. Are we just going to give up like this? I guess we'll have to find a way to make her break the room, but what else can we do? He was having a real headache, thinking about it. Just as he found a leftover doctor's coat, Lin Mo decided to wear it. But the weeping demon warned him, "Don't do something foolish with your current strength. You'll definitely die." But for Lin Mo, the bigger the risk, the greater the reward. If he played it safe, he'd starve to death. A female demon with such a big chest? Surely he couldn't stay indifferent. As soon as he opened the door, she screamed, "Who is in here?" She started strumming each string of the sound waves, creating a truly excruciating noise. Lin Mo quickly greeted her. "Wait, I'm a doctor here to perform surgery on you." Only then did she stop. She was taken aback and asked, "You're really here to treat me?" Lin Mo moved closer, intending to have her sniff his body. "I'm really a doctor. If you don't believe me, you can check it out." It seemed like she was the patient who had been stuck here in the past, and now she'd turned into an evil spirit. She eagerly asked, "Doctor, where are you all going?" "I've been waiting here for a long time. Now we can perform the surgery, right?" Lin Mo remained calm, his expression completely genuine. He told her that she could lie down on the operating table and that it was time for the anesthesia. "Get ready," she simply complied. She lay there obediently, as if truly subdued. Standing before such massive breasts, the young man found himself uncertain of what he was doing. His attention was entirely focused on those two large fruits. It seemed she didn't realize that she was already dead. Was what he was doing too despicable? But in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo reminded himself not to hesitate. This wasn't the time for doubts. If he hesitated now, it would be him who would die. The young man immediately jabbed the needle into her. She even asked if it hurt, but there was no feeling left in her nerves. He felt a sense of relief. "All right, it's still not the right vein. Let me adjust it one more time." He stabbed the needle into her arm again. "Where's your vein? I can't find it anywhere. Your skin is really beautiful, though. I might need to try again." But why wasn't it going in? He had tried multiple times, but still couldn't find it. Was there even any vein left in her arm? He felt as if he was being set up. She was incredibly angry. "You're a demon! Suppress poison to guard the spirit!" The system notified him. "Congratulations, host. You have received 40 points for breaking the room. The demon's reverse curse room is now at 50%, but you need to add 49% more." Well, he had no choice but to continue acting, or he would be punished. Lin Mo scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me try again." Once more, he skillfully took hold of the syringe, administering a precise and decisive injection into her body. His hands, though seemingly casual, subtly clasped together with delicate precision, and he didn't reveal a single flaw in his actions. Outside, some students happened to glance in and were taken aback by what they saw. Is he performing surgery on a demon? Looks like it. He's really bold. Doesn't he have any fear? Didn't the teacher say that the biggest taboo when dealing with demons is fear? If you stand firm in front of them, not only can you increase your chances of survival, but you might even have the opportunity to make a pact for their power. Is it true he's at the bottom of the class? With him sitting there so composed, who would have thought that this guy used to be the lowest ranked in the class? The other male student urged her, "Let's go. Let's follow him and see if we can sign a pact with some demon too." The teacher on duty outside was observing every move Lin Mo made. His calm demeanor, combined with his skills and experience, made him stand out compared to the other students. If Lin Mo made even the smallest mistake now, he'd be in serious trouble. Lin Mo abandoned the syringe again, letting it slip from her grasp. The busty female demon urged him to go ahead and perform the surgery, clearly anxious. Well, I might as well ask her what she wants, gender reassignment or breast augmentation. Though honestly, what does she need a breast job for? The busty female ghost became furious upon hearing that. She frowned and replied, I don't need breast augmentation. I have a lump that needs to be removed. If it's not removed, I'll always feel tired. The young man once again picked up the drill. A beauty like you? What a pity. How much do you want to remove? Without hesitation, she immediately answered, I want to remove half. Lin Mo calmly asked, So, do you want to remove the left side or the right side? Life doesn't give a damn about people, and people don't show respect. He really is trying to piss off the female ghost, she thought. It seemed like she was approaching her breaking point, and she screamed, Are you crazy? Who does surgery and asks which side to cut? Cut whichever side you like. You can cut both sides if you want. System notification. Congratulations, host has received 40 break the room points. Break the room level has reached 60%. Indeed, this method was effective. He continued to provoke her. All right then, do you want to cut the top or the bottom? In the front or the back? I think cutting the front isn't such a good idea. The more he spoke, the angrier the female ghost became. Just then, she received another 40. Break the room points, and the break the room level reached 70%. There was no time to waste now. He had to keep provoking her. Lin Mo kept asking increasingly ridiculous questions. Do you want stitches or to leave the scar? Do you want it to hurt or not? Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't injected anesthesia yet. It's definitely going to hurt. System notification. Congratulations. Host has received 40 break the room points. The young man continued pushing the female ghost to her limits. If you want to remove half, what's the point of leaving the other half? Should I just cut everything off? The hospital. We are currently conducting an activity where you two are making membership cards, and I'll give you a discount. It has reached its limit now, and she immediately got up, demanding that the young man shut his mouth. Do you want to die or what? The entire room was now filled with tension, and the break the room with the huge chest had reached 99%. The contract could be forcibly signed now, and the time was right. Sister, don't get agitated. We haven't finished talking yet. She actually didn't need it anymore, wanting to end Lin Mo's life with a single strike. The young man calmly replied, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, sister. I'm requesting a system contract with the huge-chested sister. She agreed that she would love only Lin Mo for life, without disrespecting each other, loving each other, whether rich or poor, in sickness or in health, no matter the hardships. She was willing to stay by his side forever without ever leaving. The female ghost's anger surged 1,000 times after hearing that. You're quite something. The huge-chested ghost agreed to register the contract, and the contract was successfully signed. Everything was done, but she still didn't understand what the hell was going on. In reality, she hadn't agreed to anything yet. And just like that, her soul merged into Lin Mo's body. What was this? The remnants of the ghost would merge into this seal. Was this a different way of merging compared to the ghost signing a contract with the weeping demon? It would form a seal on the master's body. When Trio Huan only needed to slightly wave his hand, it was done. Now he had already signed a pact with 2 demons, and there was still 1 more slot to fill. As for the weeping demon, the large-breasted woman next to her was extremely excited, no longer feeling lonely and isolated. She was furious. You deceptive jerk, let me go now. But it's too late now. Sister, you can just stay inside me. There's no need to go anywhere. And don't worry about your big breasts. I'll help you, sister. She was left with no choice but to swear angrily. This kid has no shame at all. She was furious, but the weeping demon was becoming more and more excited. It was actually quite thrilled. Lin Mo chose the attribute on the system interface. All the information about the large-breasted demon immediately appeared. Her rank was high-level weeping demon, demonic power 200, limit 400, loyalty 20%. The skill was not activated yet, and her loyalty was 20%. Sending her out of the hospital also helped Lin Mo gain some favor. He had just earned 300 points for the Junior Weeping Demon, Intermediate Weeping Demon, and High-Level Weeping Demon. Activating a skill required 200 points, and the system displayed a series of notifications, meaning that the large-breasted demon could only activate one skill. Since that was the case, it would be better to activate the skill of the large-breasted demon first. After successfully exchanging one of her skills, he received the Ascend to the Mortal World skill, Sound-Seeking Life. The female demon activated the Mortal Sound-Seeking Life skill at level 1, using her music to disrupt the opponent's mental state, and moreover, causing a group dizziness effect when the opponent's HP dropped to 5%. This could directly annihilate their spiritual aura. The skill consumed 50 energy points, with a cooldown time of 180 seconds. Note that the dizziness effect lasts for 40 seconds for those of equal or lower rank, and 20 seconds for those of a higher rank. Lin Mo could only exclaim, "Isn't this just an amazing skill?" While the Blood Prison Illusion realm could control the opponent's actions, the opponent still retained consciousness and could even use their will to control the contract system. However, the skill of the large-breasted demon was different. It not only restricted the opponent's actions, but also disrupted their mental state, comparable to controlling their actions, and added the effect of execution. One could say it was a divine skill. Now, with a controlling skill in hand, all that was left was the skill to destroy. The key issue now was deciding what to do next, finding an assassin or someone with a bit of muscle to sign a contract. Just then, the school's notification bell rang. "All students, please take note, there is only 1 hour left until midnight. The dormitory conditions and food supply will be determined based on the number of contracts signed, with at least one contract being required. Students may then enter the school's ICU room." That's really cruel, Lin Mo thought. Getting just one contract allows you to enter the regular sick room, but if you don't sign any, you won't even have a place to stay. The sick room is on the 5th floor, but it's important to note that the dormitory rights may change at night. Ghosts might wander outside, and it will be extremely dangerous for students who don't have dormitory accommodation, as they will continuously scream. Now, with only half an hour left, the sick room will open. Everyone, pay attention. Anyway, the contract has already been signed. Though still upset, the large-chested ghost and the weeping demon had to follow Lin Mo like shadows. The students outside seemed unable to sign contracts with any demons, merely standing outside peering in, marveling at how clean the beds in the ICU were and how neatly the furniture was arranged. "They're saying that, but I've seen normal sick rooms. Inside, it's nothing but blood," said the one with purple hair. This purple-haired person had signed a contract with a demon, so they were relegated to a regular sick room. But having a room at all was already quite good. Outside, there were those long-haired guys who hadn't even been able to sign with a demon. Now, all they could do was cry. Compared to them, this person was in a much better situation. That guy wearing glasses, I wonder if he can actually do anything. Seems like all he's good for is his dirty neck. "Lin Mo, we've signed a contract with a demon now, and not just any demon. This one's a complete and fully formed demon. Now there's no way you can mess with us. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge on you." Lin Mo's face clearly showed that once he was useless, he had nothing left to say. With his short legs, it would take him forever to catch up. The guy wearing glasses seemed quite angry, telling Lin Mo to stop bragging. "If it weren't for you signing a contract with that damn demon last time, you'd be dead outside tonight." The one with purple hair was equally frustrated. "It's so disgusting. Just thinking about having to share a room with him tonight makes me want to puke." But Lin Mo wasn't sharing a room with any of them. The students outside didn't even have a place to stay. When he heard that, Lin Mo raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to give up the hospital room? Can I buy it from you?" The young man answered nonchalantly, "No, I'm in the ICU." The one with purple hair was very distressed. He couldn't believe it. The system's contract limit was only 0.5, at most allowing a contract with a weakened demon. But the requirement for the ICU was 1 or more demons, and the first condition wasn't even met. Stop lying already. The young man didn't care about the opinions of those who only knew how to criticize others. In general, you have to wait for time to answer. Then you'll know who's superior, who's inferior. By then, you'll be too ashamed and regret it too late. Now, move out of the way and let me pass. Don't block my path. As expected, they were all very curious. How would their astonished gazes look when they saw Lin Mo? As soon as he touched the ICU room door, it announced that he met the conditions. Just as expected, they were all taken aback. How is this possible? Isn't his limit only 0.5? The system notification congratulated the host for receiving 150 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo immediately yelled out, "The school system can't be more wrong than this. The limit is something you're born with, and it can't increase later. He must have cheated, pulled it out for me. I'm going to report it to the teacher." As soon as he entered the room, a lavish meal was laid out. "Is there hot pot too? Oh, it must be that the safety department renovated this place. It's really great. There's meat, duck blood, beef offal. This is amazing. Are we here for an exam or a vacation?" After tasting a piece, Lin Mo exclaimed, "It's so delicious. The flavor is excellent. It tastes even better than outside. You guys should hurry and try some." Although their attitude towards him wasn't great, the young man remained unbothered. But just as he was about to finish thinking, he turned and casually mocked them. "Ah, I forgot. You guys don't have permission to enter the room. Too bad." And so he leisurely sat there, picking up fresh, sweet beef slices right in front of them, even singing, "It's just me and this lonely hot pot." By now, he was definitely driving the jealous crowd crazy. They looked like they wanted to tear him apart. The system notification congratulated the host for receiving 100 points for breaking the room. "Good heavens, even I'm craving this hot pot now, ladies." The table was stocked with everything from soft drinks to the stuff under the table, plus some extra sausages and beef just in case he ate it all. Seeing the young man eat so contentedly, the kid with purple hair seemed to have had enough. "If you're making conditions for a trade, then I'll offer you 10,000. "We're switching rooms, but it's not as simple as that," Lin Mo replied indifferently. "Well, I've eaten already. Are you going to make me throw it up?" Everyone eventually lowers their ego when they can't stand the suffering any longer. The kid's face was tense, but his mouth was still making demands. "If you've already eaten, leave the room for me. Think carefully. My father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Safety. Making an enemy of me won't do you any good." The bespectacled boy seized the opportunity to yell, "Lin Mo, don't bully people too much. If you dare offend Miss Sun, you're dead." Lin Mo once again showed his indifference to everything. Lin Mo was infuriating them to no end. "Why don't you all slap yourselves once? Maybe then I'll reconsider." The bespectacled guy immediately jumped up in shock. Confused, he asked, "What did you say?" The purple-haired kid turned to him and said, "Luti, bear with it a little. Once we're outside, I'll make it up to you. Even though it's a bit unfair, gaining Miss Sun's trust will be worth it." He thought that way, and so someone waited to get hit. The kid showed no mercy and decisively landed a solid punch. Just hearing it was enough to make one want to cry. The system notification chimed, "Congratulations to the host for earning 20 Break the Room points. Here is the translation. By the way, this is a good opportunity to teach all those who are still provoking." Lin Mo acted as if his hearing was poor and hadn't heard the request. The kid had to slap him again. Since there was a place to stay, she didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Now, the one suffering was the guy with glasses who kept getting slapped non-stop. Lin Mo then continued to gain 30 more points for breaking the room. It was just in time as he slapped the guy on the side of the face. The kid with purple hair asked a confirming question. "Are you satisfied now? Get out of here. Hurry up." Lin Mo certainly knew how to tease others. He calmly responded, "Sorry, I can't." He was breaking his promise, but he hadn't really deceived anyone. He had already said earlier that if the kid slapped the guy with glasses, he would reconsider, but not that he would definitely change the room. Now that he'd thought about it, he simply didn't agree. It was so frustrating. Frustrating to the point of a nosebleed, the kid could only stand outside and fume with anger. "All right, you bastard, you'll regret this later." The guy with glasses even turned back to threaten, "Go ahead, enjoy yourself now. You've made an enemy of me, you're tired of living." Whether he was tired of living or not, it didn't matter, because he had just earned another 100 points for breaking the room. Now he could sit there calmly, eating his meal while enjoying their frustration, and it made him even happier. This time he had tricked Sun Lei again. Lin Mo felt like he had hit the jackpot. The clock showed 11:15, and the candle was almost down to its last bit, barely still burning. Outside the room, 2 students were feeling extremely confused and terrified. The girl kept crying non-stop. "Hao-kun, don't go! Are you really heartless enough to let a girl like me sleep outside? There are so many malevolent spirits out there tonight. What should I do? Give me your permission to sleep inside, can you?" He calmed her down. "Don't worry, I've made a pact with the weeping demon warrior. If you're attacked, just call me, and I'll definitely come to your rescue." She really did seem pitiful, but she still couldn't stop crying. "Do you love me or not? You promised to protect me for life. Are you going to break that promise now?" And so they emotionally embraced each other right there. Is this some kind of spa getaway or a romantic date now? The girl sobbed as she said, "You've made a pact with a demon, so your warrior abilities will be stronger. If you sleep outside, your chances of surviving are higher, and if a demon attacks, I'll kneel and beg the Sun Lei group for help. I won't let you get hurt." Lin Mo, who was watching all this unfold, thought to himself that the kid was truly an idiot. He switched places joyfully, even scheduling to meet again tomorrow. After a long, exhausting day, it was time to rest. Lin Mo fell into a deep sleep, drooling all over the place. He was out cold, not caring about anything at all. The 5 students standing outside were still seething with anger. Lin Mo must have cheated to get into the ICU, and the worst part is, he refuses to switch with us. I think he's trying to embarrass us, making it so we can't even lift our heads. The kid with purple hair grew more and more furious when seeing the guy with glasses acting so provocatively. "Wait until I get outside, then I'll show you how to deal with you." There was still blood on the floor. How could anyone sleep in this place? This hospital room was really disgusting. Anyone who could sleep here deserved some respect. The guy with glasses tried to act chivalrous, intending to win her over. He smiled, took off his outer jacket, and pulled it up, planning to cover the kid. "This will be cleaner." He had just been slapped and was still infatuated. Trying to win her over was honestly pathetic. The kid with purple hair was smug, looking down on him as if he were a clueless person. This infatuated guy was willing to sleep in the hallway for her, even telling her to hold on a little longer, that she'd be free by morning. Just then, a sound came from afar, an enormous, human-eating demon. As soon as it saw him, it was ecstatic. It was a malevolent spirit, an extremely powerful one. Was it a weeping demon at the level of Long Ling? There was no way out now. To survive, the only option was to charge forward and fight it. The guy used all his strength to summon the ruined mansion of the demon. As soon as the ruined mansion of the demon appeared, it scolded him. "At this hour of the night, are you planning to let no one sleep? Do you think you can fight against a Long Ling-level demon? Defeating him is impossible. You're just throwing your life away. If you don't risk it now, it's certain death." The students in the hospital room were in shock as they witnessed this scene. Even though they were watching their lover fight the demon one-on-one, she stayed safely under the covers in bed, hiding. Dying for a girl was truly the most numbing death one could face in life. Terrified, she didn't even acknowledge the guy as someone she knew, let alone her boyfriend. Just then, Lin Mo arrived. Compared to their state of panic, he felt incredibly excited and eager to see if the electrode demon was worthy of forming a pact with him. Each step it took seemed capable of crushing everything around it. The demon that the boy had tamed was easily defeated under its feet. This malevolent spirit demon felt that the demon flesh was unappetizing, still not achieving its goal and being constantly obstructed, making it angrier by the moment. In no time, it swung its blade and decapitated the ruined mansion of the demon. Lin Mo found its current state incredibly interesting. It seemed that this demon was quite powerful. Not only that, but its tough skin was undoubtedly solid. If he could tame it, it would be extremely advantageous. He began to think, now he had Shui Tongui and the large-chested demon who could either charm or lure it. If he could form a pact with this demon, it would be absolutely perfect. But there was still one demon left unseen in the darkness, and now was not the best time to act. As long as there was still time, there was still hope. It simply left to search for human flesh. Just then, it advanced toward the boy, smelling the strong scent of human flesh. At this point, the boy could only shout out desperately, "Xiao Qian, help me, please pray, they'll save me." The students were even more frantic than she was. But this cowardly woman was truly useless. Lin Mo now witnessed what so-called love looked like at its most pitiful. He kept screaming in desperation, "Is anyone there? Help me!" It decisively swung its blade straight at Kim, and in an instant, blood splattered from his mouth. The male student was nearly out of energy, only able to sit there helplessly. The creature calmly advanced, severing one of his arms. The demon devoured the arm greedily, starting from the hand and moving up to the wrist. If no one intervened in time, it might slowly consume him piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, it had devoured the handsome, fair-skinned male student alive, all because of that girl. Having lost an arm, the male student finally faced the unbearable sensation of impending death. "I'd rather fail the exam than die here." But he didn't give up. He expressed his unyielding will and took out the magic talisman, but he was stuck. His lost arm made it impossible to tear it apart. The demon, having finished eating his arm, raised its drill to finish him off once again. Luckily for the student, with a quick move, he avoided the demon's deadly blow. Lin Mo stood inside, witnessing the scene. He thought the student was not only foolish, but utterly clueless. "Don't you know how to tear it with your mouth?" And just like that, the student used his mouth to tear it, not forgetting to thank Lin Mo. Thus, Hao Kun was out of this test. The demon was completely bewildered. "Where's my meat? Give me my meat back!" Just then, Lin Mo gained an additional 40 points for breaking the room. Standing inside, Lin Mo taunted the demon, enjoying watching it go insane. It charged forward, but in reality, it couldn't get inside. Its strength couldn't harm that door. Lin Mo came up with an idea. He smeared a bit of food on his hand and shouted, "Hey, Electro Demon, would you like to try this?" It sniffed a little, then dove eagerly into the door with an intense craving. The young man once again played a trick to provoke the demon. "Too bad, it can't eat this." The demon grew increasingly enraged, relentlessly striking the door in frustration. And so, Lin Mo succeeded, continuously earning 60 points for breaking the room. The more the demon raged, the more entertained Lin Mo became. "Keep going. Is it over already?" After striking for a while, the demon finally grew tired, panting heavily but unable to get its meal. It turned and left. Lin Mo stood dazed, asking, "Why did it leave? How am I supposed to get points if you leave?" He had no choice but to unlock the door. "You dumb demon, I'm out now. Want to eat me?" Hearing movement from behind, the demon immediately turned. The students inside were eagerly watching. What was Lin Mo planning? He was done for. The demon continued to scream in hunger. Spotting a tasty morsel, it grinned with an almost maddening expression and charged forward. This was exactly what Lin Mo needed at the moment. He carefully stepped back, then proceeded straight inside. The demon was left in a fit of rage, unable to do anything. Once again, the young man earned 50 more points for breaking the room, once again provoking it to the brink. Essentially, the more enraged the demon became, the higher the reward Lin Mo received. This person just ran out like that and provoked it, truly dying because of food. Once again, it fell into the trap. It rushed in, and the young man just walked right in. Inside, people were constantly coming and going, yet it still got caught in the trap. This demon really must be stupid. Over and over again, it laughed with immense satisfaction in front of its friends. Could it be that this person is actually someone who isn't afraid of demons at all? Or maybe he's just a complete lunatic. He's messing with this demon, and he's going to regret it later. By morning, when the protective barrier faded, he was out of options. No sooner had he spoken than shocking news arrived. He wasn't just not afraid, he was even chasing after the electrode demon. What the hell is going on? Demon Heart is scared of a human? Doesn't even want to eat anymore, or what? Lin-Mo ran desperately after it, shouting, "Stop! Where do you think you're running off to? The heavens are watching, you're dead with me." Is this situation tragic or just plain funny? I truly have no words for it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation that completely goes against all logic. Lin-Mo broke the room, and the electrode demon had reached 80%. There was no way it could escape now. At this point, he even dared to stand right in front of it and extend his arm as an invitation. "Here," the young man provoked it with all his might. "I invite you. My meat is fresh out of the oven. Come on, eat me." The demon, clearly fed up, decided to go all in and face him one-on-one. Exactly at this moment, Lin-Mo used the Blood Prison Hound's consent technique, and it didn't take long before the demon stopped in its tracks. Its every movement seemed to be hypnotized by him, as he continuously urged it to eat, claiming it was delicious. "My hands have just the right amount of fat. You won't get fat from eating them. Go ahead, eat up." He was still patting things around, letting his breath spread around his face. The electrode demon break the room had reached 90%, with only 9% remaining. The Blood Prison Hound scene, which lasted 10 seconds for high-level demons, now only had 3 seconds left. The moment it expired would be the moment it went into a rage. "Just charge at it. Looks like you don't want to eat, so fine." At this point, it wanted to kill Lin-Mo, tease him, anyone who touched it was done for. But basically, the break the room had reached 99%, meaning he could force the contract signing. At this point, anyone who met Lin-Mo would be extremely unlucky. Whatever demon it is, this is no longer a problem for the young man. Confidently, he signed a contract with the demon for the 3rd time. As usual, the system prompted him. "Planning to Extreme Demon Master? May I ask if you wish to become the 3rd demon of Lin-Mo Master?" Extreme Demon Master has agreed, starting contract signing. A look of mild confusion appeared on its face. Before it even understood what was happening, the contract was successfully signed. "Surprised, old lady. That's the power of coercion." Before it could finish speaking, everything was done. The young man had successfully bound the 3rd demon. The teacher outside, witnessing the scene, was equally stunned. Clearly, the electrode demon was in a violent state just now, and 1 second later, the contract was signed. This coercive contract method is something even the old man at the Safety Bureau couldn't do. This student, in the end, what method did he use? This kid is really interesting, huh? The school has announced that the electrode demon has been eliminated, and there is only one weeping demon of malevolent spirit rank left in the hospital. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, the classmates were the ones who were most shocked. In an instant, the electrode demon was eliminated. Is that guy even human? Even the kid wearing glasses, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, he exclaimed that it was impossible. Lin-Mo could only make a contract with a mid-level weeping demon. How could he be a match for the electrode demon? He really is terrifying. With an extremely calm and cool demeanor, Lin-Mo stepped into the notification system room. Congratulations to the host for earning 40 break the room points. The more they got angry, the more he profited. These two were really good classmates of his. They hadn't even provoked him, yet they were still constantly contributing break the room points. Bao Nu even denied the notification system's ranking of the demon he had just tamed as a primary malevolent spirit, with a demon energy of 560 and 440 left to upgrade its loyalty by 5%. This demon had relatively low loyalty, but the electrode demon looked completely insane, a type that wouldn't easily increase its loyalty. Moreover, it was a demon that craved raw meat. Lin-Mo immediately thought of an idea. Perhaps if he grilled a full feast of meat for it, its loyalty might increase dramatically. Just watch. According to the system, the Weeping Demon could only activate one skill. As for the Malevolent Spirit Demon, it could directly activate 2 skills. The Break the Room point of the young man also earned him quite a lot. This is the perfect time to activate the notification system and change a skill for the Electro Demon. Success, receive the passive skill. Blood-sucking. According to the information, level 1, each time receiving 1 point of ST, attack power increases by 2 points. The higher the ST, the greater the attack power. Spiritual aura consumption is 0 and cooldown time is 0 seconds. Lin Mo decided to unlock the second skill. Notification, successfully change the skill for Electro Demon, receive the skill Electric Frenzy Dance. Electric Frenzy Dance level 1 with the power of a madly spinning chainsaw causing damage in a certain area. Spiritual aura consumption is 100. Cooldown time is 200 seconds. Really surprising, 1 passive skill that increases attack power, 1 area attack skill. This is truly amazing. Now with a control team, there's an additional attacker. Compared to his peers, he could rank in the top 1%. He could really do this. Rank 1, Heavy Demon Master, Control Demon. Heavy Demon Master, Control Longling. Triple Heavy Demon Master, Control Evil Spirit. However, the only downside was that the demon level was the same as the contract level. Right now, Lin Mo could only control demons, and the polar demon of Malevolent Spirit would still be a bit dangerous. If he's not careful and loses control of the situation, the one getting hurt would be him. Therefore, everything now, before taking any action, must be thought through very carefully. Of course, if the loyalty were a bit higher, the Electro Demon would still be seen as someone who should increase their personal record. But right now, it's really hard to stay awake. The young man kept yawning continuously. At this point, nothing would be better than rewarding himself with a nap, gathering the energy to throw himself onto the bed as if he were floating to heaven. Although this place wasn't very romantic, the sky was already bright, and the scenery seemed stunning. The only problem was that this location wasn't ideal at all. Lin Mo remained calm. After a nap, he didn't forget to grab some bread for breakfast. He took the opportunity to tease those students, eating the bread with obvious enjoyment while they had nothing to eat. He even provocatively asked, "You guys aren't having breakfast? There's a pot of hot pot inside. Want to suck up some organs?" It was true that he wasn't good at anything except making people angry, and once again he earned 60 more points for breaking the room, while the students could only get more frustrated but couldn't do anything about it. Only the female student, without hesitation, immediately started slurping down the soup. Now everyone looked at her with an expression of complete confusion and contempt. She was already timid, yet acted as if she were infinitely innocent. She even asked her classmates, "What are you looking at her for?" It was truly irritating. She is truly someone who only knows how to exploit others, never knowing what it means to sacrifice anything. Do you see the bloodstains all over the ground? Don't you have anything to say about it? Not only do you refuse to take responsibility, but you also scream that I can't summon demons, and that even if I go outside, I won't be able to save him. It's only when things are like this that we can truly understand the core value of love. She even argued that, moreover, he voluntarily gave me control over the quarantine room. Don't meddle in things that aren't your business. Girls like her don't deserve any respect. Lin Mo immediately retorted, "But you yourself said you would ask others for help to save him. Yet yesterday, you didn't even say a word. If it weren't for Hao Kun giving you control of the quarantine room, it would have been you, not him, who would have lost the right to take the exam yesterday when the Electro Demon severed your arm." The kid got even angrier. Once again, he earned another 50 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo didn't forget to provoke her further. "You still dare to say such things? Truly more venomous than a snake. You'd better handle the next round on your own." The exam proctor reminded all the students to pay attention as the official A-level exam was about to begin. The grand challenge. Right now, There's still a savage spirit demon inside here, and 3 lesser weeping demons. The malevolent spirit will hunt down anyone who lasts until noon. Those who survive will pass the exam. The kid with the purple hair was utterly bewildered. The demon from yesterday was just a mid-tier malevolent spirit, and there's still another one left. We only make contracts with low-level weeping demons. Basically, we can't defeat it. The blonde boy looked terrified, his face turning pale. At this point, what's the use of fighting? The important thing is to save our own lives. We need to run. But where can we run to? They don't even know where Longling is. What if we run straight into its lair? Then it's game over. The girl, who had abandoned her boyfriend to protect herself, shouted in frustration, "So what do you suggest we do?" Who cares about her? Someone like her deserves to be eaten by a demon long ago. Even the girl with purple hair felt incredibly annoyed. What do you mean, we? This is your problem, not ours. We're not in the same boat. Seeing the confused expression on her face, she must have been seeing a ghost. Lin Mo had seen it. What is that? That's an invisible, malevolent spirit. It seemed none of the students could see it, only Lin Mo was able to. Could it be the blood eye? The demon was on the ceiling in a hidden state. So it's a demon that can turn invisible, and it's also the eye of the invincible brother. Blood eye? After watching, he felt a sense of immense satisfaction. So he had learned it and followed him after all. At this point, Lin Mo knew he couldn't let everyone remain in danger, so he spoke up. Do you want to know where the demon is? It's right behind you. The students seemed indifferent, even joking that Lin Mo wasn't funny. What do you think? Do you really think your joke will scare us? Everyone thought he was being ridiculous until a demonic hand shot out and pierced the body of the cowardly girl. She just kept on screaming, "Help me!" If she was someone who could think and sacrifice for others, maybe she would have been saved, but with her situation and her nature, she deserved what happened to her. I wonder if any of the classmates would dare to rush out and save her now. The invisible demon kept tightly wrapping around this female student, draining all the blood from her body. All her life force was sucked away. It truly was no ordinary demon. Oh my God, is there really a demon? How did she suddenly turn into that state? They actually couldn't see the invisibility of the demon. The only identifiable sign that there was a demon in the room was the abnormal change in the female student, her body suddenly shifting. But no matter how much they looked, they couldn't spot the demon anywhere. In an instant, the female student lost her head, her body split into 3 parts, and she was out of the exam for good. Lin Mo thought that if she weren't carrying such heavy karma and hadn't caused her boyfriend to lose an arm, she wouldn't have ended up dying so miserably. Even he felt sorry for her. The students, who had been so arrogantly claiming there was no such thing as demons, were now wide-eyed, staring in disbelief. Lin Mo had the blood eye, which allowed him to see invisible demons, and as long as he persisted until midnight, he would be able to spot it. There's no need to go to the extreme, just let those students handle it. I must focus on protecting myself first. The kid with purple hair suddenly sensed something unusual about Mo Qing's presence, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. It was definitely an invisible demon hiding itself, which is why they couldn't see it. Pretty clever, actually. The young man wearing glasses asked, "Then how did Lin Mo manage to detect it? To stay safe now, we have no choice but to follow Lin Mo." "Is that all? So you just know how to tag along?" They all ended up following Lin Mo. It could be that his right eye had the blood eye, allowing him to see things ordinary people couldn't. If we follow him, we won't go wrong. The guy with glasses was still frustrated. We discovered that Shui Tonggui first, but damn it, we got beaten to it. His anger caused Lin Mo to gain another 40. Break the room points. He was stunned because, clearly, he was just running and hadn't done anything, but his break the room points were still rising. Turning back, he realized that those students had followed him all the way here. The invisible demon was tailing them, and they, in turn, were chasing him. Wasn't that the same as the invisible demon following him? Running away didn't bring peace. They were really a nuisance. Now he had to figure out a way to shake them off. At this moment, the two ferocious ghosts Linmo had just recruited expressed their desire to deal with the damn demon. Linmo wondered, why does it want to do this? Do they have some kind of grudge against each other? It turned out that the ghost had stolen quite a bit of meat from the Longling demon, which made it extremely angry. Well, might as well activate it and let them deal with each other. If the loyalty of the Electro demon wasn't increased, it would eventually rebel. It seemed that only by helping it eliminate the invisible demon would it agree to listen. After all, it was a personal vendetta to avenge the meat that had been taken. Linmo suddenly stopped, causing the students to become confused. The young man wearing glasses quickly asked him, "Why aren't we running anymore? Did we lose the demon? But if we keep following this group, we'll just be running in circles. How are we supposed to hold up?" The blonde kid, now in full panic mode, asked, "So what should we do now?" "Basically, running is the only solution right now. Linmo, I'm already grateful enough that you're leading us and we can see the demon. I never expected we'd be running with you." The young man turned around and spoke decisively and coldly. "I don't want to run. I just need to kill the demon. That's all." Everyone felt that the young man must be seeking death. The invisible demon was a mid-tier Longling. Even the teachers couldn't deal with it. It's hard to deal with something you can't even see, let alone if that kid wearing glasses keeps telling his friends to just run away. If he dies, no one will compete with the kid with purple hair anymore. They really underestimated Linmo's abilities. The young man approached the invisible demon with a calm and confident demeanor, not a hint of fear, ready to face it head-on. All the actions of the students who chose to participate in this exam were recorded by the proctoring teachers. All the teachers at the school could monitor each student's every move through large screens. Each teacher was assigned to supervise one side, and when they saw too many out marks on the screen, they began to feel uneasy about the students. Some were strangled to death, others coughed up blood, some could only cry and scream for help. All the remaining survivors now had no hope left. The teacher sighed with resignation. They're really done for. The 7 students in the Death Realm didn't pass the exam, and in addition, 4 students with serious injuries had to leave the competition. 3 students had lost their lives. On the other side, another teacher's group was in a similar state of ruin. 8 students from the far-off spirit realm seemed to have been so frightened that they scattered in all directions. One of the students had to be hospitalized in a psychiatric ward. If this continues, our province won't even have a single demon master left. All the teachers were in a state of confusion. Only that one teacher remained calmly seated, observing them, and asked, "How's the men doing on your side?" Just to add, this teacher was the most beautiful one, already a mother yet still so cold and aloof, exactly my type, guys. You could tell from the way she responded that she had a certain aura and presence. On my side, there were still 4 students left. The other teachers were incredibly surprised. There are still 4 of them? Well, that's something. But then the teacher sighed. Originally, they had a good chance of passing this exam smoothly, but now he has chosen to directly oppose Longling in a massive showdown, which is a test of how well regular high school students can escape. They're basically no match for a malevolent spirit. The person the teachers were talking about was none other than Linmo, our Linmo. Every one of his actions was closely watched by the teachers. However, even though he had made a pact with a demon, he hadn't had much time to fully develop his abilities. He was still definitely weak. This was the classic case of thinking he's all tough just because he's made a pact with a few weeping demons. But to have the courage of a high school student like that is rare. She noted that not many students who chose the A-tier demon realm had the guts to directly face Longling. Knowing that, the teacher still sighed like that. Isn't it just too regrettable? In the exam, Linmo was still facing off against the invisible demon, thinking he had caught it, but to his surprise, it ran away incredibly fast. It was impossible to catch up. Its speed was no joke. The students now didn't even dare to look, covering their faces with their hands. "Linmo's done for. Who told him to underestimate this demon?" Lin Mo summoned all the demons he had contracted with to fight against the invisible demon. Surprised yet? He summoned another contracted demon. Isn't that his limit? Isn't it only 0.5? The contract limit could still increase, and it was a fully developed demon. His limit had already reached 1.5, but even with 1.5, it was still lower than mine, that bespectacled kid. Thinking to himself, at this point, if anyone were to be accused of overestimating their own strength, it would definitely be him. The bespectacled kid chuckled inwardly. His contract limit was twice as much, but so what? In the end, they were still useless and couldn't do anything. Outside of capturing one mid-tier demon, what was there to be proud of? At this point, it was time to use his full power. Lin Mo activated the Electrode Demon and charged forward to battle it. Upon seeing the jagged blade, the invisible demon seemed to hesitate. Lin Mo commanded Electrode Demon to take action and finish off the invisible demon. In order to avenge the past grudge, after consuming too much of the malevolent spirit's flesh, it charged forward without hesitation. With its enormous form, a single strike would likely be enough to deal with it. Panicked screams echoed throughout the space. Just hearing them, it was clear this battle was intense and brutal. A demon with the strength of the malevolent spirit fighting against another demon of comparable power, no one knew who would emerge victorious. To avenge that grudge, it seemed that Electrode Demon was growing increasingly stronger, almost 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than before. Each swing of the chainsaw sliced through the invisible demon, severing its body into hundreds of pieces. How dare you steal my meat? System notification. Host, be aware that the invisible demon's health is at 5%. You must immediately use Mortal Sound-Seeking Fate, Slaughter by Severance. Lin Mo was thoroughly pleased, as the large-breasted female demon continued to strike the smallest, sharpest notes on her instrument to ensure the demon's demise. It was incredibly effective. In no time, the invisible demon was destroyed. From this moment on, Electrode Demon's loyalty increased by 25%. Its loyalty rose incredibly fast, and all it took was avenging its grudge to trigger such an increase. Electrode Demon was indeed a simpleton. Whether driven by hatred or affection, it expressed everything through its appetite. Based on this, Lin Mo began to devise a better way to tame it, using meat as a means to control its fate. Just buy it some more meat, that's enough. It'll be satisfied and its loyalty will increase. After the battle, Lin Mo successfully won and obtained an intermediate demon pearl, which could be sold for several thousand in the black market. It was indeed a valuable item. With everything settled, he also absorbed all the demons into his body. The students who witnessed this scene were filled with one surprise after another. It wasn't over yet. Not only had he defeated the invisible demon, but he had also formed a contract with the Electrode Demon. Two fully developed demons, along with his own innate demon, far surpassed all the students present. How could this be? They were all incredibly shocked by this. But it didn't end there. In such a short period of time, he had managed to activate his innate demon skill with a comprehension level that was superior to theirs. They thought a lot about it. If this continued, the top spot would surely slip out of reach for the kid. Things were very different now compared to before. In the past, Lin Mo was looked down upon to the point where he was sneered at. But now, he stood in glory, laughing loudly. No matter how frustrated the students were, they couldn't do anything about it. To maintain his top rank, the purple-haired kid reminded himself that he absolutely could not let Lin Mo continue to grow. Otherwise, he would become a major threat in the future. The teachers observing his calm demeanor were equally intrigued and taken aback. It didn't even take a day to sign a contract with the three demons. At this rate, he might even catch up to the high-ranking officials in the military district, right? Not only that, his skills had already been activated, and his proficiency in skill release was quite impressive. A male student who thought he would end up at the bottom of the class was now leaving everyone in awe and amazement. He's really so cool. They had originally thought Lin Mo was opposing that Long Ling, but who would have guessed that everything, even the way he presented himself, was all part of his calculation? There was nothing that seemed foolish or reckless in his actions. Among all the students this year, apart from the young lady from a prestigious family and the district chief's daughter who single-handedly defeated 2 Longlings, there was also Lin Mo. Truly a formidable opponent, and the teachers were all deeply concerned. At that moment, the minister arrived. He seemed just as excited about this situation. Was there really such a talented student? Although the man was older, he still carried himself with style and grace. "You really stand out." Judging by his expression, it was clear how satisfied he was. Handsome, charismatic, truly deserving of being the minister. He announced that once the exam was over, Miss Man would be in contact with this kid named Lin Mo. "We need to provide him with the best resources to nurture his potential." Naturally, the teachers immediately obeyed. The exam hadn't even finished yet, and things were already so relaxed. Once they dealt with that invisible, malevolent spirit demon, there wouldn't be any more obstacles left. Now was the time to unwind and relax, gazing at the sky, the clouds, the sea, and everything in between. Every demon in this world has its own unique story, a power waiting for us to unlock. If he made contracts with all of them, wouldn't Lin Mo essentially have an army of demons at his disposal? Just thinking about it got him incredibly excited about the possibility. Or, the peak in this world could be a scene where he alone stands at the top with 1,000,000 demons kneeling before him. It may seem like a dream, but now it was on the verge of becoming reality. Having the entire world in his grasp wasn't a bad idea at all. Just thinking about it made his energy surge, as if he had gained an entire day's worth of strength in an instant. The teacher watching this scene was also immensely delighted and excited. It seemed that a truly extraordinary individual had appeared. The exam had ended, and the results were in. Now, only 4 students remained in this world, and among them, Lin Mo was the one who had completed the task most successfully, making him the clear winner. In this exam, 6 participants chose level A, but Hao Kun and Mo Qing were the 2 who did not pass. Hao Kun was the student who had to rely on a protective talisman, while Mo Qing, whose name itself felt cursed, ended up falling victim to an invisible demon who killed him with a slash. Thus, this love story was doomed from the start. The blonde-haired male student sighed in relief for having survived. Although he didn't aspire to stand on top, the results showed that he was fortunate enough to have made a contract with a demon, though he hadn't killed any yet. In the end, he scored 60 points. As for Liu Ti, this young man with glasses, he was only good at being selfish. Apart from that, the result he achieved was signing a contract with a demon, not killing any demons, and scoring 70 points. Sun Lei Lei, the kid with purple hair, signed a contract with a demon, slaughtered 2 demons, and scored a total of 80 points. The final boss is always a surprise. Lin Mo had signed contracts with 2 weeping demons and 1 malevolent spirit, killing 1 weeping demon and 1 malevolent spirit. His score was 90 points. The classmates were extremely angry. They had laughed at him the day before, but today it was him laughing all the way to MVB. This exam belonged to Lin Mo, and his reward was a pearl. In total, as of now, Lin Mo had 5 elementary demonic tier pearls, 1 intermediate malevolent spirit pearl from Guizhou, and now an advanced demonic tier pearl. This was enough to raise his blood eye to the malevolent spirit level, activating his second skill. Truly impressive. His classmates were stunned when Lin Mo put the pearl into a bag that, at first glance, looked like a trash bag. Such a kid, so clueless. Did he just put the pearl in a trash bag? But what they didn't know was that the bag was filled entirely with gold. The exam proctor announced, "Congratulations, everyone, for passing the exam. You may now leave. You have finally overcome the challenges you needed to pass." The teacher's sweat continued to pour out, an overwhelming sense of worry taking over her heart, desperately wishing for the students to safely return. Just then, a notice came through that the students were coming back, but what followed was truly shocking, enough to bring tears to the teacher's eyes. How could this happen? The condition of the students is beyond tragic. Some are injured, others have lost an arm, Some have gone blind. They all need to be taken to the hospital immediately. Now that the students had returned, covered in blood, it was clear that they could not survive for another second, another minute. The teacher frantically called for help, panic overwhelming her as she rushed to call the doctors. There are students here losing blood. They need urgent medical care. Doctors, please assist all of these students in this world. I don't know if they are going to an exam or to their deaths. It's truly devastating. The teacher started to count. 20 students had made it through the trial, but 10 of them were seriously injured. Only Lin Mo was the one who survived, making it out of the demon realm at level A. This was the most unexpected outcome, something no one could have imagined. The teacher, still in panic, approached him and asked, after all, in her memory, this boy's abilities could not have been enough to survive the A-level demon realm and return safely. Lin Mo, are you all right? Why aren't you reacting? Could it be that the experience in there has affected your nerves? I'm fine now. It's all over, Lin Mo replied. The teacher, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Lin Mo tightly. Her chest pressed against his face as she shyly and awkwardly embraced him, feeling a mix of relief and concern. The system announces the name Lin Mo with a score of 90 points, and he has achieved MVP. This is an unprecedented achievement, something no one could have imagined. A boy who used to be at the bottom of the class is now dominating the whole school and even has the potential to become a genius. An accomplishment that no one expected, not even he himself. Lin Mo's teacher was surprised. From being at the bottom, his performance skyrocketed and he topped the entire grade in the A-level demon realm, all without getting injured. She patted his back and praised him, saying, "You're truly my student. I told you, you could do it." Lin Mo, however, was speechless inside. She had been scolding him every day. Did she forget that? The teacher asked about the bag on the desk. Lin Mo replied, "It's something I found in the demon realm." The teacher exclaimed, "You took something from the dead? I didn't expect that a student could be so good to make it through the A-level demon realm, let alone take something from the dead. You've got guts. Is this the new rising star?" Suddenly, there was a noise from beside them. They saw He Xiaopan sleeping soundly. Lin Mo was speechless. "This guy hasn't been sleeping all day in the demon realm, has he?" When he saw He Xiaopan's score, he praised him. "This guy isn't bad at all. Come on, wake up. Class is over. If you don't get up, the whole team is going to be in trouble. Wake up, and I'll treat you to a meal." He Xiaopan woke up grumbling. The slightly chubby guy who eats fast. Lin Mo laughed. "Your fat buddy here eats faster than anyone." The two of them were walking along the street looking for a restaurant when Lin Feng called Lin Mo. He said to He Xiaopan, "I'm going to take this call. You go ahead and pick out the dish." The voice on the other end spoke loudly, "How's my good boy? Did you pass?" Has Lin Mo been awarded by the MVP of the demon realm? Lin Feng, hearing the news on this end, laughed loudly, "That's my son for you." And Shuang chimed in, "Well done, son. Let's see who will dare to say our boy is dumb now. If you're short on money, just let us know. We've sold some rice these past few days. We'll send you a bit." Lin Mo replied cheerfully, "The money's enough. Don't worry. I've made a good amount in the demon realm, and you two shouldn't work too hard. You're getting up there in age." Lin Feng added a final sentence. "Your mother and I are still in good health. Anyway, we're going for lunch now. Moni has really grown up. Now he's thinking about taking care of us." A wounded man, eager to threaten, thought to himself, "You're safe for now, but rest assured we won't let you off." Lin Feng decisively used the scythe in his hand to slit his throat. He was angry. "A tiny safety ball, sooner or later, will kill all you weaklings." And Shuang spoke up. "This is the 7th time this year. The safety ball won't detect us, right?" Lin Feng responded firmly, "Definitely not. They're just increasing their search radius. If they dare to cross me, I'll head into the city." A, hearing this, pursed her lips. "Go into the city for what? To bring more trouble to Moni?" Lin Feng grinned wickedly and walked towards the safety headquarters. "Send them all to the King of Hell." A simple pot of food was brought out. Lin Mo was startled. "Your fat friend always invites people so politely." He Xiaopan grinned, his eyes squinted in amusement. "It's rare for him to treat us, so I might as well enjoy it." Lin Mo glanced at his wallet, and then 200 coins flew out, skewering the fat guy's stomach. He asked, "So what were you doing in the demon realm that you ended up making a pact with a demon?" Hai Xiaopan recalled, "At first, I made a pact with a garbage demon, and I spent the whole day hiding in there, starving to death." Lin Mo, upon hearing this, stepped back. So, he had passed out in the trash bin for an entire day. No wonder he smelled so awful. He Xiaopan sighed in regret. "From today onward, we're going our separate ways. I'm heading to a university, and, Mo bro, you're going to grad school. When you make some money, don't forget about your brothers." Lin Mo, though claiming that his theoretical knowledge was the worst, secretly thought that with the system, it didn't really matter whether he went to a university or grad school. Suddenly, Hai Xiaopan exclaimed with joy as he looked at the beautiful woman on the screen. It turned out that the announcement on the TV was about the eldest daughter of the Safety Bureau, who had just killed 2 high-level malevolent spirits. Her portrait was displayed on the screen. Lin Mo wasn't impressed. With the resources available to the Safety Bureau, killing 2 high-level malevolent spirits was nothing special. He Xiaopan immediately scolded him. "You're just the type to complain about grapes being sour when you can't even reach them. Look at your background compared to hers. There's no way you're marrying someone like that." Lin Mo retorted, "Well, at least I didn't spend 3 years chasing after a girl and still couldn't win her over." Hearing that, Hai Xiaopan deflated, his mood souring. He said nothing more and started eating. The system, noticing his drop in mood, awarded Lin Mo 10 points. As He Xiaopan continued eating, he praised the Safety Bureau's daughter, mentioning that with her scores, she'd definitely get into the best university. With his own scores, he could get in too. "Don't forget to send me a few pictures when you're there," he added. Lin Mo smirked and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take the photos that Junwang wants." He Xiaopan asked again, "Who is Junwang?" Lin Mo gave a brief reply, "He's a celebrity." He sighed with relief, realizing that he had forgotten that Junwang didn't exist in this world. After finishing the meal, He Xiaopan asked to leave early, and Lin Mo took a taxi to Bailan residential area. The car sped off quickly, and Lin Mo started browsing on his phone when suddenly the car shook violently. He stuck his head out of the window and realized that this didn't seem like the way to Bailan residential area. Seeing the driver's expression, he panicked. "Oh no, I got into the wrong car." The driver quickly swerved the wheel and announced that they had arrived. The car made a sharp turn, and the driver opened the door, pushing Lin Mo out. "Boss, they've arrived." Lin Mo saw the back of a woman in front of him and silently thought, "Not bad." Ayn Rand turned around with a satisfied smile. Lin Mo frowned in obvious disdain. It seemed all she had was her back. She got angry and snapped, "What did you say?" At the same time, the system added 20 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo hadn't expected that, but her face, it felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Ayn Rand walked up to Lin Mo and kicked the car behind him. Then she asked, "The intel tells me you've managed to gather quite a few demon pearls in the demon realm, huh? Know your place and hand over all your demon pearls. I might consider leaving one for you." Lin Mo didn't expect this world to have kidnappings and extortion as well. "Big sis, I've always been straightforward like this since I was a kid. What good would leaving one behind do? You might as well just take them all." Ayn Rand was furious. "I'm talking about the demon pearl." Lin Mo changed the subject. "What kind of pig is the demon pearl? Is its meat tasty?" She lost her patience. "Dare talk back to me? You still don't understand the situation you're in, do you? Have you been watching the news? Do you know the Black Abyss gang? I'm the boss. Half a month ago, the safety department surrounded me, and I escaped from Dongping to Xiping through a bloody path." Chapter 1. "When was that?" Lin Mo teased her. "Must have been quite exhausting, huh? I guess it's time for you to rest now, right? Ayn Rand trembled with rage after hearing that. She yelled, "What if I'm not resting? This has nothing to do with you." He refused. "I'm just concerned about you. If you're tired, you need to rest. Don't overdo it." The system added 20 points, and Rand's anger flared even more. "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the demon pearl right now." The system announced an additional 60 points. One of the men behind her raised a knife and spoke up. "Boss, don't waste words with him. Just take it." Lin Mo panicked and ran. "Damn it! They really want to take my waist." He immediately started running. Two subordinates summoned the demon and summoned the demon pouch. They controlled them to attack. Ayn Rand ordered, "Attack!" The little demon and demon pouch were controlled to charge toward Lin Mo, but he managed to dodge. Lin Mo slowly stood up, feeling anxious inside. This was his first time fighting against a demon master, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The little demon and the impact demon rushed towards Lin Mo upon receiving the command. Lin Mo recalled hearing on the news about a criminal gang specializing in robbery, but the Safety Bureau might not turn a blind eye to them. Thinking it over, it seemed like something he could handle. He smirked, wondering how strong these guys really were. Chuang Han was furious. "Kiddo, don't look down on others." He ordered the drunkard demon, a super-skilled drunk, to spit a large gulp of liquor at Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately pinched his nose. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming, and something felt off. He was starting to feel a bit dizzy. This might work out after all. This weird and effective control method was taking effect. Ayn Rand watched him stagger, pleased. "Let me show you a bit of our power," she gave the command. "Summon the mummy demon, the dream phantom demon." Lin Mo was startled. The woman had actually summoned two high-level weeping demons. And Rand shouted, "Mummy demon, dream phantom, attack!" Immediately, the mummy demon slammed both fists into the ground, causing Lin Mo's body to start shaking. Realizing something was wrong, Lin Mo quickly threw two slips of paper toward himself. He then slapped his own face hard. "Damn, hurry up!" He slapped the other side of his face and gave himself a few more slaps. And Ran and her group were stunned. That was truly ruthless. The two slips of paper moved swiftly towards Lin Mo's feet. And Ran was thrilled, thinking she was about to catch him, but Lin Mo managed to dodge. Zhuang Han and Ayn Rand were taken aback. Was it a bluff? How did he pinpoint the position of the mummy demon? One of Lin Mo's eyes turned red, and they immediately noticed all of them shouting in unison, "Blood Eye! This could get tricky!" She ordered them to charge together. They commanded their demons to attack simultaneously. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve and said, "It's my turn now." He summoned a high-level weeping demon, profane sound, revealing fate. She strummed her instrument, causing the demons to clutch their heads in pain. Ayn Rand's group also felt the headache intensely. Lin Mo calculated in his mind, needing a critical hit, or else he would surely die once the effect wore off. He summoned and commanded another demon to go into extreme mode and slaughter them. Both sides, without coordination, charged at each other. The Black Abyss gang's boss, Ayn Rand, clenched her face in pain from the sharp, piercing pain in her eardrums caused by the chaotic sound. Lin Mo stood still for a moment, observing the situation with a sharp gaze. To fight the enemy, one must strike the general first. He subtly raised his hand to signal, taking out the one behind first. The extreme demon growled in response and leapt past the other malevolent spirits, directly attacking the Black Abyss gang's boss, Ayn Rand. A decisive, forceful slash, but she quickly dodged in time. Lin Mo was surprised. She had managed to avoid it. A malevolent spirit had quickly shielded her. The dark light from the dream demon might be a passive skill limited to a specific space, and once controlled, it would automatically break free. The malevolent spirit quickly took her out of the battle, and the Black Abyss gang's boss, Ayn Rand, swiftly regained her defensive stance. She was bewildered by Lin Mo's strength. Previously, she had also tested a few students who had just finished their exams, and not only did they activate few skills, but their control abilities were weak, making them easy to defeat. But the person in front of her was incredibly strong. Lin Mo was also deep in thought, calculating, the Demon Master is indeed not easy to deal with. If I can't defeat that female clown, then I'll deal with you lot first. Then, the two members of the Black Abyss gang still hadn't escaped the black light. Devil's Extreme swiftly advanced to attack. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, An Ran, shouted in fear to stop them, "This is bad!" But it was too late. Devil's Extreme had quickly severed Zhuang Han's leg. Lin Mo, enraged, gave an order. He missed by a little, but it still had an effect. Devil's Extreme continued to strike, but he had been distracted by Zhuang Han's leg. Lin Fan frowned. "Damn it! Lost control!" Devil's Extreme quickly savored the meal presented before him. Lin Fan clenched his fists, trying to suppress the chaos in his heart. Indeed, controlling the malevolent spirit of a heavy demon master was incredibly difficult. When the sound of the profane sound, revealing fate, finished and entered the cooldown period, the malevolent spirits that were being controlled began to break free from the restraints. Zhuang Han screamed in pain. His scream tore through the chaotic atmosphere, drawing the attention of everyone around. Devil's Extreme continued sitting leisurely, enjoying his spoils. The little demon leapt down from above like a bolt of lightning, directly attacking Devil's Extreme. The delicious piece of meat fell from his mouth and rolled onto the ground. Devil's Extreme couldn't help but get angry and turned to strike at the malevolent spirit. "You dare disturb me while I'm eating?" The gaze of Devil's Extreme became more dangerous than ever. The battlefield was in chaos, filled with horrific screams. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, An Ran, hurriedly gave orders. "This time, it's our mistake. We didn't expect him to make a pact with 3 demons. Saving the person is more important. Run quickly!" Without waiting another second, the Black Abyss gang's subordinates swiftly withdrew, hurriedly dragging the severely injured Zhuang Han. The group urgently ran toward the parked vehicle. "Get in the car." Inside the car, those who had just escaped were trembling incessantly, cold sweat soaking their backs. The car sped off at high speed, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, An Ran, also quickly retreated. "I remember your face now. This isn't over." Lin Mo gave a faint, gentle smile. "Next time we meet, remember to dress properly. Your clothes are torn. I can see everything." The system then displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 points for breaking the barrier." But he felt a familiar sensation. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. He recalled an image he had once seen. It seemed like Gao Ti. He immediately searched for information about her. Gao Ti was the daughter of director An Toan, and the Demon Pearl could have as many as she wanted. So why was she here to steal a few of his demon legs? This made him even more confused. The more he looked, the more it seemed like her. What exactly was going on? Lin Mo looked to his side. "Xuantong, brother, what do you think?" Miss Xuetongui also pondered and made an assessment. "Based on my analysis, the similarity is 80%. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, professionals were different. However, he was curious. Why had the daughter of the head of the safety department set her sights on him? He fell into deep thought. But something didn't add up. Wasn't she supposed to be very strong, according to the news? Why couldn't she even handle him on her own? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Forget it, he decided. No need to think any further. Lin Mo picked up a gem, smiling secretly to himself, though it wasn't as if he had no gains. After all, after beating him, they had dropped their loot. He scanned the surroundings with a bewildered expression. "What the hell is this place?" he yelled. "If you're going to drag me to some god-forsaken hole, at least bring me back. How the hell am I supposed to get home now?" In the dimly lit storage room, a scream echoed. Zhuang Han's face turned pale as cold sweat dripped down. He was urgently being treated by a doctor. His wounds were being roughly stitched up. Boss An Ran of the Black Abyss gang stood nearby, constantly encouraging him. "Hang in there!" Zhuanghan's lips were pale as he gritted his teeth. Sorry, it's all my fault. I've dragged everyone down. Upon hearing this, her eyes wavered slightly. Dragged down? You've always followed me. Everything you've done is for me, and I'm deeply grateful. How could I blame you? It's just bad luck that we ran into him. That guy was really too strong. Another member of the group, his face full of anger, spoke up. If that damn bastard hadn't stolen the fate of your ghost, you wouldn't have had to go after that kid. She quickly washed her face, her gaze firm, her words full of determination. If I run into him again next time, I'll make sure to avenge you. The night was quiet, the air cool, and the door to the room slightly ajar. Lin Mo walked in, his face clearly showing frustration. What bad luck, having to ride his bike all the way back from who knows where. Lin Mo collapsed onto the bed, his body exhausted, his eyes squinting as his mind began to slip into drowsiness. Suddenly, a noise from upstairs startled him, and his face flushed with anger. Lin Mo sat up abruptly, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Making noise at this hour!" He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself with visible irritation. The landlord's family. Every night, their son makes a racket singing. When I complained before, they even had the nerve to yell at me like I was the problem. Lin Mo flashed a sinister grin. Tonight, I'll make them pay. He quickly summoned the high-level weeping demon and gave her instructions. Wait for a bit, then do it like this. Upstairs, the sounds of karaoke music filled the air. People were gathered, laughing and chatting. The landlord's son, holding a microphone, was enthusiastically shouting, "Let me sing one more song." Suddenly, the mother, sitting on the sofa, shivered. She glanced toward the window, wondering, "Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine?" She turned to her husband, her voice low and tinged with fear. "Do you think there's a ghost in the house?" The husband calmly reassured her, "Don't worry. All the ghosts in the city were dealt with by the safety department a long time ago. It's probably just the storm." Their son sulked. "What are you two talking about? You're not even paying attention to me singing." The father burst out laughing, trying to reassure, "Your parents are still listening. Go on, son." The son ignored his mother's odd expression and continued singing into the microphone. The living room light flickered, and the mother jolted in shock. The father tried to stay calm. "The electricity's unstable. Don't worry." The mother instinctively turned her head, her gaze vacant and horrified. How could the power cut out like this when the TV is still on? On the TV, a ghost with long hair suddenly appeared. The mother and son immediately screamed in panic. The ghost turned off the TV. The father grabbed the remote and pressed the off button. He turned around and asked, "What's going on with you two?" The mother and son breathed a sigh of relief. The father, still looking confused, said, "Where did a ghost come from on the TV?" The mother, in a panic, eyes wide, "The ghost is behind you!" The father spun around, his heart racing. A cold, hoarse voice from behind made them freeze. "Who's singing in the middle of the night? Who is calling out to me?" The shrill scream echoed, and Lin Mo was thoroughly satisfied. "Congratulations, host! You've earned 60 points for breaking the room." He smiled with contentment before giving the order to the high-level weeping demon. "Send the big-breasted ghost back." Angry shouts from the room above echoed down. "Singing in the middle of the night, calling out ghosts. I'll beat you to death. I won't let you sing anymore. You'll never dare sing again in your life. Now I can sleep soundly, brother." In the hallway, Lin Mo casually bumped into the two members of the host family as they were coming down. He happily raised his hand in a friendly greeting to the father and son. "Host, what happened last night to make you so fired up?" The boy, one hand holding his cheek and the other gripping his father's hand, tried to avoid him. But how could Lin Mo be fooled? He teased the kid. "Hey kid, what's with the face? Did you get a beating?" The boy's father seemed troubled by what had happened the night before. "Don't mention it. Last night Chiu even brought a ghost over." Lin Mo smirked and took the chance to gossip. "A ghost, you say? I didn't see any in my room." "It must be because your son was singing last night. That's when Trio Ka Kui appeared." At this point, the father kicked the boy angrily, making him yelp. "You little rascal! Singing in the middle of the night!" After giving his troublesome son a good scolding, the father turned to Lin Mo, seeking help for his family. "Little brother, you wouldn't happen to know a thing or two about this, would you? Could you help me deal with that ghost? My family hasn't had a peaceful night's sleep for ages." Lin Mo scratched his head, pretending to haggle a bit. "This is easy enough, after all. I'm a high-ranking ghost tamer. Those little ghosts are nothing to me, but I'm still behind on rent." The father, understanding the hidden meaning, raised his hand. "No need to pay." Hearing this, it was like Lin Mo had just struck gold. His attitude instantly flipped, and he agreed. "All right then, take me to see it." Cut to the scene. After being invited to the host's house, Lin Mo immediately sprinkled salt around the house. Then he filled his mouth with water and spat it out forcefully onto the family, looking as if he was taking out his frustrations. After performing 7749 rituals, he happily left. The musical demon had been exorcised, and next time he just needed to refrain from singing late at night. Behind him, the whole family was cheerful, except for the rebellious son. "Thank you, Master. You're truly incredible." Once the family turned their backs and closed the door, Lin Mo's phone rang. He opened it, switching from a cheerful mood to a serious one, as he read the message from his junior asking him to come. After replying to the message, he noticed an avatar on his phone that caught his attention. A fat guy wanting to play the Glory of Vain game with him. It resembled a game from a past life he'd once played. "Well, after all, I'm a king. I've reached the level of bronze and platinum." Once home, without doing anything else, Lin Mo immediately jumped into a few rounds of Xiaoban. On his phone, the names of the participants in the game appeared. After receiving a notification that the match had been formed, a small smile appeared on his lips. Just as he thought, it was similar to that old game, with Shui Tonggui included. Perfect. He had just been practicing its skills. He scrolled and selected the character with the octopus tentacles and its outfit to join the game. Immediately, he sent a message arrogantly to the other players in the match. "My Shui Tonggui has fought against 5 deadly forces before. You guys can just wait to die." Upon hearing this, one of the players responded, "Kim Thung is solid. Don't play dumb. I've already checked your battle record. 12 consecutive hits." He replied happily, "Even I can land 1 consecutive hit. Kim Thung is solid. I've seen it. Anyway, let's see. The outcome is still undecided. It's a draw. It seems like no one believes in you. All right, your guy here will make you all open your eyes wide, then you'll know how powerful I am." The scene quickly transitioned into the game, as he arrived and asked his friends to help clear a path. In middle school, friends could always help each other out. The characters on screen became clearer, looking no different from a mobile MOBA game. Right at that moment, he spotted an opening. This was the moment. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, forcing the enemy to retreat. "That mummy seems to be running pretty fast. I'm a bit impressed. This damn mummy is pretty quick. It dodged the critical hit too." At that moment, the mummy countered, using a binding skill. Seeing this, Lin Mo became a bit intrigued and quickly reacted with a counter. "To think you dared to strike back the moment you did, I already predicted your move. This match is as good as won." Shui Tonggui activated a reflection skill. Immediately, the victory shifted to our male protagonist. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, An Ran, was sitting in a hammock, seemingly playing something that was making her quite frustrated. "What kind of dog is this Shui Tonggui? Even a level 2 player can beat me. No way, I have to get my revenge." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was playing his game when a notification from the game system appeared, leaving him stunned, his mouth wide open. "Congratulations! The player has earned 10 breakthrough points. Where did these points even come from? But whatever, I'll just keep playing and finish the match. Must be the player controlling that damn mummy. Well, that's fine too." Laughing as he played, he felt luck on his side again, picking up more rewards. "The little mummy is calling me over here." In the game, the character continuously struck the enemy from the left, using the Great Kill special skill, then moved to the right to strike again. chaining consecutive kills, and then kept attacking straight ahead. Soon, the system kept displaying notifications that couldn't be stopped. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. Before long, the game ended with a triumphant victory over thousands of soldiers. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. On the other side, there was the overwhelming victory, but here there was nothing but crushing defeat. The Black Abyss gang boss, Anran, was so furious his face turned dark, twisted, and speechless. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Is this Shui Tonggui crazy? She's just killing me alone. I haven't even given up yet. I'm playing and crying, pulling all sorts of faces, and here she comes again. I'm going to lose my mind." Before long, Linmo's side won. After finishing the game, Linmo stretched lightly, unable to hide his obvious joy. He had earned 100 points from the game, wondering how the player on the other side was doing now. At this moment, his phone rang with a friend notification from Xiaohei. After opening the phone to check the profile of this person, he felt a bit intrigued. Must be that guy controlling the zombie demon, huh? Although handsome, Linmo wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what the other side was up to. Without hesitation, he rejected the request, determined to avoid his friend's wrath. No way! Thinking nothing would come of it, but fate couldn't be stopped, the system once again displayed a notification. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. Seeing that, Linmo's face lit up with joy as he sat cross-legged, arms folded. Indeed, he had earned points again. But his happiness didn't last long as he spoke and recalled the name of the mummy. Shui Tonggui's two skills not only had the ability to break control, but could also reflect attacks back at the opponent, and then he reached into his pocket, feeling around for something. In a real battle, that reflected counterattack would be the key to victory. It turned out that he had taken out a bunch of demon pearls likely to be used to level up Shui Tonggui. Holding the demon pearls up to his eyes, he chanted a counterattack incantation. Immediately, his eyes turned red. At the same time, the system continuously notified him that Shui Tonggui's loyalty had increased by 5%. Shui Tonggui leveled up to Advanced Weeping Demon. Shui Tonggui had now reached the primary, malevolent spirit level. He used magic to activate the floating screen, and sure enough, it leveled up twice in a row. Without hesitation, he activated the system again and continued to trigger Shui Tonggui's counterattack skill. The system deducted 500 points from his breakthrough, allowing him to unlock Shui Tonggui's second counterattack skill. The system then displayed the information for the counterattack skill at level 1. Active skill, triggered when the opponent has control over you, reflects 50% of the damage back to the opponent. Consumes 50 spiritual aura, cooldown time, 180 seconds. After upgrading the skill, he stood in shock, not expecting the ultimate technique to be so powerful, not to mention it also shortened the cooldown time. Linmo stood up to admire the effect of the counterattack. However, with such a powerful counterattack, it made sense that the cooldown time would be long. As he gazed at the handsome face of Shui Tonggui and basked in the joy of achieving his goal, one loop was the weeping demon, and 2 loops was the malevolent spirit. This meant that the higher the level, the more eye rings appeared. He wondered how his eyes would look when they reached the highest level. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Linmo's thoughts. He quickly composed himself and wondered, who could be visiting me at this hour? At the apartment where Linmo was living, he walked to the door and asked, "What's going on?" Zhu Feng greeted him with a bright smile. "I am the principal of Bai Yang Academy." Linmo was surprised. Zhu Feng had come to invite him to join the academy. He eagerly shook the man's hand, feeling a sense of joy. To think the university principal himself had come to find him, this was quite an honor. But why had he never heard of this school before? He stepped aside to let Zhu Feng in, but the man took a few steps, then turned around and remarked, "Linmo, your living conditions seem quite average, don't they?" Hearing this, Lin Mo was a little puzzled, so he asked, "Is there something wrong?" Zhu Feng enthusiastically handed him a piece of paper. "Of course not. I just wanted to inform you that Bai Yang Academy will provide you with free accommodation and tuition. It looks like you'll be saving quite a bit." Lin Mo took the paper, read it along with Zhu Feng's explanation of the scholarship, and was taken aback. The certificate on the paper indicated that it was from a very prestigious university. Lin Mo felt intrigued. He thought to himself, the tuition fees for the Demon Slayer Academy are tens of thousands a year, and now there's financial support. This would be a huge help for his family. If everything is fully funded, it truly would be a tempting offer. Zhu Feng energetically slammed the admission form onto the table and asked, "So, what do you think? Since I personally recruited you, once you're in, you'll go straight into the elite class for your chosen major. So, what do you say? Shall we sign the admission form?" He stepped closer, holding a pen in one hand and pulling him over with the other. Seeing Lin Mo's hesitation to sign, Zhu Feng wondered and suddenly turned to ask, "What's the ranking of Bai Yang Academy?" Upon hearing this, he froze. Zhu Feng gave a forced smile, trying to cover up with some smooth talk. "Our Zhang is like a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. We don't really care about those trivial rankings. We all fight for the people. Rankings are just vanity. We shouldn't pay attention to them." After hearing this, Lin Mo became a bit suspicious. He fired a question that left Zhu Feng speechless. "You guys aren't just herding chickens, are you?" Zhu Feng hurriedly tried to explain. "What are you talking about? Bai Yang University is the largest in the province, outstanding, and our school has an abundance of talented graduates." Lin Mo turned to suggest that he list some of them. Zhu Feng broke into a cold sweat, placing his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder as he replied, "I think there's Zhang Momo and Liu Shangshang. There are so many I can't even remember them all." A woman quickly approached, her high heels clicking loudly on the floor. She stepped forward and boldly exposed, "You can't list anyone because there's no one, right?" A man standing opposite laughed and asked, "The largest area in the province, up to 14,000 square meters, is all just boasting, right?" Zhu Feng, feeling caught, became flustered. He sneered and turned away. Throwing a glance at her, he boasted, "But all the teachers at our school are demon masters of level 6 or above." A man subtly jabbed again, "Because you're the only teacher at the whole school, right?" Zhu Feng, completely exposed, froze. Lin Mo was genuinely taken aback when he heard the story. What? The whole school had him serve as both the principal and a teacher? She took off her glasses and extended her hand to greet him. "Let me introduce myself briefly. I am a teacher at Shui Feng Academy, a men." Lin Mo shook her hand while greeting her back. A men then happily handed him a piece of paper and introduced herself. "I've come to bring you back to our school. Shui Feng Academy is ranked number 1 in the province and 10th nationwide. We invite you, Lin Mo, to enroll." Seeing the 2 admission letters in his hands, one held high, the other on the ground, Zhu Feng knew it was time to give up. He quickly approached, awkwardly snatched back his own letter, and with difficulty said, "It's all right. If one were ordinary, they would choose Shui Feng. I understand. Missing out on such a promising candidate is my regret. But it's fine. We'll have another chance to cooperate in the future." Zhu Feng looked utterly disheartened. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket rang. A man took it out and saw that the caller was the director of the Ministry of Education. As soon as she answered, the person on the other end yelled loudly into her ear, immediately cancelling Lin Mo's admission to Shui Feng. Zhu Feng halted her steps to eavesdrop. A man was extremely puzzled about the reason, so Zheng Shan quickly explained, speaking in one breath. Director Gao and Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security have instructed to blacklist Lin Mo. No matter whether it's primary school, middle school, high school, or university, he is not allowed to be recruited. As soon as Lin Mo heard this, he recalled the time he had encountered her. Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security, isn't she the father of Sun Mei Lei? So, the reason I've been blacklisted might be because of her. A man furrowed his brow and questioned loudly, "What makes you think you can ban me?" He answered casually, "This is none of your concern. In any case, Lin Mo is finished, just another one-hit wonder. Shui Feng is a dime a dozen." There was a brief silence after Zheng Shan hung up. A man, still stunned by what had just happened, turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Hey, did you offend someone?" Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brow, admitting that he might have. She was currently overwhelmed with the mess, complaining, "The Jiang University has imposed a ban on you. Even if you have great potential, it will be buried. I'll try to speak to the Ministry of Education to get you a spot at a university, but it might be a bit difficult." Amen sighed and patted Lin Mo gently on the shoulder. Lin Mo looked up at her and asked, "If I don't go to university, does that mean I can't study on my own?" Hearing this, Amen immediately shook her head and explained, "University gives you the credentials to enter the demon realm. If you don't go to university, you won't be able to access many important demon realm areas. Moreover, without the theoretical knowledge taught at university, you won't be able to pass the Demon Master certification. No team will need you. You should go and apologize to the person you offended. Maybe they'll forgive you, and you might still have a chance to get into university." Amen cheerfully offered her advice to Lin Mo, but he responded with a defiant attitude, "No way. Forgive what? She was clearly in the wrong first. Why should I apologize?" Zui Feng, who had been silent up to this point, clapped and praised, "Very righteous. I like it." "Who says you can't do anything without a university degree?" Bai Yang chimed in, "We need you." He quickly took out the admission paper in a domineering manner. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, became somewhat curious. "Does Bai Yang Academy have the qualifications to enter the demon realm?" Zui Feng stroked his beard and confidently affirmed, "Of course. We have all kinds of teaching certifications and qualifications. We are a recognized academy in the province." Lin Mo, hearing this, was a bit confused and even shocked. But earlier, on the phone, they said they had informed all the universities to ban me. Zui Feng glanced at him and snorted coldly. "Bai Yang is noble and pure. How could we associate with the people from the Security Bureau? I don't take their notice seriously at all." Amen, feeling slighted, forced a smile. Hearing this, Lin Mo happily praised, "The principal is truly noble." "Good. Not convinced, huh? Not convinced." He happily accepted the compliment and quickly took the admission paper back, urging him to sign it. Lin Mo didn't hesitate any longer and agreed. He then asked Zui Feng once again to confirm the waiver of tuition fees and accommodation. He quickly responded, "Of course, both tuition and dormitory fees are waived. The dormitories are high-rise, clean, spacious, and worry-free. Just sign it." While Zhu Feng urged Lin Mo to sign the admission form, Amen in the back was trembling with anger. Lin Mo, not thinking twice due to the excellent treatment and the integrity of the people, felt certain that studying here was a done deal. Zhu Feng took the admission form back and happily said, "Congratulations, you've become a student of Bai Yang Academy." Lin Mo looked at him, smiled lightly, and felt delighted inside. Now, Bai Yang Academy was the only one in the province that could accept him. Where else could he go if not here? Zhu Feng lightly patted his shoulder and asked, "By the way, do you have any classmates who want to come to Bai Yang to learn? If you introduce someone, you'll be rewarded with a pure body demon continent." Lin Mo's face immediately brightened when he heard such a good offer. He quickly took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Hei Xiaopan, right? Do you attend Bai Yang Academy too?" Zhu Feng stood by, feeling very pleased that he had recruited Lin Mo. Amen could only watch him, silently regretting. Originally a rising star, he was now being buried by the Safety Bureau. At the Demon Material Market, Ajit, the street was sparsely populated, but the lights were still dazzling. The market owner saw Lin Mo walk by and called out, "Hey brother, come take a look. A starving ghost, only just caught. Big discount, big discount." Lin Mo walked over to inspect and asked the owner, "What are the abilities of this starving ghost?" The owner carefully explained each feature. Ability 1. It eats quickly and can consume demons lower than itself by 2 levels. Ability 2. It curses hunger, which means it marks the opponent, causing them to suffer the side effect of hunger, a form of minor control. The starving ghost kept staring at Lin Mo, drooling and continuously whining about being hungry. Lin Mo stood up, deep in thought. The abilities of the starving ghost seemed average. The real issue was that his contract limit was already full, and now he had to wait to accumulate 1,000 points to unlock the ability to break through the defense, or else just let it go. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and walked over, starting to persuade. "Are you still a student, my friend? I'll sell you one at a bargain price. 500,000, what do you think?" Hearing this price, Lin Mo curled his lips in disdain. This shopkeeper, the market price for a starving ghost is only 100,000, clearly trying to scam me. He maintained his cold demeanor, slowly setting the trap for him. "This ghost of yours isn't bad, but can you lower the price a bit more?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard awkwardly and replied, "Considering our fateful encounter, I'll offer a 20% discount. How about 400,000? Lin Mo gave a deep, knowing smile and tapped on the cage. "But this ghost of yours isn't ripe, is it?" The shopkeeper, confused, replied, "What do you mean? It's not a melon. Why would it need to be ripe?" Lin Mo adopted a scary demeanor, his voice cold and threatening. "If it's not ripe, how can I eat it?" The shopkeeper and the starving ghost both looked at Lin Mo in terror, as if their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. At this moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have achieved 20 points for breaking the room." Lin Mo lowered his gaze and evaluated the situation. "Also, how much does this starving ghost weigh? Can you weigh it? I'm worried it might be a few kilograms short." "Will eating a starving ghost make me hungry? Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Do you have any well-fed ghosts here?" The more he asked, the closer he got to the iron cage. The ghost inside, seeing Lin Mo's shadow growing closer, was terrified to the point of nearly fainting. The shopkeeper, enraged, shouted, "Get out! I'm not selling anymore!" Just as he finished yelling, the system chimed again. "Congratulations, host! You have achieved 100 points for breaking the room." Lin Mo smiled triumphantly as the points were added. He puckered his lips, turned around, and walked off, clicking his tongue and mocking. This shopkeeper really has no patience. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was furious, feeling both frustrated and uncomfortable inside. On this side, Sun Mei Lei was strolling with Sun Miao. He turned to console her, saying, "The brat who offended you, our father has already banned him from being recruited, so why aren't you happy? He dared to offend us without any background. Serves him right." The anger and hatred in her heart were clearly written on her face. "I'm still pissed. I really want to spit out all this bad air right there." Suddenly, there was some noise that caught Sun Mei Lei's attention. She looked over at the crowd and saw Lin Mo in a frenzy. "That's him." Sun Miao sneered and put on a show. "Let's see if he can take revenge for you." At that moment, Lin Mo was still busy bargaining with some shop owners. "Boss, look at this demon pearl of yours. It's cracked. The quality is average, but you're asking 200,000 for it. Maybe that's a bit much. How about 20,000 instead?" The shopkeeper almost died of frustration when he heard such a blatant offer. 20,000? Kid, are you trying to rob me? He walked up, yanked the demon pearl from Lin Mo's hand, and bought it at the original price, leaving Lin Mo dumbfounded. Sun Miao shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance and sneered, "If you don't have the money, don't come to the market." He was humiliating the demon master. Sun Mei Lei, standing next to him, was grinning with pleasure. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, feeling irritated. "So, it's Sun Mei Lei? You want to play me? Fine, let me show you what I'm capable of." Sun Miao grinned, handed the card to the shopkeeper, and said, "Swipe the card. Unlike some people, I actually know how to save face for the demon master." The man smiled widely. "Handsome. That'll be 600,000 in total." Lin Mo pointed at the pearl in his hand and snorted. Who's really losing face for the Demon Master here? You paid 600,000 for a cracked demon pearl like that. The demonic energy inside must have dissipated at least 40%. I'd still think 300,000 is too much. Sun Mei Lei looked at Yuan Zhou in confusion and doubt, as Lin Mo's soft laughter echoed, but it made sense. It was all to lure a bunch of little rabbits like you. Immediately, he shot a furious glance at him. I have money. If I want to buy, I'll buy. I like buying cracked demon pearls. Can you stop me? Unlike you country bumpkins, you can't even afford a single one. Lin Mo immediately burst into a gleeful laugh and shouted loudly, Shop owners, bring your cracked demon pearls here. We have a big spender willing to buy at a high price. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but excitedly rush over. This handsome guy here has a total of 30 cracked demon pearls, originally worth 8.6 million, now on sale for only 8 million. The two of them approached and closed in on Sun Miao, making him uncomfortable. Sun Mei Lei beside him spoke up to defuse the situation. Brother, let's go. As they watched the two of them leave, the system suddenly sounded an alert. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points for breaking the blockade. Lin Mo grinned as he glanced at the two of them, calculating. You think leaving so easily is an option? He suddenly pointed at Sun Miao and shouted loudly, Aren't you the son of Deputy Director Sun from the Safety Bureau? With all that money, you can't even spend it. And didn't you guys say you wanted to buy? Now you're not buying. Doesn't that break your word? Deputy Director Sun's reputation shouldn't be ruined by people like you. Sun Miao and Sun Mei Lei's faces darkened as they glared behind them, gritting their teeth and calling out to Lin Mo. Those around them couldn't help but gather around, whispering. The Sun family wasn't lacking in money. They must have been trying to prevent cracked demon pearls from flooding into the market, so they withdrew their own funds to stop it. He stood in the midst of the gossip, his face darkening. Isn't that the son of Director Sun? Seems like he's the genius sophomore from Xuefeng University. If he wants to buy it back, it must be real. Immediately, he angrily took out his card and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll buy the 8 million demon pearl. Bring it here. The man smiled widely and handed it over. Thank you, boss. Here is your demon pearl. Sun Miao took the demon pearl box in his hand, his face turning pale. 8 million should be used to buy a demon pearl for cultivation, but instead, I'm getting this pile of junk. Sun Mei Lei beside him spoke up angrily. Brother, this country bumpkin is really vicious. The system's voice continued to echo. Congratulations, host. You've earned 200 breakthrough points. Lin Mo walked over, chuckling softly, and clapped his hands in front of the two of them. Great. So good. Sun Miao and she both glared and stepped forward, gritting their teeth. Lin Mo, this is all your fault. Do you want to die? Someone, hurry up and kill him. Kill him. He heard this and couldn't help but yawn, sighing. Shouldn't you thank me instead? Didn't you want a cracked demon pearl? I'm helping you. He angrily pointed at Lin Mo and shouted, Lin Mo, I challenge you. Everyone around them couldn't help but be surprised and mutter in astonishment. Challenging a sophomore to fight a high school student? They're not even on the same level. Maybe he just wants revenge. Lin Mo crossed his arms and sneered, looking at Sun Miao. A sophomore challenging a high school student? Do you even have any shame? He, beside him, was incredibly angry and held out the pearl box. If you win, all these demon pearls will be yours. He stared blankly at the object presented before him while hearing Sun Zhou's provocative words. 800,000 demon pearls. Do you dare accept the challenge? Lin Mo gave him a cold glance, his expression impassive while calculating in his mind. Although the demon pearls were cracked, they were still worth at least 2 million, so why not take them if he could? Sun Mei Lei, infuriated, spoke disdainfully. Are you scared? Without hesitation, Lin Mo calmly looked back at them. I accept your challenge. At this moment, the entire crowd surrounding the arena cheered in support of him. Kid, not bad. Not bad. I'm rooting for you. This caused Xuefeng to be embarrassed. There were also some who sneered. Sun Miao is the prized disciple of this school's most esteemed instructor. How could a high school student possibly win? Below the stands, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, Ayn Ran, was slightly surprised when she saw Lin Mo. Then she thought to herself, if it's him, there's actually a chance he could win. She then loudly voiced her support. Kill Shui Feng's man, kill him. Sun Miao looked at him threateningly. Before we begin, let me make one thing clear. If you end up crippled or lose a limb, don't blame me. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him. A chance for revenge for Lin Mo's previous insult. How could he possibly allow Lin Mo to cripple him? If you can't win, just run. Losing to a sophomore isn't something to be ashamed of. Lin Mo showed no sign of fear, saying, he talks too much. Then he summoned the Devil's Extreme. As soon as he gave the command, the Devil's Extreme appeared, charging forward to attack. Sun Miao quickly dodged the first blow, but was slightly surprised by the primary malevolent spirit. He sneered, but my demon is the strongest. In the blink of an eye, an elite team of malevolent spirits was summoned. The Drowning Demon, the Lightning Demon. Lin Mo silently admired his opponent. This Sun Miao wasn't half bad. The crowd around them also praised him endlessly. The match was a perfect balance of offense and defense, practically flawless. That third-year kid was doomed. It was probably best if he surrendered to avoid further punishment. She was likely one of the few who disagreed with the majority. Though the Lightning Demon and the Drowning Demon were strong, their freezing period was too long. If the third-year student could find the right moment to strike, he might still have a chance to win. The man beside her laughed. Is this kid's boyfriend? Why is the kid on his side? She hurriedly explained, don't be ridiculous. I just don't want Shui Feng's side to win. The Drowning Demon officially entered the battlefield, unleashing its suffocation technique. Immediately, Lin Mo found himself unable to move. He struggled to hold his breath, his mind racing. The control skill is too strong. Sun Miao looked on smugly. The drowning effect lasts 2 minutes. I wonder if you can survive until then. As for Lin Mo, he had already prepared his plan, and these 2 minutes were the golden window for action. His team of demons continued charging towards Sun Miao as commanded, but the corpse had quickly sprinted out to stand as a shield. It inhaled deeply, puffing up like a balloon. The devilish energy just touched it, but didn't have any effect. Sun Miao sneered, Is that all you've got? But he remained silent and didn't respond. Sun Miao laughed loudly. I haven't even attacked fully yet. He then ordered the electric devil to unleash a deadly electric strike. Lin Mo had realized the danger was right before him. As soon as the 2-minute control time ended, he jumped out of the electric launch zone. Suddenly, there was a scream from the Extreme Devil, who had been attacked by the zombie. The Extreme Devil's blood was quickly draining, and the bloodthirsty mode was activated. For every point of damage reduced, 2 points of attack were gained. The zombie, under attack, screamed in pain. Sun Miao was caught off guard and couldn't understand what was happening. He thought, I need to strike quickly to win, and loudly commanded, Deal with that country bumpkin first. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with danger. The electric devil repeatedly launched dense electric beams. He quickly dashed out of the attack zone. It was attacking Lin Mo at a terrifying speed. The audience below saw him being struck and sent flying far away. Lin Mo got up and ran toward the Extreme Devil, who was attacking the zombie. Sun Miao urgently commanded, Electric Devil, use all your electricity to attack Lin Mo. Lin Mo kept his composure, swiftly avoiding the electric beams. A sly smile appeared on his face. No electric beam could touch him. Ayn Ran excitedly shouted, Well done! People from Shui Feng are nothing special. Amazing movement! Zheng Shan, standing nearby, seemed concerned. This girl is too reckless. Isn't that the boy, Lin Mo, who's been limited? Facing off against Sun Miao and not losing ground, his strength is not bad. But against a genius in movement and prediction, it's not much to talk about. Sun Miao still has the upper hand. He asserted confidently, Sun Miao has mastered the technique of combining the demon contract. Lin Mo won't be able to keep jumping around for much longer. She turned to look at him, a sly smile on her lips. Are you sure? I don't see it that way. How about we make a bet? How about a pure body demon continent? Zhengshan hesitated slightly, seemingly reluctant to bet. She mocked him for his hesitation, saying, "You dress like a person of high status, but your courage is so small." He suddenly burst into laughter. "You're calling me timid, kid? All right then, let's bet. If you win, I'll give you a pure body demon continent. If I win, you apologize to me." Upon hearing this, she grinned with delight. "Deal, but remember to keep your word." She felt secretly pleased, thinking, "What's an apology worth? A pure body demon continent is worth at least 100,000. She had spoken a little too loudly. He looked at her with some suspicion. "You look like Gao Ti from director Gao's family. Are you related?" The crowd began to murmur, "Look, the kid at level 3 is fighting back." At this moment, Lin Mo appeared confident, charging towards him. Immediately, he ordered the drowning demon to use its dong to bind Lin Mo's legs. Instantly, countless strands of slimy green seaweed-like plants rose from the ground, wriggling and entangling around the drowning demon. Lin Mo thought to himself, if those dongs wrapped around him, he would lose the strength to fight back. He dove towards Sun Miao, causing him to curse angrily, "Damn it! If those seaweeds wrap around you, you're finished." Suddenly, Lin Mo looked straight into his eyes, and one of his pupils turned a terrifying shade of red. Then, cold sweat poured down Sun Miao's body as if he were being drenched. The Dongquan had already reached close to the two of them. Sun Miao saw him being completely surrounded by Dongquan, unable to move. He smirked wickedly. "You can't move now, can you? Turns out you're just like this." Lin Mo glared at him fiercely. "Take a good look. Who's really the one who can't move?" At this moment, Sun Miao suddenly realized in panic, "What? Why can't my body move?" The more he looked, the more confused he became. Sun Miao, in a panic, said, "That's the counterattack skill of the Blood-Eye Demon. You two have been hit by the spell. You made the Blood-Eye Demon create an illusion, distorting my sense of direction, making me tie myself up." Lin Mo sat down, giving a compliment. "You're pretty clever, huh?" The sudden turn of events in the battle excited the people below. Zhengshan frowned, thinking, the conditions to activate the counterattack skill of the Blood-Eye Demon are very difficult. It requires facing the one who cast the spell just before being controlled. Moreover, even in a state without a cultivation system, he was still able to grasp this perceptive ability on his own. He must be a once-in-100 years talent. She smiled brightly and peeked out. "Did you see? The students from Shuifeng Academy can't defeat him." Sun Meilei laughed mockingly. "Who said my brother would lose? The result isn't out yet." She then provoked further. "He got beaten up by a high school student, and he's still bragging." After that, Sun Meilei ran close to the arena and shouted loudly, "Brother, quickly use your combination skill!" Sun Miao silently thought to himself. He had originally planned to save this technique for the upcoming teacher competition, but now he was being forced to use it by some high school kid. The spiritual aura surrounding him grew stronger with each passing moment. It was time to end this. Sun Miao opened his mouth and tried to inhale as much air as possible. The corpse grew larger with the intake, becoming as big as a high-rise building. Then it exploded, making Lin Mo feel nauseous and pale. "Seriously? Is this your ultimate move? Are you just attacking with a corpse?" Lin Mo suddenly fell into deep thought. "Wait a minute, something's not right. Where's the drowned ghost?" Suddenly, a filthy hand shot up from beneath, sending shivers down his spine. The drowned ghost leapt out from the rotting corpse's swamp, charging straight toward Lin Mo. It latched onto him tightly, its eerie laughter echoing. "Got you!" it cackled. The more Lin Mo struggled, the tighter it gripped him. The drowned ghost thrived in the swamp like a fish in water, unleashing its absolute power. In this moment, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of panic. The ghost stuck out its long, grotesque tongue, threatening him. "You can't escape!" In his mind, Lin Mo cursed the entire family of the drowned ghost. At the same time, Sun Miao gave the order for the thunder strike from the thunder ghost. Lin Mo suddenly understood the strategy. It seemed that this thunder strike was the key to the combination technique. First, Sun Miao used the corpse to create water, then he coordinated with the drowned ghost to capture him, and finally, he would use the thunderstrike to electrocute him to death. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the combination. This was truly a brilliant move. Lin Mo was worried, as his spiritual aura had been severely depleted from using too much of his counterattack. Now, the remaining spiritual aura was only enough for him to release 2 more skills. If he used the illusionary blood hell with the drowned demon, he would, of course, be free, but still couldn't escape the thunder, and in the end, would die. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and released his power recklessly. Sun Miao suddenly realized that the amount of yin energy had increased frighteningly. No one else but Lin Mo had summoned the high-level weeping demon. He immediately ordered the counterattack to begin. Her long, slender fingers began to glide across the piano keys. Sun Miao still didn't understand what was happening. Soon after, a wave of yin energy completely immobilized him. Sun Miao was stunned. He wasn't using a demon to save himself, but rather using one to attack him. Was he really prepared to fight with his life on the line? The lunatic. At that moment, the Devil's Extreme Thunder also surged toward him, further disorienting him. It was over. His body couldn't move. Sun Miao screamed, "Zhang, protect me!" Immediately, the corpse stood in front of him, shielding him, but the scene before him again stunned him. The extreme demonic power, with its exponentially increased destructive force, could kill the corpse with a single kick. The Zhang family's situation grew even more dire. Sun Miao was so terrified that he couldn't think of anything else. Meanwhile, the Devil's Extreme Thunder continued to ruthlessly charge toward him, its eyes gleaming hungrily for human flesh. Sun Miao was horrified. That madman actually wanted to end it all. His future was wide open. If it was shattered by a high school student, that would be an incredible loss. He couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Damn thunder! Change the target and kill Devil's Extreme first!" With that, he launched an attack from behind Devil's Extreme. A burn mark immediately appeared on Devil's Extreme's back. Overcome with pain, he had to kneel down. Sun Miao grinned smugly. "Lin Mo, you think you can trade your life? You're thinking too much. I'm the one who will win this duel." He calmly devised his plan. Devil's Extreme was losing health, and with the activation of the passive skill, Bloodthirsty, its attack power had likely increased to about 10 times its previous strength. This was the best opportunity for a counterattack. Lin Mo commanded, "Devil's Extreme, unleash Skill 2, Electric Chainsaw Frenzy." His eyes turned red, and he let out eerie shrieks. Immediately, Devil's Extreme launched the skill. Sun Miao was so startled he couldn't speak. He quickly dodged the attack. Terrified, Sun Miao scrambled to get away, glancing back in panic. Devil's Extreme kept pursuing him, causing him to scream out for "damn thunder" to save him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, and its arm shot forward to shield him. Devil's Extreme's chainsaw flew toward them, slicing through Damn Thunder's arm. It even cut into Sun Miao, making him scream in agony. Sun Miao's ear was severed, and he clutched his bleeding ear, glaring at Devil's Extreme and shouting angrily. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, the player has received 50 points of aggression." Sun Miao observed the situation, thinking to himself, "Now both Damn Thunder and the Giant's Vision have turned into pools of blood. If Damn Thunder doesn't return to defend, I'll die at the hands of Devil's Extreme." Suddenly, Lin Mo exclaimed, "Devil's Extreme, come back!" He immediately entered his body. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally out. Behind him, cheers and murmurs rang out. This tactic of surrounding the enemy to save the ally is very clever. Without it, the joint skill of Sun Miao wouldn't have been broken. Another person added, "I really like this way of fighting. Simple, brutal, and effective." A third voice spoke up. "I dare say even the leader of the Demon Slayer Tinhua team wouldn't have thought of this move." Zheng Shan watched from start to finish, feeling intrigued. The courage, understanding, and quick thinking were unparalleled. There was truly no one like him. Sun Miao couldn't compare. Below, Anran kept cheering. "Next, it's your turn to counterattack." On the battlefield, the two monsters had been defeated. Lin Mo, with a determined expression, stepped forward. "It's my turn." Sun Miao, terrified, asked, "What are you going to do?" At that moment, Lin Mo shouted an order. "Big-chested demon! Death sound grab!" The power of the big-chested demon overwhelmed everyone. Sun Miao, enraged, yelled, "I can't lose like this! Counter-attack!" The death sound grab killed the enemy when their health dropped below 5 and the big-chested demon's skill was too powerful, killing the remaining two demons of Sun Miao. Witnessing this, Sun Miao couldn't accept the reality. These two demons had taken him so much effort to raise, and now they were gone. Sun Miao was in pain, furious, and coughed up blood. The system suddenly appeared and congratulated Lin Mo for earning 200 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo looked at Sun Miao and thought to himself, once the demon contract is destroyed, it will backfire on the demon master. Sun Miao will get what he deserves. In the end, Lin Mo was the victor. Everyone cheered and praised his name. Lin Mo walked over to Sun Mei Lei and held out his hand, demanding the demon pearl. Sun Mei Lei was furious. "Lin Mo, just wait and see how long you can be so smug." Who cares, except for Lin Mo? He had come to buy a demon pearl, and now he had obtained the demon pearl, worth 2 million without spending a dime. Lin Mo quickly went home to absorb it. Meanwhile, Sun Miao was still lying unconscious in a corner on the ground. From a distance, Zheng Shan watched silently. The talent that Sui Feng had worked so hard to cultivate had been defeated by a high school student. Truly embarrassing. He really didn't understand what Gao Longchen and Sun De Li were thinking. To block such a good seed, they were truly a bunch of idiots. Anran smiled brightly and extended her hand. "So, should we honor the bet?" Zheng Shan handed Anran a green gem. "Kid 1. This pure body demon continent belongs to the kid." Anran was delighted with the demon pearl she had just won. She happily walked past Sun Mei Lei's group. Suddenly, she overheard something. "Kill him. Make sure to finish him off cleanly." It turned out that Sun Mei Lei wanted to take revenge on Lin Mo. Anran thought to herself, right now, Lin Mo's spiritual aura is depleted and he's injured. The demon contract definitely won't be able to withstand them. Anran was worried and couldn't just stand by. As she walked, Lin Mo said, "Everyone did great today. You all deserve a reward." He continued, "The chainsaw demon has already eaten the meat today." The chainsaw demon looked excitedly at the piece of meat in the bag, while the big-chested demon, Lin Mo, handed over a shirt and said, "Put this on, you won't feel tired anymore." The big-chested demon seemed displeased and said, "Get lost." Miss Shui Tongui, not seeing anything for herself, immediately asked, "Is there anything for me?" Lin Mo laughed and pointed at the bag. "You have your share here too. I bought you the best eye drops and some balm." Miss Shui Tongui gritted her teeth in anger. "What do you mean by balm?" Suddenly, the system appeared and congratulated Lin Mo for earning 40 points for breaking through the room. Lin Mo quickly covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly. "Isn't balm also eye drops?" Miss Shui Tongui, angered, had her loyalty reduced by 5%, now at 15%. Lin Mo quickly tried to clarify. "I was just joking. Look in the bag. There's no balm. It's all real eye drops." Hearing this, the blood-eye demon finally calmed down. The system then appeared again, showing that the blood-eye demon's loyalty had increased, now at 20%. Miss Shui Tongui noticed a group of people following Lin Mo. She complimented him. "Nice job, you're looking ahead, but can you also see what's behind you?" After all, she had lived for 200 years and was sensitive to danger. Miss Shui Tongui, concerned, said, "What should we do now? Your spiritual aura is drained. The chainsaw demon is almost out of blood. How can we fight?" Suddenly, a strange object came flying toward them, and she quickly warned Lin Mo. It was the corrosive slime from the demon attacking Lin Mo. The situation had been dangerously close. A strange voice rang out. "So quick and stealthy, turns out he's one of Sun Miao's followers." He continued, "No wonder Sun Brother lost to him. Over on the guest side, third brother also spoke up. No need to talk so much, just kill him and avenge son brother. The situation seemed difficult because there was a bloodsucker involved, so Lin Mo told everyone to fall back. But unfortunately, there were also Sun Miao's people standing guard behind them. Attacked from both directions, Lin Mo felt anxious. "Can you two handle this?" Miss Shui Tongui spoke up. "Right now, I'm just a malevolent spirit with only 2 skills. If I reach the evil spirit level and activate my ultimate move, I might still be able to fight." She suggested that they surrender, and both Miss Shui Tongui and the large-chested ghost raised their flags in surrender. On the other hand, the chainsaw-wielding ghost was still full of vigor. "I still have 10 drops of blood left. I can still fight." Looking at the current situation, with wolves in front, tigers behind, and blood-sucking ghosts circling overhead, Lin Mo also realized that his spiritual aura was nearly depleted. He thought to himself, it seemed like surrender was the only option left. One of Sun Miao's followers cursed angrily, "You're Lin Mo, right? A useless trash like you dares to provoke Shui Feng." Surrounded from all sides, Lin Mo tried to change the subject. "Are you guys planning to rob me of my money?" Lin Mo quietly schemed. There was no other way out, only to stall for time and look for an opportunity to escape. The Sun Miao follower was resolute. "We don't need money." At that moment, Lin Mo acted coquettishly. "So, do you want my body instead? But then, aren't there too many of you?" Seeing Lin Mo trying to act cute made them feel disgusted. The system popped up and congratulated him for earning 30 points for breaking through. Third brother felt a chill, while the other person was furious. "Stop talking nonsense. We want your life." Lin Mo had touched the one person they shouldn't have, so they wouldn't show him mercy and summoned a corrosive ghost to attack him. He rolled up his sleeve and was about to press the green button, but before he could, they attacked, giving him no chance to defend. In front of him, the corrosive ghost was charging straight at him when suddenly a strange bottle dropped. A cloud of smoke spread from somewhere, causing the Sun Miao faction member to cough violently. In the thick, misty smoke, they couldn't see Lin Mo. He quickly covered his face to prevent the smoke from getting into his mouth. Someone had thrown down a rope. Lin Mo immediately grabbed it and started climbing, thinking, "Who is it now? Never mind, escaping is more important." Halfway up, Lin Mo almost slipped and panicked. He looked up and seemed to recognize someone. It was Anran. She immediately reached out to help him. "What's there to talk about? Hurry up!" Lin Mo quickly grabbed Anran's hand, letting her pull him up. The Sun Miao faction member saw this and reported it to Third Brother to chase after Lin Mo. Third Brother quickly mounted a blood-sucking ghost to pursue Lin Mo. He was proud of the speed of his blood-sucking ghost, looking down on Lin Mo's group and believing they wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Mo sensed the situation was dire. Their speed was too fast. He wouldn't be able to outrun them. Should he summon a ghost to deal with them? Lin Mo was worried. Anran reached into her pocket and pulled something out. "Just stay still and watch me," she said. She took out a spray bottle shaped like a chili pepper and sprayed it directly into the face of Third Brother and his blood-sucking demon. After inhaling a few breaths, both Third Brother and the demon's eyes turned bloodshot, and they screamed in agony, as if fire was bursting from their mouths. After screaming, they finally collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Mo and Anran managed to escape from them safely. Lin Mo placed his hand on her waist, and Anran suddenly burst into laughter, feeling ticklish. He awkwardly asked, "Why did you save me?" She replied bluntly, "I was just annoyed by Shui Feng's people causing trouble." Lin Mo forced a smile. "I thought—" Anran stuck out her tongue and said, "What did you think? You thought I was interested in you?" Lin Mo immediately explained that it was all a misunderstanding. She sighed, then walked and asked, "Do you usually stay here?" Anran responded, "This is just one of my many bases." Anran sat down in a chair and kicked off her slippers. She excitedly began to tell him, "I have a lot more things like this. When I'm usually being hunted, I just hide in my bases." At that moment, Lin Mo began to understand why Anran had the pepper spray on her. Anran had saved him, and she was now his benefactor, but Lin Mo still didn't know her name. She happily introduced herself. I'm Anran. An as in peace of mind, Ran as in of course. Lin Mo was surprised to see that Anran shared the same surname as his mother. He thought to himself that the An family wasn't very common in Nation H. Apart from his mother, Anran was the second person with the An surname that he had met. Anran's expression darkened, becoming sorrowful. This is my mother's surname. She is seriously ill and has been in the hospital for a long time. Lin Mo felt sympathy for her. She was so young but lacked the carefree innocence of a child, burdened instead with the pressures of an adult. He placed his hand gently on her shoulder. So, you became a thief to earn money for your mother's medical bills? And is that also why you don't like Sue Feng and the Safety Bureau? Hearing this, Anran, who had been holding back her emotions, suddenly shouted in anger. That's not the main reason. Her face turned grim. The real reason is that I hate Gaolong Chen. Lin Mo was somewhat confused, unsure of what had happened between Anran and Gaolong Chen. Anran began to explain. Back then, in order to get the information he wanted, Gaolong Chen approached my mother. He made all kinds of promises and sweet-talked her to deceive her. Then, once he got what he wanted, he discarded my mother and me. Gaolong Chen didn't just have people beat my mother, he also took away my life's essence and gave it to his own daughter. So the cursed doll that Gao Ti was always so proud of originally belonged to Anran. Lin Mo pondered deeply. No wonder she and Gao Ti were so alike. It turned out they were half-sisters. Lin Mo felt that Gaolong Chen was truly despicable for taking away both Anran's and Gao Ti's life essences, outwardly charming, but inwardly filthy. Anran broke down in tears. They hurt me, I can accept that, but that bastard dared to touch my mother. Lin Mo suddenly raised his voice. Considering that Gaolong Chen ordered a fire ban across the entire province, I guess I've already made an enemy of him. And on top of that, you're also my benefactor. Lin Mo promised Anran that he would take revenge with her and destroy Anran's father. Hearing this, Anran was moved, tears welling up in her eyes. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Anran chuckled and teased Lin Mo. What are you thinking? They have so many people, they're much stronger than us, it'll be hard to fight back. She continued. Moreover, you've offended people from Shui Feng. They're already looking for you, causing trouble. You'd better not rush into this. Lin Mo regained his confident demeanor. I know about that, but I'm about to enter Bai Yang Academy. Once I successfully train, whether soon or later, I'll go after them for revenge. Upon hearing this, Anran pushed him playfully. Bai Yang Academy? I have a base nearby. It's a very large ancient tomb. Whenever you're free, I'll take you to see it. Pushed so hard that he almost stumbled, Lin Mo insisted. An ancient tomb? She's sure about that. Upon hearing his response, Lin Mo's vivid imagination took over. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Anran, challenged from behind. You're so timid, yet you still want to take revenge. At that moment, Lin Mo's competitive spirit flared up. Who's scared? I'm just surprised by how strange your base is. She added, the Black Death Gang specializes in recruiting those harmed by the safety department, growing stronger step by step, so we can't lack quality bases like ancient tombs. The abandoned morgue, our warehouse, is where we all sleep. Lin Mo listened and couldn't help but marvel, though internally he felt differently. What do you mean by growing stronger? They're just people being hunted by the Safety Bureau with nowhere else to hide, so they end up in places like this. Then he glanced at her side with a bit of pity. Anran's life certainly wasn't an easy one. He fumbled around, pulling out some items. You saved my life. I can't leave you without a reward. Let me give you half of the demon pearls I earned today. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Anran, quickly declined politely. No need. I don't take demon pearls like that. I only take the ones I earn by defeating demons myself. But Lin Mo didn't want the two of them to keep being tense over whether or not to accept it. Suddenly, Lin Mo's bag accidentally dropped, unintentionally revealing the demon pearls and something we shouldn't have seen. Both of them leaned in to look closely and discovered that, in addition to the demon pearls, there was also a woman's bra. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Ayn Ran, started to grow suspicious of him and shouted, "Pervert! You're showing off your ugly face!" Lin Mo quickly explained, "Are you listening to me? I haven't explained yet. I'm really not that kind of person." Then he pointed at the woman who was hovering in the air, gesturing with her hands, and explained, "This is for you. Hurry up and do the ghost egg trick for me." But for now, Ayn Ran decided to trust him. Lin Mo then stretched his hand out in front of her, offering a small box. "If you hadn't helped me today, I'd probably be dead by now, or at least half dead. They would have definitely robbed me of my money and demon pearls. You deserve this half of the demon pearls." "Well, I'll just decline it then. It's not like I'm going to take it anyway. If in the future people from the Safety Bureau or Shuifeng start paying attention to you, feel free to come to Black Death Gang for help." Then both of them high-fived to seal the friendship, definitely. Scene change, it's raining outside. Lin Mo looks up at the sky. Shortly after, Ayn Ran steps out despite him pulling some tricks. "I'm telling you, with this kind of stormy weather, you won't be able to go home. How about we play something fun instead?" Lin Mo looks confused with a clear question mark expression. Scene change, Black Abyss Gang's boss, Ayn Ran, pulls out her phone and suggests to Lin Mo to play a few rounds of King's Glory. No, don't give me that blank expression. You play this game too?" Like a telepathic connection, Ayn Ran mutters in frustration, "But I've been playing all night and still haven't won a single match." Both quickly dive into the game. Lin Mo asks for her Nick avatar to add her as a friend. "That's easy, I'll lead you. What's your name? Let's add each other first." But after about 5 seconds, he suddenly felt the nickname was oddly familiar. He paused for a moment. "Why does this ID seem so familiar? I think it's the same one as that bandaged demon I beat up last time." Before he could react, she transformed into a demon and asked, "Kim Thung didn't fall. It's you, isn't it?" Lin Mo, at a loss for words, realized he was completely cornered. Finally, the day had come, and he finally knew who the player that kept defeating him was. And Ran suddenly lunges and yells, "Why do you always target me and won't let it go? Answer me now. Turning back is the shore. I'll make amends. I was wrong. Can I bring her to get the points?" Boss Black Abyss Gang, Ayn Ran, refused to stop hitting, landing blow after blow on Lin Mo. "Look at my continuous punches. Please spare me, female hero." Upon hearing this, she quickly turned her face, pretending to be proud, yet silently agreeing. The scene shifted to the morning at home, where a strange man angrily kicked the table and shouted, "Why the hell did you send 20 special agents and not a single one managed to return? Go investigate immediately and find out where they went missing." The chubby man frantically adjusted his glasses and reported, "We figured it out. The location where the 20 agents went missing is Minshan, and they all disappeared on the same day." Not wanting to listen further, Gao Longchen tossed aside his cigarette butt. "Damn it, Minshan is so vast. Have you pinpointed the exact location? What kind of vice director are you? It's only thanks to you that Sundali is still alive." He didn't stop apologizing to Gao Longchen. Sundali had reported the situation last night, describing the opponent's methods as strange. All the tracking devices attached to the agents lost signal, and the final distress signal wasn't even able to be sent. But Gao Longchen countered, "If even the distress signal couldn't be sent, what does that mean?" His face darkened as he solemnly declared, "It means they couldn't even fight back." A demon master like Lu Zhong was taken out in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he pointed at the map. "It must have been the remnant wind demon. It's definitely them." The secretary entered and called Sundali. "Deputy Director Sun, you have a phone call." Sundali was furious and directed his anger at the secretary. "Get out! Can't you see I'm in the middle of something important? Can't you tell which matters are worth attending to?" The secretary timidly replied, "It's a call from your family. They said your son was beaten into unconsciousness and is being treated in the hospital. They also said that 2 of your contracted demons were killed. The one responsible for this is a high school student named Lin Mo." Upon hearing the name Lin Mo, both men stood frozen as though struck by lightning. Sunda Lee's face turned pale, drained of color, as if all the blood had left his body. If a contracted demon dies, it still takes one of the contract limits. Sun Miao, once a genius who had 3 contracted demons, had now become an ordinary demon master. Gao Longchen regained his composure and said, "Let's put aside the earlier matter for now. You should go and deal with your son's situation first." Meanwhile, Sunda Lee was on the verge of collapse. "It's over now." After both men left the room, he flipped over a photo of him and his son, gazing at it. He brought it close and couldn't hide his excitement about his daughter. "My daughter is still the best, the top scorer in the entire province." Scene change. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, An Ran, was riding on a demon. "Goodbye, I need to go take care of Zhuang Han. We'll play again next time." Lin Mo happily agreed. "Feel free." She then turned around and flew off on the demon. Lin Mo remained standing there, watching the 2 of them leave, feeling a sense of joy in her heart. Today might just be the happiest day since I arrived in this world. On the day of Lin Mo's enrollment at Baiyang Academy, He Xiaopan saw him and immediately smiled, waving and calling out, "Mo bro, over here, over here. I can't believe we actually got into university." He turned to look at Lin Mo, excitedly chattering non-stop about Baiyang Academy. Xiaopan kept praising the place, while Lin Mo just smiled awkwardly. Lin Mo shifted his gaze elsewhere, silently thinking to himself that if Hai Xiaopan knew the school was surrounded by graveyards, he would probably be scared out of his wits and demand to go home to his mom. Well, he thought, better to keep it a secret for now. The exorcism light was slowly shining toward their bus. The bus came to a stop, and He Xiaopan shivered, his face turning pale as he pointed at the academy and asked, "Mo bro, where is this place? Why are there no buildings, just graveyards?" Lin Mo coughed a few times. Although a bit awkward, he still tried to explain. "Well, this might be the graveyard that Bai Yang built for students to practice. You see, if students are too scared, they won't make it through. Only the brave ones can pass." Hai Xiaopan wasn't convinced and gave him a sarcastic look. "So that's how it is. Baiyang is truly a great school." The bus had now come to a complete stop. The driver announced, "End of the line, Baiyang Academy, we have arrived." The 2 of them got off the bus, and just as they stepped down, the bus drove away, leaving them both utterly confused. Right behind them, there was a signpost indicating the direction to Baiyang Academy. The road leading to Baiyang Academy seemed even more bewildering to them. It wasn't until a coin flew through the air and hit He Xiaopan in the face that he snapped out of his daze. He Xiaopan took down what was on his face and immediately panicked. He fearfully asked, "Mo bro, where's the school? We didn't accidentally get on the wrong black bus, did we?" Mo bro led the way, speaking calmly. He Xiaopan looked so pale with fear. He observed everything around him and confirmed, "It's okay. This is definitely Baiyang Academy." He and Lin Mo pulled their suitcases along. Xiaoban couldn't stop feeling terrified, wondering about the place. "But where's the gate? Where is it?" Lin Mo calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, we just follow the directions on the map and we'll reach the dorms." He Xiaopan cried out in distress, feeling helpless and resigned to his fate. The 2 of them walked along a path lined with graves. Suddenly, Xiaoban's suitcase bumped into something. He turned to see it and screamed in horror, "Oh my God, what is that?" Lin Mo was equally stunned when he looked. What Xiaoban's suitcase had hit was the tomb of a pure-body evil spirit. Lin Mo was shaken by the sight, not to mention the fact that the pure-body spirit was ranked higher than all the demons he had, and there were more than 10 wild evil spirits surrounding them, all drawn by the intense negative energy in the area. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. He Xiaopan clutched his suitcase, crying loudly. Mo bro, what should we do? Lin Mo gave a confident smile and instructed him. Stop panicking, quickly summon your contracted demon to find an opening and break through the encirclement. Big chest, chainsaw demon, come out! Hai Xiaopan obediently followed, quickly summoning his trash can demon. The trash can demon is actually an extremely cute primary level weeping demon. Lin Mo stood before everyone and loudly declared, Everyone, be careful, the clear spirit demon is coming. It immediately glared and ordered the group of demons behind it, along with Le Jie. He quickly opened the lid of the trash can demon, calling out to him, Mo bro, hurry up, let's hide in here first. Just as Hai Xiaopan climbed up onto the wall, a hand grew up from the ground. Swiftly, it grabbed his leg, making Xiaoban scream in terror. I've been caught. Pull me up! He reached out desperately for the trash can demon to grab him, but its arms were too short. Lin Mo watched this pathetic scene and couldn't help but smirk. In his mind, he silently evaluated that the trash can demon was fine for defense, but its offense was definitely lacking. Having no other choice, Lin Mo gave the order for the chainsaw demon to save him. After rescuing him, it lifted Hai Xiaopan's clothes and held him up high, eye level with itself. The chainsaw demon leaned in close and sniffed his body hungrily, making Xiaoban shudder in fear. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward to intervene. Stop! Look! This thing can't be eaten! Hearing this, the chainsaw demon seemed genuinely disappointed. As soon as Hai Xiaopan's feet touched the ground, he screamed again. 2 more demons appeared. The chainsaw demon said nothing. It kicked the one by its left foot with force. Then, it turned to the other one and delivered a deadly kick to each of them. The pure body demon watched this scene, its anger rising. It growled, its killing intent spreading across its body. You dare to kill my junior! At this point, I only know that I'm about to go to the grave. The pure body demon quickly lunged forward, aiming to take Lin Mo's life. Just as its sharp claws were about to tear into him, Lin Mo swiftly countered with a death-inducing chant. The high-ranking weeping demon immediately received the command and began to play a melody of considerable power. The pure body. Demon's mind was swiftly subdued. At that very moment, Lin Mo shouted a command for the electric saw demon to kill it. Without hesitation, the electric saw demon obeyed, raising its saw. It flew toward the pure body demon and landed a painful kick. The pure body demon was ruthlessly kicked, and then the saw blade was pressed against its neck, but it couldn't resist due to the control of the music. Lin Mo stood outside, gritting his teeth as he observed everything, silently calculating. This isn't good. The electric saw demon is still spitting blood, so without passive support, the attack is too weak. Even with passive support, it would still be very difficult to deal with the pure body demon. Its defense is too strong. Hai Xiaopan was now inside the trash demon container, shouting to him, Mo bro, get in here quickly! Lin Mo glanced over and quickly agreed. The trash demon container stood solemnly in place. Inside, both of them were huddled in fear. The other one was hugging his knees, muttering in terror, What should we do now? What should we do now? The skin of that pure body demon is so thick, even stronger than my trash demon container. Lin Mo grimaced at the smell inside the container, but still responded, That's right, we need to think of something fast. From the hole in the trash demon container, he peered outside, assessing the situation and silently thinking, I've already lost the exchange contract. Now I need 2,000 points, but I haven't accumulated enough yet. If I had enough, I could try to force the contract on the pure body demon. Damn it, the pure body demon is almost free. He widened his eyes in worry, staring at the situation outside. At that moment, the pitch-black hand of the pure body demon gripped the chainsaw tightly. It gritted its teeth, holding the saw blade in place, preventing the electric chainsaw demon from moving even an inch. The fatal sound curse had already lost its effectiveness after 20 seconds, and the electric chainsaw demon was gradually losing its edge. The demons behind them, sensing an opportunity, immediately charged forward. They clung to the trash can demon with greedy expressions on their faces. Lin Mo felt that things were about to take a turn for the worse and shouted, "Xiaoban, your demon is about to be done for." He was terrified, clutching his head and crying loudly, "There's no hope left. I want to go home." At that moment, Lin Mo tried to think of a way to counter the situation. The trash can demon was the lowest ranking demon. It had lasted this long only because of sheer luck. There was no choice but to go all in. One demon, noticing an opening, glared and screamed, only to be abruptly severed, which intrigued Lin Mo. "Who is that? Is it reinforcements?" Another demon slowly flew in, causing the surrounding demons to retreat in fear. With just a flap of its wings, the heads of those demons disappeared. The pure body demon turned in panic to look at the newcomer, quickly charging at them with rage. She coldly ordered, "Headless demons, attack!" Immediately, it received orders from behind, raising its hand high and preparing to strike down. A devastating blow descended directly on the pure body demon. It couldn't dodge in time and collapsed on the spot. He and the newcomer had easily defeated the group of demons in the blink of an eye. One was a mid-level evil spirit, a blood-sucking demon, while the one on the left was a high-ranking evil spirit, a headless demon. A girl walked slowly towards them, and two underclassmen greeted her, welcoming her to Baiyang Academy. Mu Yuanqing smiled brightly and greeted them. Lin Mo quickly ran out, politely introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Lin Mo. You arrived at the perfect time." She smiled lightly and introduced herself. "I'm Mu Yuanqing. Are these two electric sword demons and the big-breasted demon yours?" He grinned in agreement, and immediately Lin Mo called them back. Yuanqing stepped forward, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, and complimented him. "Well done! Being able to handle pure body demons and those wild demons for so long, you're the best new student I've ever met." Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his head. Behind him, He Xiaopan timidly called out, "Mo bro, how's it going? He waved at you, it's all good now, hurry up and go." When Xiaoban saw Mu Yuanqing, his eyes sparkled. There was a senior. He quickly walked up to greet her. "I'm Wang Kai, you can just call me Xiaoban." Lin Mo, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He was now trying to act like a leader. His hands reeked of sweat. He really shouldn't be touching her clothes. She smiled gently in response. "It's fine. I didn't startle you too earlier, did I?" Hai Xiaopan raised his head high, speaking in a clear voice. "Impossible! I'm a real man. How could I be scared by those little demons? If you don't believe me, just ask Lin Mo. He always goes along with whatever I say." "Yeah, right. Who was it that got so scared earlier, almost screaming and running home, but then went silent the moment he saw a senior?" Lin Mo didn't hesitate to expose him. He Xiaopan awkwardly covered his mouth and said, "Give me some face here, okay?" Mu Yuanqing found both of them very amusing and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, let's head to school. You two still need to get your bed set up. Isn't it getting late? The headless demon, the demon sucks blood, just go ahead." She quickly recalled them. The two of them gathered around Yuanqing's arm. The pure body demon suddenly stood up, swaying as it did. As soon as it steadied itself, it bolted off. Lin Mo, seeing this, was puzzled. "Senior, why did you let it go?" She blinked and answered cheerfully, "Isn't a graveyard full of all sorts of demons a good place for practice? If they're all killed, what would you practice on?" He understood the problem as soon as she said this. In normal training grounds, there were specialized formations and various demons captured for the students' safety, but Bai Yang's training grounds used an entire graveyard as the practice area. Lin Mo silently reflected on this. He looked at her with admiration, inwardly praising Bai Yang Academy's optimism. Mu Yuanqing smiled brightly and reassured, "Don't worry, the demons in graveyards are the weakest. A few moves and you'll win." The two of them thought to themselves, walking a few steps and encountering a pure body demon at the level of an evil spirit, yet it was called the weakest. Lin Mo had a question and asked, "Then what about the demon pearl from the graveyard demons? How is that handled?" She happily handed them the pearls, and they thanked her joyfully. Hai Xiaopan, picking one up, curiously asked, "Mo bro, how much is a graveyard demon pearl worth? He laughed and replied, a beginner's weeping demon would only go for so much, at most 10,000 per piece. Lin Mo picked up the demon pearl and silently calculated. But since there were so many, there were already 160,000 here. He happily affirmed, a graveyard isn't a training ground, it's clearly a mountain of treasures. Mu Yuanqing pointed and called for the two of them to go back to school together. In the quiet, dark night, the three of them moved together. Ha Xiaopan was quite complaining at the moment. What kind of school is this, so remote? It's hard to even find an internet cafe to go online. She pointed ahead and lightly laughed, dismissing his words. Who said that? Although the school is in the outskirts of Xinhai, if you just go past the desolate cemetery to the south, climb over a mountain, and take a ferry, you can reach Lingling City and even get to the city center. The Shuifeng Academy is right by the river. But our academy is also great. Every night you can see ghosts playing in the graveyard, just like stars in the sky. Her cheerful introduction made the two of them feel uneasy. Lin Mo was silently frustrated. It was already good enough that he wasn't scared half to death just by seeing the ghosts. Mu Yuanqing quickly interjected, "We've arrived." The three of them stood in front of the entrance. His gaze was filled with determination. "Bai Yang, I'm here." They all went in together and soon encountered other people. Some were grumbling, others were irritated, and some were jealous. A young man, irritated, shouted, "Damn it, I want to be welcomed by the senior girls too." A man stepped out, slapped him on the head, and scolded, "Want to be welcomed by the senior girls? Do you think they want to have you around?" He pointed at Lin Mo and scolded, "Do you think you're on their level? He's an outstanding student who's been invited to their house, and what about you? It's already a big favor that I'm guiding you, and you want more?" Upon hearing the guide's words, the other students gathered around, gazing at them with admiration. Everyone soon dispersed and headed back to their dorms. Lin Mo was given the key to room 433 and reminded, "Don't forget to protect yourself from the sun during military training tomorrow." Lin Mo happily took it and thanked her. Yuanqing also responded cheerfully, "No need to be polite, I'll be off then." Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind them, "By the way, one more thing, make sure to lock the door tightly when you go to sleep tonight. There might be a ghost playing at night, wandering around and disturbing your rest." He Xiaopan, instead of paying attention to the reminder, focused on her. "She's really beautiful. If she were my girlfriend, that would be great." He casually dismissed the thought. "She's not right for you. I think you'd be better off with one of those girls who move faster." He angrily scolded, "Speak properly!" At that moment, the system suddenly rang. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Break the Room points. Lin Mo walked down the hallway looking for the room number. He Xiaopan couldn't stop being scared since the place inside was even darker than outside. After a while, he finally found his room number. He nervously grabbed Lin Mo's hand. "Wait a minute, Mo bro. What's that sound? Could it be a ghost?" He smiled reassuringly. "Why are you so scared? Do you think there are ghosts everywhere?" Then Lin Mo widened his eyes as he saw the scene inside. A young man was sitting, looking exhausted, across from them, sharpening a knife. He raised his eyes full of murderous intent to look at them. He Xiaopan, terrified, hid behind Lin Mo, looking even more scared than a ghost. He somewhat dazedly greeted the man. Lin Mo entered, turned on the lights, and scolded, "Sharpening a knife in the dark like that? You almost scared us to death." He picked up the knife and spun it a few times, replying, "No need to turn on the light." He nodded in agreement as he stepped closer. Lin Mo glanced over and asked, "Xiaoban, are you coming in? Anything else?" He hesitated, slowly stepping inside. Together, they began to arrange their things and prepare the sleeping area. Lin Mo glanced down briefly, then slowly introduced himself. "I'm Lin Mo. From now on, we're roommates. I look forward to working together." He kept sharpening the knife with one hand, responding, "I'm a Shu." Lin Mo, sitting cross-legged with his head down, thought to himself, "What a strange person. This guy is either shy around strangers or he's just odd. Suddenly, Shui Tongui leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, "His knife isn't simple. It scares me." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was startled. He quickly leaned forward and cheerfully asked, "A shoe? Your knife looks special. What do you use it for?" A shoe pondered for a long moment, then slowly raised the knife and replied in a low voice, "Shaving heads." Lin Mo turned to him, curious, and asked softly, "Is the head-shaving knife really that powerful?" It replied in fear, "Well, that's nothing unusual anymore." The head-shaving knife seemed to have been around since the Qing dynasty, when every man shaved his head to tie a queue. This knife had been used year after year to shave the heads of grown men, absorbing their yang energy for a long time, making it a powerful weapon to counter ghosts. Lin Mo looked at it in awe and said, "So, this is really quite powerful." He quickly called out to him. Then, Lin Mo asked all of his curiosities. "What kind of demon contract do you have? Can you share it? And why did you come to Baiyang? Let's hang out sometime. I think that knife is really powerful." A shoe smiled brightly, unbothered, and answered each question. "My demon contract is with the Shadow Demon. I came to Baiyang because they offered me half off the tuition. As for hanging out, forget it. I only kill evil demons." Lin Mo listened to the answers and quickly analyzed them in his mind. Demon contracts also vary in rarity, but the most common ones are corpse-eating demons, starving demons, which are well known, and their abilities are easy to deal with. But with demons that are rated as S-rank rarity, like Blood-Eye Demon and Shadow Demon, their abilities are unknown. This means that in a fight, they can surprise their opponents and win. A shoe seemed hard to approach, but he had a good vibe. He had said little earlier, probably because he was shy, but when asked, he still answered. That showed he was a straightforward person. Lin Mo quickly jumped off the bed and asked cheerfully, "A shoe? Where did you form the contract with the Shadow Demon?" A shoe was wiping his knife while speaking. "My family has a tradition of being head-shaving artisans. Whenever a child comes of age, they must go to Shadow Mountain to receive a Shadow Demon. Only those who successfully form a contract with the Shadow Demon are worthy of the head-shaving knife passed down by the seniors." Lin Mo asked further, "Then why did you come to Baiyang?" A shoe wrapped his knife and answered, "The principal offered me half off the tuition." Suddenly, he stopped smiling. Lin Mo silently understood A Shu's situation. In these times, people love to get trendy hairstyles, so the profession of head shaving had become hard to make a living from. He lifted his face and asked him, "What about you? Why did you come to Baiyang?" A shoe seriously looked at the two of them. Lin Mo slowly replied, "Because Principal Shumian ran out of tuition fees for me, so I just came." Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. "Then if you want to shave your head, just come to me." 5 coins per time, he happily agreed with A Shoe. Late at night, with the cool breeze and clear moonlight, Hoi Xiaopan looked at the empty bed, quite curious. There was still one person missing. Where could he be? Lin Mo yawned loudly and casually spoke. "Who knows, maybe halfway there he got caught by a ghost." These words terrified him. He quickly urged both of them to go to sleep since they had military training tomorrow. The sound of snoring echoed loudly in the hallway. The door slowly opened and the noise kept coming. Lin Mo's eyes were still closed, but he reminded them, "Xiaoban, if you're doing that, take it easy. We still have military training tomorrow. Don't exhaust yourself." Suddenly, Lin Mo realized something and abruptly snapped awake, mentally counting the seconds. Normally, Xiaoban would only take about a minute to do this, but now it had been nearly 10 minutes. He quickly stuck his head out to check what was causing the noise. Lin Mo's eyes widened in panic. Hei Xiaopan was tightly wrapped in red threads, as if they were trying to strangle him. Lin Mo panicked and jumped up, shouting loudly, "Hei Xiaopan, you're being choked down there!" Suddenly, a sword gleamed brightly, slicing right across his face. The sword struck the wall with great force, cutting through the threads. Lin Mo raised his hand to turn on the light, but couldn't help but voice his gratitude towards A Shu. He Xiaopan trembled in great distress. How could you not notice when I kicked like that? I almost got crushed to death. Lin Mo paid no attention, laughing loudly and patting him on the back, causing him to scream in fear. Sorry, I thought you were doing that, and when I was asleep, suddenly I couldn't breathe. Hai Xiaopan looked at the hand and explained everything, then bowed his head to see that he couldn't control his two hands. What exactly is going on here? He held the thread in his hand and speculated. Maybe it's a puppet ghost. A Shu, standing beside him, pulled the knife from the wall and began to analyze. Do you think so too? But on the corridor, it should only be ghosts that walk at night, right? How could there be a puppet ghost? Lin Mo, with a calm expression, spoke, making He Xiaopan tremble beside him. This isn't simple. Someone must be deliberately playing with us. Who could it be? We just arrived and haven't even caused trouble with anyone. He and Shu both looked outside and suggested, Let's go outside and we'll know immediately. The two quickly went outside. He was panic-stricken, too afraid to go out, and shouted, Don't leave me alone! He Xiaopan, filled with fear, looked at the two of them. Well, I'll stay here and wait for you guys. Laughter filled the air from a group of people on the rooftop. They were extremely excited, laughing and talking loudly. And Shuang wondered whether these new students could handle it, or if he'd end up taking them down for good. Even if they didn't die, they'd probably be scared out of their minds. Did they forget about that one guy from last year who we drove crazy? He stood silently, puffing on his pipe. And Shuang's face was full of grimness as he looked at the puppet demon with contempt. The 433 group dared to let my goddess Mu Yuan Qing go pick them up. They must be tired of living. How dare they touch what's mine? I'm going to show them who the real boss of this school is. Then he looked at the puppet demon with a confused expression. Furious, An Shuang threw his pipe aside. They dared to cut my strings. Those damn fools! Go deal with them for me! Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching them off guard. No need to go anywhere. We're already here. Lin Mo and Shu appeared, their faces full of anger as they stared at them. Why are you guys out here causing trouble in the middle of the night? All right then, let's play this out properly. They were immediately enraged and shouted loudly. You guys are too arrogant. If you're getting bullied, just accept it quietly. We're only doing this because we're showing you some respect. And Shuang's face darkened as he glared at Lin Mo, gritting his teeth. Unaware of the consequences, I'll have them killed for you. They were pumped up and ready to fight, summoning their demons with one hand, ready to unleash their deadly beasts. Lin Mo looked at them with complete disdain and mocked, Is that all? What kind of senior student are you if you're this weak? They were furious upon hearing this and pointed at him angrily. How dare you look down on us? You're a freshman, and you haven't even unlocked all your skills yet, and you're acting all high and mighty. We'll make sure you won't see the light of day tomorrow. Lin Mo twitched his ears and gave them a confused look. Won't see the light of day tomorrow? Is it going to rain tomorrow or something? They were so enraged by his words that they gritted their teeth and didn't say anything further. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have received 80 points for breaking the room. A Shu, who was standing nearby, chuckled softly. This guy's really dedicated. And Shuang, fuming with anger, shouted, Enough with the nonsense! Go deal with him for me! The two of them aggressively advanced toward Lin Mo. He, seeing this, went silent for a moment and then gave the command. Each of you take one, and once you're done, deal with that little demon. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished in a flash, leaving them astonished. The sword flicked through the air in the night, and the demon's head was unexpectedly severed. Lin Mo, deeply astonished, couldn't help but exclaim, That was fast, the sword was quick, but the person was even faster. They were terrified upon seeing this. What the hell? We didn't even see how he made his move. He didn't even bother summoning his contracted demon. Fuming with rage, one of them charged toward Lin Mo. You little bastard. I'll show you what a real expert looks like. Without hesitation, he activated a skill that made his eyes turn bloodshot. Blood Illusionary Realm. His body immediately froze in shock, collapsing to the ground. The others sat down in fear, unable to move, as if they had struck the wrong person. It was clear that they couldn't afford to lose their boss status. And Shuang quickly suppressed her fear and pointed at Lin Mo, shouting, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Lin Mo and A Shu both stared blankly, shaking their heads. "What consequences?" He immediately smiled in a terrifying way, rubbing his hands together. "Well, let's start by beating you up first, then we'll talk." They were terrified, crying and trembling. "Lonje, you have to protect us. Please stop those two." His face darkened as he patted their shoulders. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you too." The puppet behind him began to move, and soon it gestured to control the two of them. And Shuang, in a cowardly move, used the puppet control technique, an evil art of manipulating living beings. She was horrified by the control. "Little brother, please don't hurt us." They suddenly flew forward, crying out, "We can't control our bodies. We didn't mean to do this." Lin Mo, seeing this, darkened his face and sneered lightly. Using the two girls as pawns to buy time for himself to escape, he immediately glared at the man, his anger rising. "Try running away, I dare you." On the rooftop, the poor girl, controlled by the puppet, kicked at Lin Mo, who quickly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, on the other side, A Shu jumped up to avoid the kick from the other girl. Both of them moved closer to each other, and he exclaimed, "It's too much of a hassle, A Shu. Let's finish this quickly." He immediately understood the meaning. Lin Mo then summoned the Devil's Extreme, and the two girls began pleading, "Please don't kill me." The girl beside them also begged, "Please, we beg you." The poor girl screamed out loud. He fiercely raised the sharp-edged saw blade and pointed it at them. The two girls couldn't believe they were still alive. The system appeared and announced, "Congratulations to the host for earning 500 Break the Room points." He looked at them and thought to himself, they still thought they were going to die for sure. Little did they know they just earned me more Break the Room points. This is so sweet. Lin Mo smiled smugly. "I won't harm innocent people." He then glanced in another direction, but he wasn't innocent. And Shuang grew fearful, thinking, "He wants to kill me. How can I escape?" He then came up with an idea. "If I take the stairs down, they'll catch me for sure." And Shuang immediately ordered the puppet demon to help him escape. Once he said that, An Shuang jumped down. He was proud and confident. Lin Mo and Ah Shu quickly chased after him, and Lin Mo shouted, "Don't let him get away." He then tucked the thread in the puppet demon's hand away, causing An Shuang, who had been slowly descending, to fall freely to the ground. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for earning 100 Break the Room points." And Shuang crawled painfully on the ground, crying out, "Help! Someone's trying to kill me!" The two of them looked down from above. A Shu asked him, "Not dead yet? Are we just going to let him go like this?" Lin Mo replied, "If we deal with him in front of the guards, it won't count as legitimate self-defense." He turned around and looked at the puppet demon. It was true that he managed to escape, but his contract demon hadn't managed to run away in time because it still had to bring him down here. Suddenly, Devil's Extreme rushed over and decapitated it, and Shuang immediately clutched his head and screamed from below. Lin Mo took out 2 gems. "The demon pearls of the corpse-eating demon and the puppet demon are mine, right?" He agreed without hesitation, while behind him a faint moaning could be heard, asking for flesh. Lin Mo led Devil's Extreme toward the 2 girls. He immediately brightened up. The 2 poor girls trembled, clinging to each other. The system appeared again, notifying that the loyalty of Devil's Extreme had increased by 20%. Lin Mo triumphantly noted that not only did he earn a ton of Break the Room points, but the current Break the Room points had surpassed 2,000. "Would you like to exchange this for a contract limit?" He grinned wickedly. "Of course, another demon contract. Here I come." The system announced that the exchange was successful and the contract limit increased by 1. The current contract limit was now 3.5. A Shu called out to Lin Mo to leave, and he agreed, recalling Devil's Extreme while wondering what demon he might contract next time. When they arrived at their room, he opened the door and was startled. Lin Mo asked, "Ashu, what's going on?" He walked in and pointed at the trash demon. "Did you buy that trash can? It seems a bit too big." He awkwardly replied, "I didn't buy it. The door's on the table here. Everything's been taken care of. Meanwhile, you were sleeping like a log inside it." Lin Mo looked inside. "Is he asleep? Then just leave him be." "Ashu, you should go to bed early too." He was panic-stricken. Even a trash bin could become a demon contract. A fresh morning, the sun began to rise. The alarm clock rang at 7 a.m. and a hand reached out to turn it off. Lin Mo woke up, stretched, and in his groggy state was astonished by the scene before him. He saw Ashu holding a demon pearl, sitting in meditation. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh, realizing how tough it must be. Absorbing the demon aura from the demon's sensation was a training method used by demon masters to enhance their spiritual perception and boost their intuitive powers. Of course, he didn't have to go through all that hardship. All he had to do was trade points with the system. Thinking this, Lin Mo secretly smiled smugly, knowing that the only thing he needed to do was earn break the room points from others and demons. Lin Mo looked at Ashu's shadow reflected on the wall. Last night, Ashu hadn't even used the shadow demon and was already so strong. He wondered what the shadow demon's power would be like. If it was strong enough, he might even consider contracting one. A little while later, Lin Mo went to where Xiaoban was sleeping and knocked loudly on the door to wake him up. Xiaoban got up, rubbing his eyes, then prepared to go to military training. At the military training location, the sky was especially clear today, with slow, soft clouds drifting by. Everyone was lined up in rows, waiting for orders. A tired young man, holding his hat to shield himself from the sun, asked Lin Mo, "Mo bro, did you bring any water?" Lin Mo stood with his hands in his pockets, the top of his jeans barely covering his chest. Then, with a mischievous smile on his face, he asked, "Water? Got any?" Upon hearing that, everyone around started to stir. "Did you bring some? Share it with us. I'm about to die of thirst here. I'll pay for it if you want." At this point, Lin Mo finally showed his true colors, pretending to scratch his head and looking away as if he had nothing to do with the situation. "Well, I brought it, but I drank it all." And of course, the dissatisfaction was clearly visible on everyone's faces. At this moment, they just wanted to punch the guy standing in front of them a few times. These people are about to die from the heat, and you're still making jokes. Along with this came the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 40 points for breaking the room." At this point, Yingjuan walked over, still brushing his hair to show off his sense of pride. "I heard you guys don't have any water." One person, hearing this, turned to ask, "How about you? Do you have any?" Yingjuan continued to bask in his smugness. "Well, not now, but my girlfriend is about to bring it to me." Seeing that the newcomer had no good intentions and was just showing off, everyone whispered among themselves. Bai Yang Academy is like a monk's temple. There are hardly any girls, and yet this guy, just after enrolling, already has a girlfriend? What's he relying on? Exactly. At this point, Yingjuan looked toward Lin Mo, who was standing by a tree nearby. "Why isn't this guy jealous of me?" And with his usual knack for irritating others, Yingjuan clicked his tongue and mocked Lin Mo. "You're already in college and still don't have a girlfriend? What a loser." Lin Mo just sneered in response. Seeing this, Yingjuan became even more annoyed. "What are you pretending for? No one even wants you." At that moment, Yingjuan's girlfriend came running over with a bottle of water. "Yingquan, are you thirsty? I brought water for you." With his girlfriend delivering water, Yingjuan decided to show off in front of the group without hesitation. "Baby, feed me." Naturally, the faces of the single people behind them couldn't look any worse. Yingjuan still deliberately looked towards Lin Mo, feeling extremely refreshed, but unfortunately, some people couldn't drink. Lin Mo was also helpless due to this display. Suddenly, one person from the crowd, astonished, shouted and pointed to someone approaching. "Look, it's Musinia. The #1 beauty by Yang. Mu Yuanqing was walking over, holding a bottle of water, and the murmurs grew louder and louder. She's so beautiful. I've already decided on the name for my kid after her. I was even thinking about where to bury the two of us together. But isn't she single? Who is she bringing cold Coca-Cola for? So jealous. Everyone recognized her and gritted their teeth, asking who the lucky guy was. Who is the guy who got the senior on the first day? As she got closer, Mu Yuanqing waved and called out loudly to Lin Mo. Even Lin Mo was puzzled and pointed at himself, asking in return, "Me?" Mu Yuanqing walked up and handed him the Coca-Cola bottle. "Here, Lin Mo." Lin Mo was confused and scratched his head, asking again, "For me? Why?" Mu Yuanqing leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, thanking him for dealing with a potential threat to Bai Yang. Realizing what it was, Lin Mo exclaimed softly, "Is it because of what happened last night?" Mu Yuanqing raised her hand to her lips, signaling for silence, and winked, indicating that it was understood, no need to say more. At that moment, everyone around them felt like their minds had exploded. The senior beauty was personally handing water to a freshman. The system's announcement kept ringing in the background. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 break the room points times 10. However, Lin Mo didn't accept them. His face turned pale as he wondered where all this killing intent was coming from. When I looked back at the announcement, I was astonished. I had struggled for half a month just to earn 1,000 points, yet just because of this girl-chasing incident, my points had increased by another 1,000. While everyone else gritted their teeth in frustration, wondering why the person who got the drink from the senior wasn't me, one person with sharp eyes noticed something. Look over there. Another beauty was approaching. A young girl with silver hair was holding a bottle of water. "Is that girl here to give out water too?" "That's An Ran, a friend of Lin Mo." The whispers started again. Everyone hoped that the lucky person wouldn't be Lin Mo. "Please don't let it be that damn guy. He already has a senior bringing him water. If another person shows up, how are we supposed to live with this?" But the truth was, in front of everyone, An Ran came over, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, and smiled as she asked, "Is it different? I've got this contested drink." Seeing her approach, Lin Mo was also confused. "An Ran, why are you here?" And of course, with the system's notification of a break the room point being awarded, came the painful screams of the crowd. Some people, holding their girlfriends, were furious, thinking, "Is he trying to show off with his girlfriend? Who knew he'd run into that damn guy? It's so irritating." Mu Yuanqing saw this and turned to Lin Mo, asking, "Junior, who's this?" Meanwhile, An Ran's gaze was fixed firmly on the bottle of water in Lin Mo's hand, the one Mu Yuanqing had given him. Lin Mo, happy to introduce, was cut off by An Ran as she waved it away. "No need." Immediately after, An Ran turned away angrily, muttering under her breath, "I came to bring you water, but since you already have some, forget it." Lin Mo, with a head full of question marks, thought to himself, "Why is An Ran angry with me? I haven't done anything." Mu Yuanqing, seeing this, sighed helplessly and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "When your girlfriend is upset, go chase after her and explain. Quick." Lin Mo finally understood, hurriedly grabbed the water bottle, and while running, called out, "An Ran, wait for me." Then Lin Mo quickly drank most of the water, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said, "Ugh, even the teeth are all gone." An Ran, still sulking, replied, "Ugh, then lose all your teeth." Lin Mo, still clueless about why An Ran was angry, asked innocently, "Hey, what's going on?" He turned to Mu Yuanqing and asked for advice. "What should I do now, sis?" Mu Yuanqing, helpless in the face of such low emotional intelligence, sighed and muttered, "Just go after her. What else can you do?" She then put her hand on her forehead, her expression one of utter frustration. "He looks so smart, but how can his EQ be this low?" An Ran, still upset, walked while thinking to herself, "Lin Mo must have another girl. Just like my mum said, men are all liars. Min was hoping he would be different." Eventually, Lin Mo caught up, grabbed Anran's hand, and stopped her. He looked at her seriously and said, "Anran, I have something I need to tell you." Anran, pouting, replied, "What else do you want to say?" Lin Mo, seeing her attitude, stammered, looking for a reason to smooth things over. He smiled brightly and tried to distract her. "I just wanted to ask if you made this water bottle for me." Anran, still sulking, spoke with jealousy in her voice. "Didn't some other girl bring water for you already? Why are you still drinking this? Just throw it away." Lin Mo quickly grabbed the water bottle and replied, "This water tastes so good, it would be a shame to waste it." After saying that, he drank it all in one go, not leaving a single drop behind. To his surprise, once he finished, Lin Mo felt incredibly refreshed and asked, "Is there more? I swear it feels even cooler than water from the fridge." At this moment, Anran, extremely angry, snapped, "More of your nonsense!" She revealed the origin of the water he had just praised. "This water is from the ancient tomb, and I collected it drop by drop. How could there be more?" Lin Mo, a bit taken aback, still replied respectfully, "No wonder it's so cold. I guess it has some yin energy in it too. Thanks. You must have been exhausted sitting there collecting each drop." Anran, hearing this, felt a strange sense of satisfaction in her heart, but she still responded with a biting tone. "I've poisoned it, so soon enough you'll drop dead from it." Lin Mo playfully teased her in return. "Poisoned? Doesn't matter. Is there more? Can you bring me another bottle?" Anran, disgusted, responded, "Where's your woman to bring it to you?" Lin Mo pouted and whined, "I've only had your lemon water since this morning." Suddenly, Anran, with a look of regret, said, "I was planning to take you to tour my ancient tomb base, but you seem so busy, so never mind." Lin Mo, like a dog wagging its tail to please her, replied, "Ancient tombs are fascinating. How could I not go? I absolutely have to see it." Her eyes sparkled with delight like stars in the sky, and her heart couldn't help but race with excitement. The points she had just earned earlier could be exchanged for another contract limit. Now she had two, just when she was feeling down with nowhere to go. Heading to the ancient tomb, perhaps she might come across some useful demon to form a contract with. Returning to a cheerful state, Anran snatched the water bottle and spoke. "If you really want to go, then let's meet at 10 p.m. tonight at the east side of the royal slaughtering ground." With that, she turned and ran off. He called out loudly, "Okay, see you tonight." Both of them waved at each other and agreed to meet in the evening. After saying goodbye to Anran, he contentedly muttered, "Finally managed to cheer her up." But just a moment later, thousands of words seemed to intentionally pierce Lin Mo's heart, cutting deep into his wound. He thought his emotional intelligence, EQ, was low, but it turned out this guy was even worse. A mocking voice responded, agreeing with the assessment, adding that this wasn't just low EQ, but rather the final stage of a terminally ill straight man. Seriously bad. Another voice chimed in, "The salty meat is too salty, it tastes awful." Lin Mo, irritated, retorted, "Here I am, managing to cheer someone up, and I'm getting mocked by a bunch of demons for having low EQ. Clearly, my EQ is high." At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, you have received a break the room point." Lin Mo felt confused. What did I even do? Why is my score suddenly going up? What he didn't realize was that, all this time, thousands of men's eyes had been fixed on him, their gazes burning with rage. Now he understood his earlier excitement. It seemed he would need to ask Anran to come to school more often from now on. The scene transitions to late night, 10 p.m. at a graveyard filled with thick spiritual energy. Lin Mo and Anran are already here. Both are being carried by a ghost. His face is pale, eyes full of fear as he looks ahead, while she taunts him with amusement. "Is this all it takes to scare you? When I was 10, I survived a ghost wave." Lin Mo, astonished, asks, "Survived a ghost wave at 10? And you didn't die?" Anran proudly replies, "At that time, I still had a ghostly fate, so the other ghosts dared not approach me." After answering, she excitedly announces, "We're here." Lin Mo, however, is lost in troubled thoughts. The doll ghost was taken by Gao Long Chen and handed over to Gao TT. Just how miserable was this girl's childhood? The two are gently placed down, and An Ran quickly moves ahead. In front of them is a mountain of tangled branches, covering the entrance of a cave. The long branches twist and wind, and as they get closer to the cave entrance, the disturbance causes a swarm of bats to fly out. An Ran eagerly enters first, saying, "We're almost at the tomb that those grave robbers dug." In contrast, Lin Mo is extremely cautious, carefully surveying the surroundings. The two of them, Lin Mo and An Ran, one in front and one behind, move closer, carefully sliding down into the cave in the dark. After sliding down the slope, they both jump into another area where the light is dim and ethereal. Upon landing safely, Lin Mo thinks to himself, using this place as a temporary hideout wouldn't be bad, especially for someone on the run. As for An Ran, there are two others here, two members of the Black Abyss gang, Zhuang Han, who step forward to greet them. "Boss, you two are back?" At this moment, Lin Mo also just realized, silently feeling uneasy in his mind, "Isn't this Zhuang Han, the one whose leg I took last time? His little demon was destroyed by me, so now he's just an ordinary person, no longer able to form a demon contract." Zhuang Han casually lightened the awkward atmosphere, cheerfully facing him and saying, "It's my own fault, so I don't hold any grudge about losing a leg." Lin Mo praised, "You're truly a real man." Suddenly, a voice came from the hut. "Lin Mo, do you still remember me?" Immediately, the owner of the voice appeared, and it was Hao Kun. Even Lin Mo was surprised and spoke up, "Hao Kun, have you joined them too?" Hao Kun recalled his experience, helplessly replying, "The boss not only saved me, but also advised me, so I joined them. After all, someone as useless as me doesn't really have anywhere else to go, does he?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt somewhat relieved, then looked at An Ran, contemplating in his mind. Accepting Hao Kun was enough to prove that An Ran was a truly kind-hearted person. Despite having a childhood as hellish as hers, she still managed to preserve her original heart. Such a person was truly rare. Noticing his gaze on her, An Ran took the opportunity to showcase her talents, speaking up. "So, how about it? Isn't my base amazing? Even if you challenge those useless, worthless jerks, they won't be able to find this place." She seized the chance to take his hand and introduced, "Look, over there is a dragon's head connected to an underground water vein, so there's no need to worry about the water supply." An Ran led Lin Mo closer to take a better look, carefully explaining, "The water for the drinks I brought you is also from this source, so it's very cool and refreshing." Lin Mo couldn't stop praising her. Just then, something puzzled him, and he asked, "This lobby area is definitely well secured, but why don't you open up the tomb to create more space?" An Ran replied, somewhat discouraged, "Do you think I haven't considered that? But no matter what method we use, we still can't open the tomb door." Lin Mo, confused, asked, "Is there no tunnel leading inside the tomb?" At the same time, he activated his vision, thinking it was strange that his blood eye couldn't discern anything. Hao Kun, who was standing beside them, spoke up. "There are indeed other tunnels in some places, but they've all been dug halfway and then stopped." Zhuang Han, who was also nearby, added, "The people who dug the tunnels all died, and their bodies are still in the tunnels. Only the tunnel leading to the front hall has been fully excavated." Hearing this, Lin Mo's curiosity grew even more, and he became excited to investigate. It seemed like there was something formidable behind this tomb door. "Chainsaw Ghost, cut it open for me!" He activated his power, quickly taking action. The Chainsaw Ghost appeared without delay and immediately began its task, sawing forcefully at the wall. Noticing that there was no change, the Chainsaw Ghost scratched its head and reported back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, equally surprised, stared at the dragon's head, which showed no signs of damage, and exclaimed, "It's that sturdy?" A sense of doubt began to stir inside him. The Chainsaw Ghost's attack power was not low. After all, it could even cut through basalt. But it still couldn't do anything to this door. One of the members of the Black Abyss gang, with a tone of disdain, sneered, "Do you think we're idiots? We've tried this method for a long time, and it basically can't be opened. This must be some kind of barrier or formation, and yet you still don't understand that?" Lin Mo ignored him, focusing on thinking of a way to break through. A barrier. The chainsaw ghost turned back immediately, and a flash of green light shot out from Lin Mo's wrist in an instant. Lin Mo stepped closer, examining carefully, a feeling gnawing at him that this tomb door seemed to be drawing him in with some strange force. He reached out to touch the dragon, and at the same time, a thought crossed his mind, urging him to do so. The very next moment, as though responding to his instinct, a mystical mechanism or hidden device triggered, and the massive wall in front of him opened up. The ground shook violently, and everyone was thrown into confusion. Was it an earthquake, or was the tomb collapsing? Ayn Rand exclaimed, "Look, everyone! Look at Lin Mo!" The door slowly opened, and they stepped inside. Wu Kun was amazed. What is this magnificent place? Ayn Rand couldn't help but wonder, but how could Lin Mo open it? Someone else responded, "Who knows? Maybe this tomb is somehow deeply connected to him." Lin Mo thought to himself, his spiritual sense tethered closely to this tomb. Every corner felt so familiar, as if he had been here for a long time. "Let's go inside and figure it out." The statue's gaze turned toward him, and Lin Mo froze. Ayn Rand cried out, "Lin Mo, be careful!" The statue began to move, and the others simultaneously knelt on either side of Lin Mo, forming a path. He stood there, bewildered, unsure of what was happening, but also feeling a sense of unease. If these stone statues are guarding the ancient tomb, shouldn't they be attacking me? Why are they all kneeling in front of me? What exactly is the connection between this ancient tomb and me? Ka, who was following and observing Lin Mo, thought to himself, "This kid has blood flowing through his veins that's anything but normal." The Zhuang Han people were delighted, as they had managed to make all the stone statues kneel down. "This person's identity must be unusual. We should go in as well." However, a stone statue rushed out to block the way, and he realized then. It seemed that the statue only wanted Lin Mo to enter alone. Ayn Rand wanted to charge in, but was stopped. "Lin Mo, you have to be careful." Lin Mo slowly stepped forward. On the first stone step, that person was swinging a sword, killing enemies on the battlefield. Behind him, others began to follow, shouting and rallying. That person was a great general, leading thousands of soldiers, slaying tens of thousands of enemies, their corpses piled high to form mountains. He resembled a demon, beheading countless people, making the world tremble and bow in fear. Demon Sword. That person had silver-white hair, leaning on a tree with his sword used as a cane, gazing intently toward the palace he had devoted his life to protecting. Lin Mo slowly walked toward the coffin. The one lying in it was none other than the Demon Sword himself. A voice filled with menace came from the coffin. "Who is it?" Lin Mo panicked and cried out. This ancient tomb must be at least 300 or 400 years old, yet the person in the coffin can still speak. Miss Shui Tonggui beside him tried to reassure him. "Don't be afraid, that's just a fragment of the tomb owner's soul." He cautiously introduced himself. "I am Lin Mo." The voice of the kneeling sword asked thunderously, "Are you the king of the kingdom of Demon Sealing?" Lin Mo was momentarily stunned and responded, "The kingdom of Demon Sealing has long since ceased to exist." He seemed not to believe it and asked again, "Lost?" He quickly responded, "That's right, it was destroyed by Province Nation 50 years ago." The kingdom of Demon Sealing was a small, ancient country with an absolute monarchy located in the southwest. It had a total area of only 10,000 square meters and a population of around 20,000 people. 50 years ago, Province Nation launched an attack on the royal palace, and the kingdom of Demon Sealing was officially destroyed. When Demon Sword heard the news, he was filled with fury. The country they had spent their entire lives protecting had been obliterated by Province Nation. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He released a demon aura with devastating power. Those damned province nation, give my country back, give my people back. The demon aura was extremely powerful, and anyone caught off guard could be in great danger. The aura shot up into the sky, resembling a giant vortex from a distance, accompanied by thunder and terrifying storms. At the Zhang Province Safety Bureau, Gao Longchen observed the swirling demon aura from afar, horrified, and shouted, "It must be the remnants of demon sealing triggering the forbidden spell to open the tomb of Demon Sword. I never expected the tomb we've been searching for to be right under their noses." He immediately ordered, "Send people to investigate the location of Demon Sword's tomb. If we encounter any remnants of demon sealing, eliminate them on the spot." At this moment, Lin Feng was happily skipping around the courtyard, excitedly saying to An Shuang, "It's Moni. No one else in this world, except Moni, can open Demon Sword's tomb. Not even you or I can do it." She walked over, worried, and asked, "Do you think Moni will be in danger?" Lin Feng didn't answer her question, but instead excitedly looked around. "He can't stay in this village anymore. It's time to go protect Moni." With that, he grabbed the sickle nearby. His spirit was full of energy, and just thinking about dealing with the people from the Safety Bureau made him feel a rush of heat. "Stay at home and take care of our daughter. I'll leave right away." At Lin Mo's location, the people present were stunned by the power of the demon sword. What kind of demon is this, to have such an overwhelming amount of demon aura? To witness something like this in my lifetime, it's worth dying for. And Ran still thought about him. Lin Mo better not be in any danger. The demon sword grew increasingly agitated, as if going mad. "Why destroy my country? What gives you the right? That tiny province nation?" Miss Shuitong Gui, hiding behind him, suggested, "Try binding him, he's really strong." Lin Mo was also scared by the demon aura. Is he a demon? But with this much demon aura, wouldn't binding him cause me to explode and die? Both of them widened their eyes at the immense amount of demon aura. Miss Shuetongui reassured him, "It's just the demon aura that's been accumulated over a long time. The remnants of his soul are just a single thread." "Do you see the sword in the coffin?" Lin Mo retorted loudly. "But I can't sense his demonic body." Miss Shuetongui, losing patience, replied, "I told you, it's just a remnant soul, not even a full demon yet. To form a contract with him, you need to try dripping your blood on the sword. If he agrees to recognize you as his master, he will follow you. Otherwise, there's nothing you can do. Hurry up, his soul is about to vanish." He responded with a sound and bit his finger, thinking deeply. This demon sword was so powerful, if he could form a contract with it, his strength would surely grow significantly. Lin Mo dripped his blood onto the sword, and a strange force appeared, swirling around the central point, then flew straight into his chest. Lin Mo only had time to scream once before his body collapsed. An Ran, standing below the Grand Hall, saw Lin Mo in danger and panicked, shouting loudly. Without hesitation, she cast a spell to summon her shadow demon. A mystical purple light flickered in the darkness, and the shadow demon quickly emerged from the void, carrying and ran forward. The stone statues sensed its presence and tightened their grips on their weapons, accurately striking to block the path of the shadow demon. A group of stone statues gathered to attack, but the demon cleverly avoided them. Seeing that the number of enemies was growing, the shadow demon took advantage of its ability to fly and soared higher to bypass them. It landed at the high platform where Lin Mo had been struck with the deadly blow. And Ran immediately rushed towards him. As she neared the coffin, she found Lin Mo lying inside with an odd expression on his face. And Ran, panic-stricken, shook him and called out, but he didn't respond at all. There was no other choice. She had to lift him up, intending to carry him out of there. An Ran breathed heavily, but still managed to place Lin Mo on her back. Outside it was nighttime near the ancient tomb, but a large group of people appeared. An Ran's group seemed to have guessed that the noise from this place would attract the Safety Bureau, so they urged each other to leave quickly. Da Chuang, apparently having received news, became even more panicked. "The Safety Bureau is coming! Hurry up, boss!" On the high platform, the shadow ghost was fumbling to lift Lin Mo. Anran, standing beside, also understood that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't survive once the Safety Bureau surrounded them. She immediately agreed. Moments later, the shadow ghost was carrying Lin Mo in his arms, Anran on his back, flying the way they had come. Anran looked at the stone statue saluting along the path and was certain they wouldn't attack Lin Mo. So, the two of them passed safely through the stone statue path, guided by the glow from Lin Mo. After meeting up with the three subordinates, Anran wasted no time and ordered them to leave immediately. The group, knowing how precious time was, didn't hesitate and rushed toward the exit. While Anran and her group were making their way through the tomb, people outside were patrolling fiercely, searching for them. Anran and her men hid behind several tombs that were several meters tall. Her subordinates, looking at Lin Mo, were concerned that he might have had his soul sucked away by the ghost. Anran wasn't entirely sure, only able to say, "We can only find a doctor to check." Zhuang Han, who was standing guard next to her, suddenly spoke urgently, "The Safety Bureau is coming this way." Zhuang Han and the others were slightly panicked, whispering to discuss their escape plan. A subordinate sitting next to Anran broke their thoughts. He believed they couldn't run away because the officers from the Safety Bureau were extremely capable. Then he speculated that their target was Lin Mo, and suggested they should hand Lin Mo over to find a chance of survival. How could Anran agree to that? She scowled and suggested going to Betrayal Academy since Lin Mo was a student there. Perhaps they would receive protection. One of the subordinates, having been saved by Anran, volunteered to support her. He stood up, signaling that he would distract the others so Anran could take Lin Mo and flee. The other two didn't want to fall behind, so they decided to go as well. Anran's eyes reddened with emotion, and she was at a loss for words. The three didn't give her a chance to refuse, leaving only a few words wishing her safety before they ran off. Anran held Lin Mo in her arms and watched their figures fade away. Tears finally welled up in her eyes, but she still choked out her thanks through sobs. While the Safety Bureau agents were on high alert, a figure suddenly flashed past them, taunting them with provocative words. At the same time, a suspicious shadow appeared elsewhere, leading most of the Safety Bureau agents to give chase. Anran's subordinates continued to taunt, making the Safety Bureau agents furious, shouting to catch them. The quiet area around the ancient tomb, once still, now echoed with cries for blood and murder. Seizing this opportunity, Anran used a shadow technique to cover her and Lin Mo, swiftly flying off in a different direction. She looked down from above at the group of people chasing each other, tears streaming down her face as she silently prayed for their survival. The shadow demon hovered silently in the air, thinking no one had noticed, yet all of it was seen by Sun De, who was sitting in his car. He sneered, watching them leave, thinking that relying on the shadow demon would allow them to escape. He had underestimated the safety measures too much. As he spoke, he touched the evil spirit tattoo on his arm. At his summoning, the white demon's soul materialized as 3 wolves, which transformed into 3 beams of light, chasing after Anran. She was no ordinary woman, and as they neared, she immediately recognized the shadow demon's target, Lin Mo and herself, so she could only passively dodge. However, she was still a step too slow, and the green wolf struck her on the shoulder. As a result, her arms holding Lin Mo slackened slightly. At this moment, Anran knew for sure that they were targeting Lin Mo. Worry filled her as she ordered the shadow demon to protect him. The shadow demon couldn't just favor one side over the other, so it embraced both of them in its protection. Unfortunately, one of the wolves seized the opportunity and lunged, biting into Anran's waist, causing her to scream in pain. Sun De watched this scene with amusement. He even regretted not being able to kill Anran, for she was the illegitimate daughter of the department head. With that thought, he grinned maliciously. It seemed that the kid was indeed an outlier of the demon-sealing faction. If he caught him, he would definitely be promoted. The shadow demon held Lin Mo and Anran tightly in its embrace, surrounding them with the white demon soul. Anran, in great pain, softly commanded, "Nightmare demon, quickly leave this place and head to Betrayal Academy." Immediately, it swiftly ran forward, evading the attack from White Demon Soul. Sundali, standing below, looked at them running and sneered, his face flashing with a mocking, triumphant expression. Truly naive. My White Demon Soul is not so easy to escape from. Each strike was aimed at blocking them. The group of White Demon Souls surrounding them were hit by the attacks of the Shadow Demon. The school slowly emerged from the darkness before everyone's eyes, and Ran trembled as she tightly held onto Lin Mo. They had finally arrived. Just as she lost strength, the Shadow Demon also lost its energy and slowly fell. Suddenly, White Demon Soul aggressively charged towards the two of them. Another powerful demon appeared and knocked them away. The White Demon Souls retreated cautiously, backing off quickly. Mu Yuanqing, her face cold, shouted sharply, "How bold! To dare release demons and harm others in a school!" Upon seeing someone approach, Anran weakly raised her injured face, seeking help. "We're being hunted." Mu Yuanqing's face showed surprise at hearing this, and she carefully observed the two. "Lin Mo, and this is the girl who brought water this morning. How did they get so badly injured?" Suddenly, a large number of police cars appeared outside. They stopped at the school gate when they saw Mu Yuanqing standing in their way. She shouted loudly, "Who are you to dare attack inside the school?" They did not back down, retorting angrily, "Open your eyes and look properly. We're from the Safety Bureau." The officers from the Safety Bureau, enraged, threatened, "We're here to hunt down a major criminal. If you continue to obstruct us, we'll consider you an accomplice and hold you accountable." Mu Yuanqing cast a brief glance towards the group of Lin Mo behind her, rebutting, "They are my students, not criminals." She stood firm against them, and let's see who dares to lay a hand on them. The people from the Safety Bureau were infuriated by this, clearly seeking trouble. Immediately, they summoned their demons, preparing for battle. Mu Yuanqing stood alone, facing the Safety Bureau personnel, who had summoned hundreds of demons. She gritted her teeth in fear, knowing that if she were attacked by these demons, she would likely die without a trace. Suddenly, a figure swiftly darted in front of her. His hand, glowing with fiery light, reached out, and with a single move, he sent the demons flying. Mu Yuanqing felt a surge of relief when she recognized the newcomer as the principal. The 8 demon lords watched from inside the school gate, observing as the demons fell in disarray. The principal immediately turned to Mu Yuanqing and ordered, "Quickly, take them to the infirmary. I'll handle things here." The students inside the dormitory heard the noise and rushed out to see what was going on. "What's happening? Why is the deputy director of the Safety Bureau here?" They watched the scene unfold in the courtyard, discussing amongst themselves. "Senior is carrying Lin Mo. Don't tell me they went outside and got caught." The principal was a 6th-rank demon master. Could he really be intending to handle all those people by himself? A Shu, watching from above, was suddenly stunned. He looked on in horror as he observed Lin Mo. The sword aura surrounding Lin Mo was overwhelmingly powerful. The people from the Safety Bureau were infuriated. "What does he intend to do?" Duan Kun-kun's face was serious. "You want to touch my students? Not a chance." Sundali, hearing this, sneered loudly. "A principal of a rundown school like you dares to obstruct the Safety Bureau from catching criminals? He's still standing there arguing." "I'll block you, so what?" Duan Kun responded. "Once you step onto my school grounds, anyone who wants to harm my students has to go through me first." Sundali's face darkened with anger as he cursed. "I heard you're just a 6th-level demon master. Do you think you can stop us?" Immediately, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Order to summon all of your contracted demons!" His subordinates instantly obeyed and began to take action. Duan Kun took a fighting stance, his face grim. "Then try me." He removed the cloth wrap from his arm. At the same time, Duan Kun's arms emitted several small flames. The sight before Sundali's eyes caused him to widen them in shock. 8 incredibly powerful contracted demons instantly appeared beside Duan Kun. The students in the dormitory were utterly amazed. The principal just summoned 7 demons, and they're all at least evil spirit level. That's a demon judge. I heard those are so rare they haven't appeared in ages, and there's even a little girl demon, a super-class demon." The people and demons from the Safety Bureau were stunned, frozen in place. At this moment, Sun De finally became aware and was filled with terror. He was not Jaifeng, he was one of the 8 demon kings of the Heaven and Earth Corps. Duan Kun-kun's face was filled with anger as he firmly stated, "I am Duan Kun. Do you still want to charge in?" He muttered anxiously, "Duan Tongling is not in the Dian province, but in Jiang province. You have no authority to stop our Safety Bureau from capturing criminals. If you continue to obstruct our actions, you'll have to bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Duan Kun-kun's face turned cold. "I don't care who you want to arrest. All I know is that the boy is my student. If you persist in trying to kill him, don't blame me." Sun De, no longer afraid, shouted, "Everyone, move in! We must capture the remnants of Demon Sealing." They quickly advanced toward the gate, where he was blocking their way. Duan Kun remained calm, softly calling out, "Demon Judge." Upon hearing his name, the Demon Judge immediately raised his brush. Red characters flew from the brush and swiftly headed toward the group of demons from the Safety Bureau. They were stunned and immobilized. He then summoned the Maid Demon, saying, "Your turn." The Maid Demon swung her scythe with immense power, and waves of strikes descended upon the Safety Bureau's demons, causing them intense pain. The demons that were cleaved fell in heaps at their feet. The Safety Bureau personnel were horrified and cried out, "This is terrifying. Is this the power of a human?" Duan Kun, his face darkened with fury, glanced at them coldly. "A bunch of trash." They turned pale, fearfully staring ahead. Immediately turning around, he fled in utter panic. He muttered with a hint of disdain, "The Safety Bureau is nothing special." The convoy of the Safety Bureau quickly sped off. The group of students, who had been watching this whole time, couldn't help but feel elated. With just 2 beautiful demons, they had wiped out the entire Safety Bureau team. They were ecstatic and shouted loudly, "Our principal is awesome! We won't dare to look down on him anymore." The convoy of the Safety Bureau raced quickly down the dark road. Inside the vehicle, Sun De began to contact the head of the Safety Bureau. On the other end, Gao Longchen was anxious. "What's the situation?" Sun De's voice came through the phone, filled with anger. This operation only captured an irrelevant person. The brat connected to the grave of the demon sword was stopped and couldn't be apprehended. Who was it that blocked our path? Sun De, on the other end, responded seriously. "The military commander of Zhentian, Duan Kun." The reply came, "He's currently the principal of Baiyang Academy." Then, with a tone of contempt, Duan Kun wouldn't protect the remnants of Demon Sealing. Gao Longchen recalled the past, speaking as he remembered. Back then, when attacking Demon Sealing, he massacred an entire city. But understanding the hidden intention, Sun De was alarmed. "Director, are you suggesting that he abandoned his post as the commander of Zhentian to sneak into Jiang province, establishing a rundown academy to gather students for investigating the remnants of Demon Sealing?" Gao Longchen chuckled softly. "No wonder he's the commander of Zhentian. He's truly a ruthless and cunning man." He spoke while reclining his chair. There were 2 possible reasons why the old man stopped him. Either he wanted to take the credit, or he wanted to use this matter as bait for a bigger fish. Don't forget, the Grand Sorcerer of the Demon Sealing sect is the most important figure, and we still haven't located him. Once again, it seemed as though the old man had an epiphany. So, should we just blindly turn a blind eye and let him steal the credit? Gao Longchen added, "Of course not. We'll interrogate the captured man, and as for Bai Yang's side, we'll send in undercover students to gather information. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Make sure you get your child involved so they can secure a position for the future." The 3 mysterious figures had an imposing presence. Gao Longchen, full of confidence, said, "Of course, I'll make sure TT goes with them to ensure everything is in order." The person on the other end acknowledged the command. After speaking, they fell into deep thought. Swear, Kingdom of Demon Sealing Sorcerer, this time I'll capture you with my own hands. Scene change. The man, with a nosebleed, seemed like someone had cooked his brain. Who's talking behind my back? Elsewhere, on a sickbed, a man and a woman were receiving treatment. The principal entered and inquired about Lin Mo's condition. Mu Yuanqing replied, "Principal, it seems like Lin Mo won't make it. Please save him." He stepped closer to inspect the situation and then concluded, "This is due to the excessive accumulation of yin energy in his body, which has caused damage to his heart meridian." He took out a needle for acupuncture. As long as we expel the yin energy and let him rest for a few days, he should be fine. The acupuncture needle gently pierced Lin Mo's forehead, releasing a mysterious energy. She was anxious. "Principal, what exactly happened to him? How did he end up like this? And why would the people from the Safety Bureau want to arrest him?" Zhuo Feng subtly reminded her not to get involved in this matter. As he turned his back, it felt like something was nudging him. Zhuo Feng looked back, unsure of what he had seen in Lin Mo that made his face scrunch up. The demon sword had a very similar appearance, and they were of the same age, truly the remnants of the demon sealing. Without thinking much, she grabbed his neck. Mu Yuanqing froze. "Principal, what are you doing?" In less than 5 seconds, he released his grip, his face turning pale, but he quickly regained his composure, made a show of drumming on the desk, and shot Lin Mo a glare. However, he couldn't do anything, sighed, and turned away. In a rural area, the villagers were all happily starting their daily tasks. Suddenly, their homes caught fire, causing chaos. Some panicked and ran, others perished. Out of nowhere, a group of strangers boldly walked into the sea of flames. On top of a building, a mother and her children had been waiting for them for who knows how long. The image of the woman was clear, her eyes glaring fiercely. It turned out those were just dreams. Lin Mo woke up feeling uneasy. What in the world was that? I've never been there, but the dream felt so real. Hai Xiaopan rushed in, cheerful with tears in his eyes. "Mo bro, you're awake. You've been asleep for 7 days," Hai Xiaopan exclaimed joyfully. "I thought you'd never wake up in this lifetime." The pressure of the weight on Lin Mo made him snap. "This life is so heavy, I feel squashed." After the excitement, he naturally started to grumble. "You're lucky. You even slept through the entire military training. Look at you. After the training, this is what you've become." He sighed while hinting at himself, glancing briefly from top to bottom. He shot a glare. "You're darker again, huh? If you went out like this at midnight, showing your teeth and smiling, people would freak out thinking they're seeing a ghost floating in midair." Hai Xiaopan, still annoyed from just waking up, shouted loudly, "You're already poking fun at me when I just got up." At that moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 break the room points." He responded with a slight jab, "But I won't bother arguing with you. If it weren't for the excuse of coming here to take care of you, I wouldn't have been able to skip school." From the other side, the voice responded, "Well, look who's getting a taste of their own medicine." It was An Shuang, his body fully bandaged, and his mocking spirit flaring up as he teased Lin Mo. "Unlike you, too stupid to avoid jumping off the building." Though he was bandaged up, An Shuang was still sharp-tongued. He continued, "Don't get too cocky. I'll make sure to get revenge for my broken leg." The system chimed in again. Added 50 break the room points. Lin Mo, still snarky, shot back, "Keep talking, and your other leg might be next." Hai Xiaopan naively joined in, but his legs were both broken, so there wasn't anything left to joke about. Lin Mo turned to him and asked, "I remember it was An Ran who brought me here last time. She seemed to be injured too. Where is she now?" Hai Xiaopan confirmed it. Mu Yuanqing, who had no idea when he entered, added, "Not only was she injured, but she nearly died trying to save you." Hearing that, Lin Mo panicked and rushed to find her room. Mu Yuanqing announced, "An Ran is in the special care unit. She's still in critical condition." Because he had not yet recovered, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he collapsed. She anxiously tried to stop him. "You've had a 10-year grudge? Revenge can wait." And Shuang chuckled, feeling relieved. "Your leg is done for too, huh?" But Lin Mo's retort was equally dismissive. "It's just numb from lying down for too long." As they walked, he even took the opportunity to flick at the bandage on his leg. "You're really concerned, huh?" "I'm just giving you a little something in return." Oh my, that flick was so light, but it hurt like I was being reincarnated. And Shuang had learned a bit of how to curse, but it wasn't much. Meanwhile, Lin Mo walked on, lifting a finger and sneering. "If you're so tough, come chase after me." Lin Mo watched her grimly, then inquired about her condition. Mu Yuanqing looked at An Ran, lying motionless on the hospital bed, and answered, "She was attacked by the white demon soul and poisoned by its venom. Although she's been injected with an antidote serum, her condition hasn't improved. This poison is likely a special toxin from the demon master." He fell silent for a long time before Lin Mo, angry, declared, "She was injured because of you, so you must save her. Whoever from the safety department made her suffer, tell me now." Mu Yuanqing looked up and saw the deputy director of the safety department, Sun De. As soon as Lin Mo heard the name, he quickly went to find him. Zue Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw him and asked, "Where are you going?" With determination burning in his eyes, Lin Mo replied, "I'm going to find Sun De to see if there's any way to steal the antidote." He continued walking up the stairs, calling back, "Come with me first." Lin Mo frowned and refused the suggestion, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. "If we delay, what if Enran dies from that poison?" Mu Yuanqing spoke gently. "You still don't know. If it wasn't for the principal fighting against the Bureau of Safety that night, you would have been caught by now." Lin Mo was stunned upon hearing this shocking news. In his astonishment, he asked, "Did he even save you?" She stood across from Lin Mo and advised, "I think you should go with him. After all, there's nothing bad about it." He then agreed. He quickly made his way to the rooftop where Zue Feng had arranged to meet. Zue Feng was gazing at the sky. That night, the Bureau of Safety hadn't been able to capture him, nor had they seen his face clearly, but they would send someone to investigate soon enough. "You probably still don't know why the Bureau of Safety wants to capture you, do you?" Zui Feng turned around, furrowing his brows as he looked at him. At that moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Indeed, the Bureau of Safety couldn't have taken action just for revenge, but even if it were about the ancient tomb, he hadn't stolen anything. There was no reason for them to come after him. Zue Feng frowned, turned around, and asked him, "You don't even know about this yet, and you dared rush to the Bureau of Safety? Even if the others there don't take action, with a first-tier demon master like you, do you think you could defeat a demon master like Sun De? Lin Mo found himself cornered and anxiously asked, "Principal, what should I do then?" Zhu Feng pointed towards the mountain opposite and replied, "There is a lair of the pure body ghosts over there, and inside there are at least 70 malevolent spirits. There is also the level of evil spirit. If you can handle it all, you will gain the ability to fight the demon master of the 3 layers. At that point, you must find Sun De to have a chance at victory. He is extremely serious in mapping out a strategy. However, what Lin Mo is currently worried about is An Ran." He slowly stroked his beard and confirmed, "Don't worry. With me here, the girl won't die within a month, and the people from the Safety Bureau won't dare to rush into the school to capture anyone." Upon hearing that, Lin Mo felt more at ease and bowed his head in gratitude. Zui Feng was pleased to see him this way. "You're my student. It's not a waste to be master and disciple." The words made Lin Mo silently wonder, "Master and disciple? Does he mean to take me as his disciple?" Zui Feng's face became serious as he suggested, "A student is a student, a disciple is a disciple. So, do you want to become my disciple?" Lin Mo looked up at him in astonishment, secretly wondering why Zue Feng treated him so specially. Not only did he oppose the Safety Bureau, but he also went to great lengths to treat An Ran. Moreover, so many people wanted to become his disciple but didn't have the chance. Why had he received such a great favor? Zue Feng chuckled softly and spoke. What's wrong? Do you feel I'm not worthy of being your master? Lin Mo quickly knelt down. You've already saved me. That alone is a debt greater than a mountain. Master, please accept one bow from your disciple, he said solemnly as he performed the traditional gesture of respect. Zue Feng smiled brightly and helped him up, secretly praising him. This kid isn't bad at all. Lin Mo's eyes were filled with determination as he silently thought to himself, becoming Zue Feng's disciple would give him someone to back him up. Thus, those people were somewhat cautious. If he truly had some kind of plot against him, it would be better to be more careful. Zue Feng then turned around and reminded him, As for why the Safety Bureau wants to arrest you, you should go ask your father. Also, come to my office after 11 p.m. When Lin Mo heard that he was invited to the office at night, he quickly agreed, thinking that Zue Feng would give him something. Zue Feng slowed down a few steps and asked, By the way, I remember you're from a poor family. What's your family situation like? Lin Mo replied somewhat confused. I still have my parents and a younger sister. My parents are farmers and my sister is seriously ill. Upon hearing this, Zue Feng stroked his beard and left. Lin Mo and He Xiaopan went to school together. He Xiaopan turned to him and lamented, How boring. If you had been in a coma for a few more days, I could have skipped more classes, right? Lin Mo turned and scolded him. If I were to become a vegetable, wouldn't you have to spend all 4 years in school? Hai Xiaopan laughed foolishly and praised, Well, it could work, I guess. Every day, Lin Mo visited the infirmary to see him, and he would conveniently run into Miss Mu. The two would chat for a while before heading to class. The classroom was filled with gossip. Some of the young men surrounded Demon's Child, offering gifts to gain favor. Lin Mo looked on in shock. Can they really get away with this? He Xiaopan, with his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, whispered, You already have Miss Mu and Kai, so of course, Demon's Child seems unappealing to you, but since we're all still single, we're eager to cling to anything. At this point, Lin Mo suddenly noticed someone, a Shu. He was sitting at the head of the table, which made Lin Mo feel quite impressed. Truly an outstanding student. Lin Mo walked over, pulled out a chair, and quietly sat down without drawing any attention. At this moment, Lin Mo finally began to reflect on the events of that night. Indeed, that night he had formed a pact with the fragmented soul of the demon sword. However, no matter how much he used his mental power, he could not sense it, nor could he summon or control it. Now, with the valuable item Zue Feng had given him, it was certain that the problem would be resolved. He looked at the contracts and gently stroked them. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Zue Feng entered, his voice clear. It's time for class. Everyone in the room, please settle down quickly. He coughed a few times and suggested the class be quiet. Zue Feng gestured toward the door and introduced, Today, we have 3 students from Sui Feng Academy who will be studying here for a while. The first person was Gao Ti, a female student in the class. As soon as she stepped in, the boys were immediately captivated. Lin Mo glanced at Gao Ti, silently making a judgment. She must have been sent by the safety department, right? Zue Feng's face darkened, feeling embarrassed as he thought to himself, This is so humiliating. How did I end up recruiting a bunch like this? The 3 of them introduced themselves one by one. Gao Ti ignored everyone else and focused on Lin Mo. She quickly realized that he was the person her father had told her to approach for information. Zue Feng swiftly suggested they choose their seats. Wherever Gao Ti walked, the boys were entranced, wanting her to sit next to them. In the end, Ti chose to sit beside Lin Mo. He shot her a glance, and Gao Ti flashed a friendly smile, greeting him. The boys in the class immediately began murmuring in jealousy when they saw her paying attention to him. The system continuously broadcasted notifications, congratulating the player for receiving 20 break-the-room points. Lin Mo's eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on Gao Ti, contempt burning inside him. and Ran had lost her life-changing fate to this woman when they were younger, and now she was almost beaten to death by the safety department, yet Gao Ti was still sitting here. He stood up in silence, utterly disgusted by her presence. Irritated, Lin Mo turned to Gao Ti and told her to move away, but she sat there, confused, not understanding what was happening. Inside, Ti wondered, did Lin Mo not like me sitting close to him? Is this something guys like? He glared at her once again, his voice low and sharp. Are you deaf? Please move out of my way. With a sullen expression, she stood up. As Lin Mo walked past her, clearly irritated, Gao Ti spoke up. Lin friend, can I ask why you want to switch seats? He shot her a cold, cutting look and replied in a voice that exposed his disdain. The smell of scheming is so strong. Her words were immediately silenced, and she stood frozen in place. Lin Mo, now at his new seat, didn't spare her another glance. The boys in the class, hearing him insult her, were all upset. They laughed and joked about it, continuing to poke fun at him. One of the boys speculated aloud, could it be that they were once lovers? Did Gao Ti do something wrong to Lin Mo, and now she's here trying to make amends? Someone next to him disagreed. Maybe Lin Mo got bored and dumped her. Now Gao Ti's trying to get back with him. The group of boys laughed loudly and cheered. Lin Mo, you're officially my idol from now on. He sat there in silence for a long while. Zui Feng coughed to grab everyone's attention and said, all right, no more talking. Let's start the lesson. After school, Lin Mo went to the school library to be a diligent little bee. Eventually, after a long while, he finally found what he was looking for. Lin Mo gently took it off the shelf. He opened the book and looked at it, exclaiming in awe. It was exactly like the palace he had seen in his dreams. The ancient tomb's information. Lin Mo flipped through page after page to investigate. Suo Tiangui was the 12th Grand Master of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing. With his formidable swordsmanship, he successfully repelled the attacks from Province Nation and was feared by them, earning the title of Demon Sword. However, after Suo Tiangui's death, the Kingdom of Demon Sealing could no longer compete with Province Nation, and its territory was gradually encroached upon, shrinking to less than 10,000 square kilometers by modern times. The book also mentions that 50 years ago, Province Nation captured the capital of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing, burned down the royal palace, and massacred the people of Demon Sealing. During that war, the last king of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing committed suicide. The crown prince of the Demon Sealing Kingdom fled, but after 30 years of evasion, he was caught by the head of the Safety Bureau, Gao Longchen, and imprisoned. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, puzzled, but then remembered that only he could open the ancient tomb. The lingering soul of that demon sword still thinks it's part of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing's army. Who exactly am I? He looked at the map and silently pondered. His hometown was located at the border between Jiang Province and Tian Province. The Kingdom of Demon Sealing was once not far from there. Could it be that he was really a descendant of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing's military? No, that didn't seem right. The Crown Prince of Demon Sealing had been killed. He was likely a descendant of the royal family of Demon Sealing. No wonder the Safety Bureau wanted to investigate his family. It's not good. Dad and everyone are in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly closed the book, his face filled with worry. He stuffed his hand into his pocket and pulled out his phone. As he attempted to make the call, he silently speculated, if I am a descendant of the Demon Sealing royal family, then Dad must be too. The Safety Bureau will likely arrive in my hometown soon. He dialed for an entire session, but no one picked up. At this moment, Lin Mo was terrified, hoping that nothing would happen to anyone. Just then, Lin Feng answered the call. Lin Mo hurriedly asked, Dad, why did it take you so long to answer? His father replied cheerfully, I'm on a boat, so the signal is weak. Your dad has some walnuts that I want to bring you. Hearing this, Lin Mo was alarmed and immediately tried to stop him. What? Dad, don't come. Jiang Province is investigating me. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Lin Feng responded from the other end of the line. Investigating us? Our family has been poor farmers for generations. What would they investigate about your father? Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, Poor farmers? Dad, are you sure our ancestors were never wealthy? Not even nobles or anything like that? His father frowned and, with a serious expression, asked, Moni, have you discovered something? Nobles? What nonsense are you talking about? You're the first university student in the Lin family. Whether we become nobles or not depends entirely on you. Lin Feng smiled warmly, not joking around. He quickly said goodbye to Lin Mo. All right, son, I'll call you when I get there. Before Lin Mo could even recover from his shock, his father hung up. Lin Mo stared at his phone, lost in thought. Could Dad really be lying to me? Could it really just be a coincidence? Did the Safety Bureau make a mistake? At that moment, Gao Ti appeared. She cheerfully walked over and started a conversation. Are you interested in history? He frowned, his eyes full of disdain, and replied, What's that to you? Gao Ti gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, Could I ask what you meant by that earlier? I don't think we've met before. Lin Mo was filled with murderous intent, wanting nothing more than to devour her. In his heart, he secretly despised her. A person who would steal their own sister's soul was no better than a beast, and to top it off, she was pretending to be innocent, which made her even less than livestock. With that thought, he quickly turned and walked away, sneering at her. People with dirty hands should be judged by heaven. Don't you feel disgusted with what you've done? Gao Ti was stunned by his words. She panicked and asked loudly, What have I done? Lin Mo scowled and answered, All the filthy things. You should know them yourself. Gao Ti hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. Stop right there! You have to explain yourself today! Lin Mo shoved her hand aside without hesitation and insulted her. A well-behaved dog doesn't block the road. Gao Ti stood frozen in place when he spoke to her like that. Behind the bookshelf across from them, a group of people was eavesdropping. They were furious at how cruelly Lin Mo had treated her. They truly pitied her. He continued to look for a book, but overheard their gossip, some of them praising, some criticizing, and on top of that, the system notification was chiming, adding points. Lin Mo felt immense disgust and cursed inwardly. My God, it took this long for Gao Ti to finally break the room? Why is her reaction so slow? The bright moonlight illuminated Bai Yang Academy. Lin Mo pondered deeply as he strode down the pitch-black hallway. As he reached the door, Zue Feng invited him in. Lin Mo gently pushed the door open and peered inside, feeling a curious unease. It was so dark. Wasn't there a light? A sharp object suddenly flew toward him, aiming directly at him. A person with formidable martial arts skills targeted Lin Mo in such a way that he couldn't possibly evade it. Lin Mo's face contorted with sheer panic as it came within mere inches of him. The knife pierced through his skin, but he couldn't respond. Inside, he wondered, Is this it? Am I really going to die like this? Lin Mo squeezed his eyes shut. After a moment, he slowly opened them again. The demon sword suddenly appeared, shielding him. It swung a swift strike at Zue Feng, who struggled to block it. The power of the demon sword was overwhelming, forcing Zue Feng to barely keep up. After a brief struggle, he was knocked backward, crashing into the wall which cracked upon impact. Zue Feng slowly rose to his feet. Lin Mo stared in shock, completely bewildered. Principal, what are you doing? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Zue Feng answered with difficulty. Didn't you always say you couldn't sense the demonic energy of the demon sword? I did this to force it to reveal itself to you. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly realized, looking down at his hand. The demon sword? That's strange. Why can't I sense it now? Zue Feng slowly turned the lights back on and explained. You probably don't know much about the ancient tomb you entered. It's the tomb of the demon sword. His sword has killed and soaked in the blood of countless people. The resentment on it has long since condensed into a grotesque form. The lingering intent of the demon sword exists to suppress this very resentment. So, when you made a pact with that lingering intent, You release the built-up resentment and negative energy inside. That's also the reason why you nearly died from the curse when it entered your body. Zue Feng spoke, coughing a few times as he did. At this point, Lin Mo began to understand everything. He squinted his eyes, now realizing that the reason he couldn't feel it was because the demon sword was just a lingering intent. It was even weaker than a fragment of a soul. Since the demon master first appeared, many people have made pacts with it, but none of them have been able to summon or use it. Lin Mo scratched his head, confused. So earlier, when you used the knife to kill me, it was because you hadn't finished explaining yet, and he had already given his answer? Lingering intent can vary in strength. Earlier, when I killed you, it was to force it to manifest. If it's strong, then try summoning it. Use it. If it's weak, then there's no need to waste effort. Just consider it a small loss of time. At this point, Zui Feng was sweating profusely, coughing violently. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, became even more curious. So, is it strong? He tried to help him up, but was stopped. Zue Feng gently closed his eyes, affirming, "It's very strong, in fact. On the outside, I seem fine, but I've actually broken a rib. Who do you think I am? A wound like this will heal in a few days." Though he said that, Zui Feng tightly gripped the blood he had coughed up earlier. He was severely injured at the moment. Lin Mo carefully helped Zui Feng sit down. "Master, how should I summon and use it?" he asked. Zui Feng complained, saying it was difficult. Whether he could summon it flexibly depended on Lin Mo's perception. It would take at least 7 or 8 years, or even several decades, before he could use the demon sword with ease. By the time he could do that, dealing with 5 Sun De Li would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel shocked. He was immediately filled with frustration and retorted, "But I can't wait that long, and Ran only has 1 month." Lin Mo anxiously recalled the image of her lying motionless on the hospital bed. Zui Feng lowered his head, then slowly offered a more extreme method. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon hearing it and urged him to explain further. Zui Feng furrowed his brows and slowly explained the method. It was like the one just mentioned, forcing him into a life-or-death situation. During that brief period, the demon sword would appear, and Lin Mo had to quickly grasp it. Repeated practice would allow him to fully comprehend it. Lin Mo's mind immediately raced as he replied excitedly, "I understand now. I'll go jump off the building." Zui Feng was horrified upon hearing this and quickly stopped him. He angrily explained, "Jumping off the building is too risky. If you can't force it to appear, you will truly die." Lin Mo, dissatisfied, asked him, "So what should I do then?" Zui Feng slowly stood up and proposed a plan to kill the demon. This would further deepen the bond between demons. When he was about to be killed by the other demon, the chances of forcing it to appear were very high. Lin Mo cheerfully and excitedly asked, "So, was it because you told me to go to the tomb to kill demons before? Was that the real reason? But when you stabbed me earlier, there was no demon to be found. If it hadn't been forced out, wouldn't I have been skewered to death?" Lin Mo maliciously questioned him. Zue Feng avoided that scrutinizing gaze and replied, "This matter is under my control. You won't die." He quickly set off, not forgetting to wave goodbye and thank him. As soon as Lin Mo shut the door, Zue Feng's expression darkened. He quickly lost his composure and spat out blood. Zui Feng clutched his chest painfully. This demon sword was truly too powerful. He had almost gone to meet his ancestors. He slowly smiled and removed his coat. Outside, Lin Mo was running toward the mountain. Sun Mei Lei immediately took notice of this unusual behavior. Leaving the school in the middle of the night definitely meant something was up. Sun Miao grinned cunningly and confirmed, "He's definitely going to contact another remnant wind demon. If we can discover it, it'll be a huge accomplishment." Gao Ti approached from behind and asked about the situation, inquiring how the investigation inside the school was going. He furrowed his brow and replied, "I know a thug in Baiyang. He saw with his own eyes that night Lin Mo was carried in. I heard he almost died." Gao Ti quickly made up his mind and pursued the speculation Lin Mo had just made. Then it's certain the one who came out of the ancient tomb that night must have been him, and it's very likely that he's the one who opened the demon sword's tomb. Hurry, chase after him. Hearing this, the two brothers from the Sun family quickly set off in pursuit. In the pitch-black night, the image of a man running to find a ghost, while the other three wanted to take care of him, could be seen. The moon rose high and bright, illuminating everything around. Lin Mo ran without stopping from the road to the mountain ahead.